Why is Kanye West? Thank you so much for being first. How you doing? Cat of Bikes. First, why? Why is Kanye West? I wanted to be first. First. Hi, Woodfast. How you doing? Aw, thank you so much. Yeah, I wasn't quite ready. Sorry for making everybody wait. But yeah. How's everybody doing? I have this video lined up already about Frogan. I don't know what it's about, but it says she's cooked, so you know I like YouTube drama. You know I like my YouTube drama. Or maybe you don't know. I don't know. Cheat Town, how's it going?
I am sure every single one of you lovely people out there who decided to click on this very epic video. Remember, Twitch's rising star for 20 years in a row. I've talked about her before. I am not the biggest fan of her.
I don't know. I subscribed because I wanted to save the video. So I don't know really anything about sensitive society,
maybe
but
top 15. Depends on what stupid she says that day. Yes, she was a Twitch streamer who wished American soldiers got PTSD. So I was just browsing YouTube as I do, and this video got recommended to
Hassan's
me.
mod.
Frogan, cruel, bigoted,
is she still his mod?
And I thought to myself, why not get some snacks? You know what I mean? Maybe get some sour candy, chill with my amigos and amigas, and let's just watch this. Her downfall has been a long time coming, and now it feels like everyone's finally realizing what
I wonder if this is just a recap of everything that's
perspired.
perspired.
Herself, her friends are leaving her. She said, you know, a friendship is dead when they stop sharing their location with you. Because
February 10th, 2020. Oh, damn. This is recent.
Be a joke? Yes, but then at the same time, this is the same person that claimed she was joking about people getting PTSD and dying.
Hi, Blookster.
To die because America bad. So I don't know if she's trolling or not.
How's it going?
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you subscribe to the channel and drop a like, and let's just get right into it. I'm actually pretty hyped.
Hi, I'm Frogan, and I chose to be a Twitch streamer for my job.
5 seconds in, and I'm like, nah. If you would have said YouTuber, that is a lot more sustainable than a Twitch streamer when you're barely starting out. But on Twitch, it's a lot different.
I don't know. I beg to differ. I think it's easier to... Well, I don't know. I guess it depends. Because on YouTube, you have to be like... I feel like you have to be way more consistent on YouTube than versus like reaching... I don't know. That's hard. I don't know. I guess it depends. Guess who farted? The CEO of Amazon is an pro-Israeli. Jaffe is a hard ass. Who is Jaffe? He makes Bezos look tame. The ADL went to his office, and if they did not control these pro-Hamas voices, they would launch a national boycott of Amazon, Amazon Web Services, Ring, and other programs. He told Dan to clean it up, yet Hassan was untouched. Is that so?
You rely on other people. You rely on a fan base, a pre-existing fan base that jumps to Twitch, or you gotta have connections, which she has, but yet no one's watching. And on YouTube, it's completely different, and there's a lot more opportunities on YouTube. If you're gonna do this as your job, it's a lot better to do it as a YouTuber than a Twitch streamer, unless you have connections. And even then, once again, Frogan has connections with literally one of the biggest Twitch.
All his mods were banned for a week or two.
And Denims and other people in her community, and she's between 80 to 110 viewers every single day with all those connections. And on YouTube, you don't need to rely on other people. So my advice, not that I recommend it, but if you're gonna drop out of school or quit your job when you're barely starting off in, you know, creating social media content, I would do YouTube. I wouldn't do Twitch.
YouTube's gonna take you forever before you start making any money on YouTube. On Twitch, it takes you, I feel like maybe not as long. I don't know. You need 1,000 subscribers on YouTube and either 4,000 hours of watch time or 10 million views, shorts views. Let me see. I'm gonna So that's actually really hard to achieve on YouTube, in my opinion. Like if you weren't already kind of starting out YouTube, like if you didn't already have a channel, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like the old school YouTubers, like they were on the right path. Okay, so yeah, so it's either 4,000 watch hours or public watch hours. So that's only watch hours on your long format videos. Hours on your shorts views don't count towards this. And then if not that, then you need 10 million shorts views in the last 90 days. So like that's not easy to achieve on YouTube, I find. Like what is this guy YouTubing about that he's like earning a living on YouTube? You know what I mean? But I guess wait, let's see. Well, he has he has a lot of subscribers, so but how long ago did he start? Videos oldest 7 years ago.
The clickbait.
7 years ago, and what's his most popular? 2.2 million 4 years ago. I don't know. I just don't know. Maybe it's different in Canada. Maybe Americans make way more money on YouTube. Because, like, I feel like in Canada, you make, like, peanuts when you finally get partnered.
I've talked about her before. I am not the biggest
it's not that, like, it's not, I don't know, it's...
She is one of the worst people.
I just feel like it would take longer on YouTube.
On Twitch,
but maybe
20,
that's
maybe top 15. Depends on what stupid she says that
from my
day.
my
yes,
personal
she was
perspective.
A Twitch streamer who wished American soldiers got PTSD. So I was just browsing YouTube as I do, and this video got recommended to me. Frogan, cruel, bigoted, and loving it. And I thought to myself, why not get some snacks? You know what I mean? Maybe get some sour candy, chill with my amigos and amigas, and let's just watch this. Her downfall has been a long time coming, and now it feels like everyone's finally realizing what a horrible person this person is. According to Frogan herself, her friends are leaving her. She said, you know, a friendship is dead when they stop sharing their location with you. Could this be a joke? Yes. But then at the same time, this is the same person that claimed she was joking about people getting PTSD and dying and everyone deserves to die because America bad. So I don't know. I don't know if she's trolling or not. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you subscribe to the channel and drop a like. And let's just get right into it. I'm actually pretty hyped.
Hi, I'm Frogan, and I chose to be a Twitch streamer for my job.
7-8 times in a row, it's like, all right, bro, you gotta be stopped. But the difference between the average content creator that does or says something stupid and Frogan is that Frogan never apologizes. Frogan can do no wrong, according to Frogan. So now a lot of this video, if not the first half, talks about stuff that we've covered before, and it even dives into, you know, a bit more political that I am just not qualified to talk about. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm just not the guy to talk about politics. But let's get into stuff that we've never seen before.
I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into America.
This is a pretty vile take. And not because I think you can't criticize America. You certainly can. It's by multiple figures. Streamer Hassan
or quit your job when you're barely starting off in a single day with all those connections. You know, you drop out of school or quit your job when you're barely starting off in, you know, creating social media content. I would do YouTube. I wouldn't do Twitch, but that's just my 2 cents.
In the last video, I covered topics.
I'm just reading everyone's messages out. Sorry. I get why people stream. I said hi to Adam. Hi Adam, how's it going? Yeah, I'm just reading what everybody's saying. That is not what she said. You take on her is too mechanical. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's working now? You get... So, I was just saying, like... What I was saying is, I don't know. I kind of feel like it would be the other way around. That's my personal opinion. But, anyway. You like to type random stuff when people are muted? He's saying that, like, for for a job, he would pick YouTube over Twitch. And I feel like I would pick Twitch over YouTube, but only in the sense that if you're starting from zero, I think it's faster to see like some money, like it's faster to get not partnered, but at least affiliated on Twitch. Whereas on YouTube, it takes like a really long time to get partnered, I find. So from that sense, I feel like it's faster to get paid on Twitch. But if you started at a point of where you're already making money, like maybe in that sense you would make more on YouTube. I don't know.
Such as Frogan's claims
Anyway.
to be a public health expert, her confrontations with multiple therapists, her criticisms of Ludwig, Ethan Klein's falling out with her favorite streamer Hassan, and a paper she wrote in college. I think I successfully demonstrated her dishonesty, her arrogance, and self-victimization.
I like this.
But as I expected,
The Barbie
Frogan has
doll
once again
version
stirred up
of her. It's
controversy
cute.
in the streaming community. And as usual, she'll take no accountability for her actions.
There's no way someone like Frogan is a public health expert.
Recently,
Google's still run
we've
by
seen a
liberal
lot
tech
happen
socialists.
between
Yep.
Twitch, its creators,
And you know, I was watching something today. Maybe we'll cover it. Maybe
and
we'll
its
cover
critics. Most notably, Twitch was put on
Let's
blast
put
by
this,
multiple
a
figures
little
and
faster.
organizations, including the ADL and U.S. Congressman Richie Torres. A Twitch-sponsored panel with racial undertones was the spark that started the fire. People will try and feign innocence. Don't let them gaslight you. In another universe, I might have been more charitable to Frogan and her crew, but as I discussed,
The Shoppers Beauty Plus event. More points, more brands, more beauty. On now until February 21st.
We who travel, who really travel,
in my last video, there's way too many examples of her being shady. To explain why I don't think anyone should give any leeway to Frogan or anyone in her circle.
I've said this, guys. I don't want to be like, I told you so, but I'm never, ever, ever, ever wrong when it comes to situations. Never. I've never made a mistake. Not even one. I cannot recall one. You don't need to be a super IQ individual to look at Frogan and everything she's done and be like, yeah, I do not trust this person. I trust everyone, even my biggest op, more than I do Frogan. And I get it. YouTubers, Twitch streamers, content creators, we make mistakes. But when you do it like,
I have a
5, 6, 7
stomach
times in a row,
ache,
it's
so
like,
don't mind me when I make
But the
these
difference between
faces.
The average content creator does or says something stupid and Frogan is a Frogan never apologizes. Frogan can do no wrong, according to Frogan. So now a lot of this video, if not the first half, talks about stuff that
You
we've
heard
covered
Kick
before,
pays
and it
more
even dives
starting
into,
out.
you know, a bit more political that I am just not qualified to talk about. I'm gonna keep it real.
Should
I'm
I
just
go
not
to
the guy
Kick?
talk about politics? But let's get into stuff that we've never seen before.
I hope you get PTSD.
Maybe I'll get less
And I hope you get no
haters,
health insurance when you get back into
less
America.
trolls.
This is a pretty vile take. And not because I think you can't
Maybe I
criticize
should
America.
talk politics on Twitch and on
But there's a
no
difference in
talk
criticizing
politics
decisions
on
made
Kick,
at a high level
and on
hovering
Twitch I should just game. Leave it separate. That's an idea. That's an idea. But Twitch did make a politics category after
hatred
all.
towards military
And I'm not
service
even
members
talking politics right now. We're just chatting. We're just hanging out.
who often have no other choice but to follow orders. People who join the military often do so because they have no other prospects in
What
their
is that,
life
like a
and no
miniature
future planned
horse?
ahead for them. Joining the military gives them a path
The
that
hell
they
was that?
otherwise wouldn't have had. That doesn't even take into account how many of them are recruited fresh out of high school. Rogan and her friends are supposed to be leftists who care about the disadvantaged.
Is that the
and
what is that?
working class.
Laughing gas? What is
But
that?
they can't even think through who they're talking to when they say things like this. They only have enough energy to fawn over an anti-Semitic Houthi terrorist. There's no energy for anyone else. A few days later, on October 21st, Rogan doubled down.
I'm getting canceled on Twitter again. I still agree with it. Aw, base.
This is absolutely hate speech. Veterans are a protected class. People with mental issues are a protected class. You cannot talk about
My
people
stream
like
is
this.
usually
It's
peaceful.
actually a huge problem. And according to Twitch guidelines, this
Usually.
is a violation. Now, if I can direct your attention, take a look at this gem.
Some
What
of them
is she
don't have a
doing?
choice financially or for school. My little brother is serving right now for that reason. He's not a fan, neither am I.
I took out student loans. Listen, honey, be in student debt like everybody else.
Thought she was talking to me for a second. Hunniebee.
Thank you. You
Same for Frogan.
Excuse me.
$100,000 if you don't know that. No, I don't.
Um.
But I never brown children at the expense of it.
You often need a cosigner to even get a loan, and a lot of people don't even have that.
I don't know. This is someone that has no idea what the fuck they're talking about, yet they're acting like they know. For example, when
Hassan without Twitch is a weak man. He could not afford the bandwidth for his cult members. He would be 70% smaller who he started his own show, his own people. My stream, usually peaceful, uncommonly. Burro or donkey. Burro or donkey. If she went to Gaza with painted nails, Hamas would toss her in jail. And a nose ring. She has a nose ring too. That is banned in the West Bank. I don't know about nose rings, but I feel like that's also banned probably. Chat was going off a few days ago. You were just reading. That's true. That's true. Chat was a... I mean,
that I don't know
there was like 2 previous streams where we had like some trolls.
about, like the first segment of this video when they talk about politics and Israel and Palestine. I skip on it because I don't want to spread misinformation or get stuff wrong, and I'm just not qualified for that, right? But people like Frogan, they don't know what they're talking about, yet they feel like their opinion should be out there just because they're Frogan and they're the rising star of the year 10 years in a row or whatever. It's just such a tone-deaf response. And your own fans are telling you their situation. She doesn't like the fact that her brother's in the military and the brother doesn't even like it, but they have to do it. She's like, well, there's other ways to go around it. Just do this. At this point, I don't know who's worse, Frogan, Denims, or Hassan Piker. I don't even think she's bringing $12 to the platform. And I get why they want to keep Hassan. The Twitch CEO is a Hassan Piker fanboy, and he loves a Hassan Dlissi. But Frogan, she's bringing nothing to the platform.
No one should believe that Frogan has an ounce of progressive values within her. What does she think happens to the families and the children of people who come back from serving, who have PTSD and have no support system? How many of those people don't go on to contribute to society? How many of those people don't go on at all? And those that do, how many of them go on to be a net negative because of their trauma? We just had 2 terror attacks happen on January 1st, 2025, both committed by military veterans. One was the Las Vegas Cybertruck explosion.
Like, honestly, like, she's obnoxious, but in my opinion, she's allowed to have that opinion. Like, it's not a, it's not an opinion obviously people agree with. I don't agree with it. But, like, for her to get banned and, like, for the things Hassan has done and he doesn't get banned, like, I don't know. To me, like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, to me, what she said falls under, like, the whole free speech movement. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a good take, but she's allowed to say it. I don't know. Am I wrong? What do you guys think?
In which the perpetrator, Matthew Livelsberger, admitted in letter that he wanted to cleanse his mind of the brothers that he lost and relieve himself of the burden of the lives he took.
I wonder if Frogan will ever respond to this, or at least share her thoughts about it, or give her side of the story. It is accurate. You cannot say stuff like, hope all military guys get PTSD, and now you're seeing the results of said PTSD. I mean, it's one thing to say it, and then it's another thing to see it in real life, and how people with actual PTSD act. You just saw right now is the actual effects of having PTSD. The more time passes, the worse this whole argument of Frogan of, yeah, I hope all military guys die and they get PTSD, they deserve it.
Like for it to then, like, go on and actually affect people is unfortunate. It's like, what they said. I think Ethan said that she gets like 100 concurrent views on Twitch, which to me, like, that's a lot of views. He made fun of it, but to me that's a lot of views, you know what I mean? And where was I going with that? It's like okay, so like did she like, it's interesting that she had that much of an impact for her opinion, her bad take, for someone who, according to, like, bigger YouTubers or whoever, has a small following. So, like, who are these people being affected? Hold on.
And I get why they want to keep Hassan. The Twitch CEO is a Hassan Piker fanboy, and he loves a Hassan Dlissi. But Frogan,
more people support Hamas now than ever given. You're kind of stupid BS.
Frogan has an ounce of progressive values within
when
her.
Hamas
What does
puts
she think happens
weapons
to the
in
families and the children
school,
of people who come back from serving, who have PTSD and have no support system? How many of those people don't go on to contribute to society? How many of those people don't go on at all? And those that do, how many of them go on to be a net negative because of their trauma. We just had 2 terror attacks happen on January 1st, 2025, both committed by military veterans. One was the Las Vegas Cybertruck explosion, in which the perpetrator...
Are they trying to, like, blame that on her? Like, no, I mean, obviously... Okay, hold on. Let's
admitted
finish.
in letter that he wanted to cleanse his mind of the brothers that he lost and relieve himself of the burden of the lives he took.
I wonder if Frogan...
Okay, but that's not Frogan's fault, like...
ever respond to this, or at least share her thoughts about it, or give her side of the story. It is accurate. You cannot say stuff like, hope all military guys get PTSD, and now you're seeing the results of said PTSD. I mean, it's one thing to say it, and then it's another thing to see it in real life, and how people with actual PTSD act. We just saw right now is the actual effects of having PTSD. The more time passes, the worse this whole argument
Okay,
of
so
Frogan
he's trying... Okay, he's not, like, blaming it on
yeah,
her
I hope all military
necessarily,
guys die and
but...
they get PTSD, they deserve it. It's such a dumb take.
Founded by Cutie Cinderella, the
It is a dumb take. It is a dumb take.
Streamer Awards
But
is an annual
I
award
think
show
she's
that
allowed to
celebrates
say
achievements
it.
in the live streaming industry over the previous year. The first one was held
I don't
in
know. Is she
2022.
allowed to say
One
it?
of the
Like,
categories that
no,
streamers
I don't
can
know. How
nominate
far
for
can you...
on
I don't know,
Streamer
like...
Awards is
I don't know
Rising
the
Star.
TOS. I know the
Award that
TOS.
is
Yes, I
dedicated
do.
to streamers who are still up and coming.
Don't say
As the
anything
website
dumb in
says,
the
these streamers
chat.
have tremendous growth over the past year and have the potential to be a top streamer.
I am still mad. I never got nominated for this. Not in 2020, not in 2021,
Oh,
not
my
in Blue Ball,
back.
not in 2022 when I killed it, not in 2023
Hey,
when I killed it
Alien,
even
how's
more.
it going?
Even 2024 was my best year ever. None of those times I've been nominated for Rising Star.
Never
of the Year.
again?
The fact, the
And
Frogan
they are
got nominated
easily
for
removed
one
from... Hold
is,
on, hold on.
triggered.
So, hold on. What is happening in the chat here? Hold on. When... Let me see. Where did he say that? Where did Guess say that? Hold on. What the hell? Oh, all these... Hold on. Oh, all these same-sex... Oh, all these same-sex groups for Gaza would be banned as well. Their life... styles are criminal in the West Bank and Gaza. They are tone deaf or dumb or both. Hold on, I'm like lost here. What's happening? Holocaust weapons in schools and hospitals. Everything is on the table. X, I don't think Guess is hyping up Hamas. What's going on here? No reason to use ad hominem. They are easily removed. When you say everything is on the table, that is called collective punishment. Not sure you know what that means. You place people at risk, that is on purpose. They have been doing it since 1970s. War ahead. I hope not. I hope all these wars are going to come to a close soon, because this is getting ridiculous. Like, it's getting ridiculous. You know what I mean?
To me, all right? I'm triggered. I'm mad.
People always have to be fighting. You know, like, always have to be fighting. And then you ask for like diplomacy, and then you're looked as the bad guy somehow. Like, this is the problem.
Shout if I don't win.
This is the
Frogan
part of
was
the
nominated
problem.
For the Rising Star Award.
Stance is our rising star.
Stans ended up winning instead of her, but that's fine because Frogan was nominated again in 2023 for the same award, Rising Star. I personally don't have an issue with this. It's just a
Oh,
show.
my
It
leg.
was made for streamers to give awards to
My
their other
leg.
streamer
Oh,
friends.
my
But
leg.
people were confused as to how she got nominated twice in a row. It's a valid question. How can you be a potential Rising Star 2 years in a row? Ms. Kiff, and actually,
Like, damn, they have a lot of viewers.
as you can see, she already looks mad here.
She's gonna cry.
Wait, what happened? Hold on.
All I do is sit
She's
and
gonna
watch.
cry. Why?
Category
What
10.
happened?
It's a
Okay,
valid
okay.
question.
I
How
shouldn't have
can you
skipped.
be
I
a
shouldn't have skipped.
Potential Rising Star 2 years in a row. Ms. Kiff, an actually popular streamer, commented on the categories during one of his streams.
Prince is on live and Frogan. Frogan was there last year. How do you know him? Dude, I literally all I do is sit and watch Twitch. Well, I don't watch Twitch. I scroll through and look at people, and I'm like, damn, they have a lot of viewers.
As you can see, she already looks mad here.
She's gonna cry. I think this is the one where she
Yeah,
cries.
Frogan's on here again. I feel like that doesn't make any sense.
OTK is nominated again for Org of the Year. Why are you nominated again?
Like, you can just see how mad she is. Excuse me, what the fuck did you just say to me? I'm the rising star queen. What do you care about an award show? That means nothing. It's not important.
You cannot have peace in the Middle East until Iran and its regime is replaced internally.
I would understand if it was an Oscar. You know what I mean?
Alien,
Or
thank
an
you.
Emmy.
Thank
Maybe
you so
even a Grammy, even though
much.
that
I
shit's super
appreciate
rigged,
it.
But you know what I mean? Or maybe your YouTube plaque awards. You get 100K because you earned those 100K.
I don't know.
Or $1 million or 10 million or whatever the next goal is. Those are, in my opinion,
I think there's just like too much testosterone, you know, like men deciding that other men should fight and kill and die and etc. and it's like, when are we gonna move past this kind of stuff? I don't know, but like, it's like, I don't know.
valid award shows because you made it happen. It's not a massive Twitch circle jerk of, you know, their friends giving awards to their other friends. It's a legit award show. I would understand if I lost.
This is why the aliens won't come. No, I'm just kidding.
No one cares.
Hey, Skajord.
No one cares. And 99% of the population does not even know they exist. It's once again, it's a massive circle jerk of these.
You were repulsed by Iran honoring the legality of marrying an 11-year-old girl. Was it Iran that did that? If Iran had a nuke, they would use it on Israel. Russia has nukes, but they are not dumb enough to use them. Iran, on the other hand, not so much. Elon Musk's son told Donald Trump to shut his mouth, but the entire time Trump was ignoring him because Trump knows what to do. If that was Kamala, she would have let the kid distract her, and then she would have just like not talked about the serious business that needs to be talked about, in my personal opinion. But you know, you all can agree to disagree. Anyways,
Twitch streamers, the top Twitch streamers, giving awards to their other Twitch friends. That's what it is. So this means nothing. Unless I'm nominated, then it means something. But until then,
You're either a star or you're not. You know what I mean? Like, what?
Bruh, she is so offended.
I feel like this award should be like, a falling star award, bro. That'd be so funny. I would clear.
Falling Star Award. Guess, have you seen what's in the background yet?
huh?
Okay, it makes me really upset. I'm not gonna lie.
She's gonna cry?
I don't want to cry, but it really does make me really upset.
Womp womp.
So I get that she's likely pretty new to having this level of attention directed at her, and it's overwhelming. But it seems pretty clear that Mizkif wasn't being overly harsh on Frogan. He even made a self-deprecating joke about himself, about him clearing the Falling Star Award. Frogan, however, viewed it in the exact opposite way. She immediately took offense to these comments and assumed the
What
joke
was that
directed towards her.
video of the chickens?
Mizkif came into her chat to explain and apologize.
And why was it so funny?
I saw the clip. The reason I said that I don't think you deserve the Rising Star Award is because I think that it should be based on that year. We have grown a lot from this year. I meant to no ill with it. Okay, here's my thing. When you say like that and the way you're saying it in front of your audience of like 25,000 people, allowing them to continue to make fun of me, how do you think that makes me feel?
I'm sure it doesn't feel
That's
great,
life, honey.
but she's the last person to be speaking.
I'm just
about
kidding,
this.
because if I was in a situation like that, I don't know how I would react, to be honest.
Falling Star. I didn't even know this was a thing until somebody tweeted it to me.
Hey, welcome
So
back.
while she's complaining about the possibility of people coming in and harassing her own
Pakistan
chat
has nukes,
was
but they
insulting
know
Mizkif and
if
even
they
making death
use them
threats
on
towards
India,
him.
India would steal steamroll them with
nicest
waves of
Frogan
military.
fence right here, guys. I don't know, and it's not like Frogan was
Excuse
new
me.
to
Oh
streaming. She's been doing
no, I
this,
don't
or
want
at
to
that
start
point, if
yawning
I'm not mistaken,
already.
she's been doing that for 2 to 3 years. And I get it, the internet could be a pretty mean place. I've been called pretty much everything you could imagine. Do I care? No, because who's a multi-billionaire and who isn't? So maybe not a billionaire, but you know what I mean. Well, you're too sensitive to work online and go work another job. That isn't
he
this.
said,
You're innocent either. You do your
"You're
fair
not the
share
president."
of stupidity to get people
Yeah.
happy. That's the internet for you.
He
If you
probably
can't
thinks
handle
his
it,
dad should
look
be
for
sitting
another
in that
job.
chair. You know what I mean? Like,
pushed it on Twitter.
like every kid
She
thinks
quit
that
tweeting
about,
me
you know, their
shortly
dad
after,
or their mom.
And I was not expecting what I saw.
Destiny's cummies dried up for her. LMAO.
This is sexualizing me just because I've been associated with another content creator in the past. Aren't you supposed to be a leftist? I don't think I've ever talked about Frogan this way. By the way, remember, she started off in Hassan's community, and she has been modding for Hassan for years. She does all sorts of work for him. I don't have that kind of relationship
You want to see me
with any other content creator the way that
Hunniebee
she
blow up,
does.
get famous?
Frogan is that she's so aggressive. The difference here between Frogan and other people,
I
quote,
wouldn't
unquote,
mind
real-
like
real
being able
YNs
to
like
live off of
myself, is that we don't
Twitch or
pretend
YouTube or something
to
like
be
that, but
positive
I
in this
wouldn't
post
want to
and
be
content
quote
creator
unquote
24/7,
famous.
like, it's not like I'm putting
Cause
on a
like
mask
famous
every single
people
time
get
I come and
targeted.
upload, and then in real life,
And
I'm
like,
this horrible, rude
that's no way to
person. The thing
live,
with
in my
Frogan is that she's
opinion.
not
You know what I
genuine,
mean?
She's not real, but in reality, she's so rude, so mean, so aggressive. It's like, this is not the same person that's
So,
wholesome
but
and
I
making fun of me on
appreciate
Twitch.
it.
You look at your
Appreciate
haters?
it.
And it's an ugly ass bitch with no fucking eyebrows. Or no lips coming after you.
Honestly, Frogan should be the last person talking about anybody's looks. I'm not gonna say anything else, but you know,
I'm not a hater. I'm
I
just
get learn more about Frogan.
on the
And indeed,
side
she's as bad as I thought,
observer.
if not just an even worse human being than we both thought. Beyond
Semi-famous.
cooked. No one will ever defend her
Oh,
besides Hassan
no.
Piker. Even Hassan Piker sometimes doesn't come out and defend her. So it's just a matter of time before people realize.
Even
and
Hassan.
like, holy shit, this person's actually horrible. But anyways, with that said, thank you so much for watching. I'm starving.
Trump
It's
has
time
3
to
kids,
leave,
so
I
he's
have
used
to
to
go.
it.
Make sure you drop a like and subscribe to the channel if you're new. And I'll see you next time. All right.
Thank you. Oh. Iran from Human Rights Watch news of an 11-year-old girl in the Iranian city of Lam or Elam. What is that? All you could say, she's worried about being harassed. She needs to stop streaming. Oh, if she's worried about being harassed, she needs to stop streaming. I mean, to a point, you know what I mean? Like, because you can be harassed in the sense that you can get swatted or whatever. Like, people get swatted. And I feel like that's not something you should expect. You know what I mean? Because you should expect to feel safe in your own country. Like, why am I getting, like, you know what I mean? Why would those people? So, like, I think up to a certain level, like, you can at the very least expect, like, people to be haters, quote unquote haters, or, like, have trolls or whatever, you know what I mean? But to the extent that some people go, it's like, you shouldn't have to expect that. Like, that's just makes me sad for society. Do you know what I mean? That's for people who really hate you. There are thousands of streamers making 100K a year. You will only be barely recognized. That's perfect. 100K a year and be barely recognized, or not, or rarely recognized. That's the perfect spot to be. Let's try and get there. Oh, I need to change my goal. V-Day's over. I need to change it. Who would dare hate Hunniebee? I don't know. There's an audience for everything, I guess. And then there's the people on the other spectrum who, I don't know. Hopefully nobody does, but at the same time, I feel like some people might. But what can you do? That's life. Howdy, Glockwork Orange. How's it going? When does Elon have time to make more kids? Ashley St. Clair, baby mama 13. Oh, what? He's already on to a different, like, mom, baby mom.
With Wise, you can spend and send money overseas with no hidden fees. And
This is next. Are they married or just like happens to be a baby mama? It doesn't say. Oh boy, it doesn't say. They're married, does it? Influencer? She's a MAGA influencer? That's funny. She hasn't. Wait. She says Elon Musk hasn't acknowledged their baby. Is that true? Is that what's happening?
Deep down, I kind of always knew that I would one day have
to
make a video like
This
this.
is video. This is
what that day
we're talking
would
about.
never come. But
I had this video lined up.
yesterday, it came to my attention, or it was brought to my attention, that Elon Musk can be, or maybe already is, compromised. Now, before I go any further, let me explain one thing, because some of you might not actually know me or where I stand when it comes to these kind of things. Personally, I like Elon Musk right now. I like and agree with most.
All you can say is if she worried about being harassed. Oh wait, sorry. Hold on. A child does not have the capacity to think that high of their father. Children don't have that high of capacity for much of anything. That's why we can't assume that children can consent. They're like, what's with this weird shift into thinking kids can consent for anything and everything, it seems. Sweden official! Sweden official, thank you so much. Thank you. Sure is good of Iran to deal so well with the evils of Zionists. Good thing Zionists have been exposed themselves so much too. This biatch here just cried about being harassed on stream and called someone an ugly ass bitch. Can you start a Hunniebee coin? Should I? When does Elon have time to make more kids? Oh wait, okay, we're back. Okay, there are thousands of streamers making Rapaley. That's for people who really hate you. He already has another kid coming. Honey-ons are contagious. Oh no, I'm sorry. Elon been busy. Would you have a kid with Elon? No. What kind of a question? Oh, Hunniebee, what do you think of Tulsi Gabbard? I like her. I like Tulsi Gabbard. What does the chat think of her? Things sure aren't looking good for them. Twitch was hacked in 2020 and all the earnings of all Twitch streamers was leaked. Someone inside Twitch gave the dark web the Excel spreadsheet. Why am I not surprised? You think Elon is very bad, so baby drama is a distraction. Oh, interesting, Cat of Bikes. You never know. Could be. Why are we talking about the capacity to consent? This isn't what you were talking about. What were you talking about, Skujort? What were you talking about? Hello, Sweden. How's it going? So what Elon will do, what he has always done. Get a test, get a trust for his many kids, move on to work. Oh, man. Like, he doesn't have to freaking worry or do anything about, like, he doesn't have to worry in that sense, like, you know. I don't know. I don't know his life. Honestly, I don't know anything about, I don't know much about him. So I'm not gonna comment. But let's see what this is about.
Not all, but most. I fully support what he's doing with DOGE. You know, pointing out all of the corruption, exposing all of the fraud, shrinking the government, finding all of these ridiculous things that we've been spending money on. I fully support all of that. So understand that this video is not against really Elon Musk or...
You found her recently, she's conservative, so you like her?
Right now. This video is not really even to take a jab at Elon Musk.
Well, she didn't support Israel.
That we'll be discussing in this
so
video.
She chooses a side, does she? Elon's dad is a real... I feel like both the Republicans and the Democrats, I feel like both kind of support Israel. Is it just me?
Elon can be
Am I right in that? Saying that?
Now, for those of you all who might not know, yesterday,
it's her opinion to support Israel.
Influencer, I guess you would call her a right-wing social media influencer.
Elon's dad
by the name of Ashley
is a real work of art.
Announced that she had
Elon's dad is a real work of art. He divorced his last wife to be with his stepdaughter. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Not that Elon's dating any sort of stepdaughter, but like, I don't know. Just like not kind of staying with one. It's her opinion to support Israel. Democrats support Hamas. But not the actual Democratic Party, right? I feel like the actual, because like, for example, Kamala Harris is married to a Jewish guy. So like, to say Kamala supports Hamas, I feel like, I don't think that's true, even if she says she does. Which I don't think any leaders are saying they do, because you can't really say that, can you? So like, it's interesting. It's interesting.
About 5 months ago. Now, this announcement immediately rubbed me the wrong way because of how they went about this announcement, or how Ashley went about this announcement.
So wait, you guys, somebody in the chat said this is a distraction, and I feel like that's where he's gonna go with this.
Because
Let's
Elon,
see.
at the time of this recording, has yet to acknowledge that this is his child. But Ashley made this announcement, and she worded it in a way to paint herself out as a victim to shield herself from criticism. She claims that, the media was going to expose that she had a kid by Elon Musk, that they were going to attack her and drag her and all of this, but she provided no evidence that any of this was happening. Now, I know how the media operates. I do not put that past them. But I also know a grifter when I see it. I also know I know when someone's trying to paint themselves out as a victim, so that the criticism isn't aimed at them and it's aimed at somewhere else. Because she made this announcement almost as if she was forced to make this announcement because of the media.
He isn't wearing a yarmulke. He isn't Jewish. That's called narcissism. What? They don't wear that all the time. And I'm sure, like, anyway, I'm sure there's like different, sects or whatever, if that's the right word. Democrats have a pro-Hamas wing called Democratic National Socialist, who are anti-Israel. They support several House members. Interesting.
She claims that she doesn't want any spotlight, attention, or anything like that. She claims that she just wants privacy, yet she made this very public announcement before the media ever said anything. And it's really giving me Harry and Meghan vibes. My privacy, my privacy. Screaming about your privacy while doing things in public, trying to get attention. That's how this announcement about this baby came across to me. She's claiming she wants privacy by announcing to millions upon millions of people on X that she just had a baby by Elon. But she knows that because of the type of influencer she is, that she would receive criticism for this. Because you see, she's supposed to be like this I don't want to necessarily say conservative, but more of a conservative, right-wing, trad wife type of influencer. She's the type of influencer that looks down on other single mothers, that would look down on people having children, you know, without being married and stuff like that. So she kind of got exposed as being a huge hypocrite. But to shield herself from any of that...
Hi, Microwavable. How's it going?
I'm a victim of this, I'm a victim of that. I just want my privacy, while announcing to the entire world that I just had Elon's baby. So, therefore, I'm definitely not going to get any privacy. But let's be real. You do not have a child with the richest man on earth because you want privacy. You have a child with the richest man on earth because you want the exact opposite. And that's what she wanted. And Ashley got what she wanted. She got knocked up by the richest man on planet Earth. One of the most prominent figures on planet Earth. And
okay, so he's not denying that she got knocked up. Got it.
5 months to make this announcement. She waits until the middle of Elon Musk being wrapped up in exposing all of this stuff with DOGE. So now the conversation about the stuff that Elon is exposing with DOGE is going to turn into a conversation about how Elon knocked up some social media influencer who's almost like 20 years younger than him. That's where the conversation is going now. But it doesn't stop there. You see, out of all days, she could have announced this on the 13th. She could have announced this today on the 15th. She could have announced this next week or 2 months ago. But she dropped this information prime time on Valentine's Day of all days. Now, I've dealt with enough women to know that women can be very...
You think he worked it out?
And some of you watching this video are like, no, that's not true. But others...
What did he say?
You're like women to know that women can be very petty.
Women can be very petty, okay.
And some of you watching this video are like, no, that's not true. But others, you're like, yeah, we can be petty, all right. She made this announcement on Valentine's Day, prime time, dinner time on Valentine's Day. Why? Most likely because she's sitting at home alone with Elon's baby, and Elon's out whining and dining someone else. I do, like I always tell you,
you're good. That's good to hear.
It doesn't fly over my head.
Ooh.
That you had a baby.
You just watched the hockey game. Who was playing? And who won?
With Elon on Valentine's Day around, 7 or 8 p.m. Right around the time that everyone's having their Valentine's dinners with their dates or their significant others. So Ashley was sitting at home alone, a single mother with Elon's child, while Elon was doing God knows what, and she decided, hey, prime time to drop this bombshell. Let's ruin Elon's Valentine's Day real quick. Now, I mentioned that I wanted to point out some hypocrisy here. So let's go ahead and get that over with.
Who can be easily convinced? Person the video is talking about? The woman against Elon. Yes. Oh, I see. It is a distraction for you to look into the baby drama. You like someone else to figure it out. This guy in the video is figuring it out. True.
Now, to be clear, once again,
women, okay.
Insight to who I am or where I stand. I'm not a very judgmental person when it comes to things like this. The point of this video is not for me to be judging Ashley for having Elon's baby. But the point of this video is for me to point out the hypocrisy.
No way, Microwavable. Canada lost. How?
One that you would really consider hardcore conservative.
Lame.
I'm not someone that considers myself conservative. I really don't pledge allegiance to any political party or any political movement. I go with what makes sense to me at the time. And right now, at this time, the right, conservatives, if you will, they're making more sense to me. And it's kind of easy to make more sense than the left right now, because the left is like caught up in la la land, men can be women and all this other stuff. I can't go along with that. Okay, sorry. But people like Ashley, and the people that Ashley surrounds herself with, these other social media influencers that all pretend to be hardcore conservatives, they sit on social media all day and they Bible thump, they act holier than thou, they act like they're better than other people because of their values, and then when someone like Ashley, a woman that's 26 years old, Elon is 53, has a kid with Elon.
Canada does no ice.
There's no intentions of them getting married. There's no relationship here. Nothing. It looks like Elon just knocked this girl up after he saw her once or twice. And listen, there's more details that we're going to get into. I'm almost getting ahead of myself here. There's a lot of details that we got to unpack, so just bear with me. But right now, all of these influencers that constantly preach about how important it is to maintain the nuclear family, all of these influencers that act like it's a sin, you're gonna freaking burn in hell if you have a kid, you're not married. How dare you have sex before marriage? How dare you do this? These preachy type of conservative influencers, right? Now they're all congratulating Ashley. Oh my God, this 26-year-old freaking ethot got pregnant by the richest man in the world. Obviously a scheme, right? Obviously a scheme to get set up for life. Now Ashley never has to work again a day in her life. She had a baby by the richest man in the world. She's basically a gold digger, right? But everyone's, oh my God, Ashley's so stunning and brave. So stunning and brave that you allowed Elon to, ejaculate inside you and form a baby, even though he has no intentions of ever being a family with you. And he won't be that active in this kid's life. Yeah, he has enough money to pay for it. So that's another thing, we gotta make that clear. It's not like Ashley got knocked up by some broke dude on the streets that she's gonna have to, struggle to find to maybe pay some child support. No, she got knocked up by the richest man on earth. So yeah, the baby's gonna be well taken care of financially, but I don't know about emotionally. But the point that I'm making here is all of these accounts that constantly preach to you about conservative traditional values, they don't really believe in any of that stuff. It's all a grift to make money off of you. It's all a grift to gain your support. They don't really align with those values at all. Because if they did, they wouldn't be sitting here congratulating Ashley for being a gold digger that somehow managed to go from being a random person, posting stuff on Twitter to being someone who just had a child with the richest man on earth. So all of these influencers that tell you to live a certain lifestyle, they're congratulating Ashley for doing the exact opposite. And the reason I point out the hypocrisy so much is because Ashley is one of these people herself. You could go look up all of these different social media posts that she's done throughout time, and she's constantly talking about, single mothers and stuff like that, when she is a single mother herself now. And she was already a single mother before this. So now she's a single mother of 2 with 2 different baby daddies. And Elon, how many freaking baby mamas does Elon have? Like freaking 8, 5, 6? I kind of lost count. He has like 12 or 13 kids now. But all of these super uber conservative Bible thumping super Christian accounts have no problem. They would call
Lauren Southern was screwing Destiny, yet doing paid appearances on her conservative values when she was married. What?
Someone like Ashley out if she had less followers, or if she was someone who was on the left. They would call her out. They would call her out if her baby daddy wasn't Elon Musk. And this is where I have a problem, because there's something called like blind allegiance, right? Remember how I told you I don't, pledge allegiance to any political party? Right here.
She was married. Who was she married to?
I will go against all of the values that
Oops.
for herself now. And she was already a single mother before this. So now she's a single mother of 2 with 2 different baby daddies. And Elon, how many freaking baby mamas does Elon have? Like freaking 8, 5, 6? I kind of lost count. He has like 12 or 13 kids now.
Party of Canada.
But all of these super uber conservative Bible thumping super Christian accounts have no problem. They would call someone like Ashley out if she had less followers, or if she was someone who was on the left. They would call her out. They would call her out if her baby daddy wasn't Elon Musk. And this is where I have a problem.
She worked for Rebel Media.
There's something called like blind allegiance, right? Remember how I told you I don't, pledge allegiance to any political party? Right here, there's this blind allegiance to Elon Musk. I will go against all of the values that I preached, right? All of these conservative influencers are going against the very values that they preach.
Nothing about divorce.
Garner this big following, they're going against it because, we have to pledge allegiance to Elon Musk. We can't go against Elon or say anything negative against Elon. Now that right there doesn't necessarily compromise Elon, but it shows you that all
What's
of
her
influencers that you look up to, that
husband's name,
they
yo?
be compromised, and they already are. And most of them are not about what they talk about. They do not practice what they preach. And luckily, Ashley exposed that for us yesterday. And I know that online right now, all over social media, people are like digging through Ashley's past. Allegedly she was a cam girl. She was selling photos, nude photos to gamers and stuff like that. And she used to
like, who cheats on their husband with Destiny? No offense to this lady, but who cheats on their husband with Destiny? Like, no offense. No offense to the lady. I don't, to Destiny, whatever. But to the lady, some offense. Just kidding.
Actually, when she was younger, but people do change. I'm a different person than I was when I was younger. We all change. But people are acting like Ashley's like some old wise person who has learned what she
not so erudite as did as well. Like
it's from literally a few years ago. And if you look at her track record, you understand that she was trying to.
The fact that anyone slept with Destiny is like, you know what I mean? But hey,
was going to rise to the top, and now she grifted her way
into you booze, except
man on planet Earth.
Maybe not.
And that's kind of scary when you think about it. That Elon can be this easily compromised. Sure, maybe the government can't take Elon.
They hardly ever live up to their values. Yeah, they don't.
Now,
they never do.
Said that they already suspected this and they already saw this coming, because for a while now, Elon and Ashley have been kind of interacting on social media. You see, Elon often shares her posts, and when Elon shares someone's posts on X, it's a big deal. Because usually that person, their account explodes. They get a lot of followers. They can get a lot of money from it. So people have been questioning why Elon was propping this girl
Destiny
up
leaked
for a
his
while
DMs with Lauren to an OnlyFans model to impress her.
Which I'm not sure if she was ever pregnant at all, but we'll get into that. But around the time that she should have been pregnant with Elon's child, or around the time that she should have had Elon's child, she was on X bragging about how she's all of a sudden getting bigger payouts.
I think there's a video here on Destiny, actually.
Weird, right? Oh, you're getting bigger payouts on X? And, at the time, people were wondering why. They didn't think much of it, but now we know it's because you were having Elon's child. So now your paychecks on X are getting larger artificially because Elon is pumping you with money. But
her paychecks on X are getting big.
Elon is pumping your account, and this is where
that doesn't look good.
This is really shady because there's people who have strong, prominent voices in these certain political movements and parties, right? And some of these people are artificially being propped up by Elon Musk. Ashley was one of them. Now we know that there's a huge conflict of interest here. Elon was not promoting Ashley's page so much because she was just
Hi,
smart and
Stacy.
qualified
How's
to
it
do everything she
going?
was talking about. No, it was because he was putting his man goo inside of her.
Ew.
Ashley wasn't promoted because Ashley was really smart and had good talking points. Ashley was promoted because Elon was putting his man juice inside of her. And now I'm questioning, wait, I'm looking at all of these other big accounts on X and I'm wondering, what are y'all doing for Elon Musk?
Hey.
What are y'all doing for Elon Musk, and why is your account so promoted? Because if you look at large accounts, you don't even follow them, but they'll constantly come across your feed. Ashley is one of them. I don't know much about Ashley. I never followed her a day in my life, but I'm constantly seeing her post. Why? Because obviously we know now that Elon has personal relationships with some of these
So much for a non-censored platform or, you know, unbiased platform.
What he's doing with them, but he's propping them up for, well, at least in Ashley's case, because she's carrying
Doing pretty good, Stacy. That's good to hear.
his child. So this whole time that Ashley's been out here as a
For years, she said she was not cheating with Destiny when she was cheating with Destiny. Football can be fun to watch for sure. Nice. Oh, nice.
influencer, you know, trying to bring people in and sway people into
Milo, what are
supporting
you
Elon Musk.
doing?
They didn't know that the whole time she was Elon Musk, like, you know, one of his baby mamas.
Milo.
No, and that's all we can call it because there's not a strong connection. There was never a relationship. There's cameras on Elon all the time. He wasn't out whining and dining Ashley St. Clair. No, he got her knocked up randomly. And let's just go ahead and get into it. We don't even know if he actually impregnated her like a normal person. Because you see, Elon Musk uses IVF. The past, I believe, 2 women that he's had kids with, they were, I guess, what you would call test tube babies. IVF.
But why?
I'm not sure if he's even literally laying down with these women
Milo.
having sex. He's like, I don't even know if he's artificially inseminating
I don't
them.
think Elon Musk has. Like, I can't see him doing that. He's like, I don't have time for this. Just get it in a test tube and be done with it.
I think in some cases there are surrogates that are carrying these babies.
I
which
need
makes
to get to
the
Mars.
situation much weirder for me, right? As I mentioned, I don't follow Ashley. I don't keep
3
up
kids
her.
with
I mean, I've
Grimes.
seen her on certain podcasts, and most of what I've seen from Ashley, I agree.
I
with her
remember
on.
that. I thought they were still together, but like he's already on to like a next person. I didn't realize.
But from the people who do follow her closely, they say that they never saw her pregnant. The 9 months that she should have been pregnant with Elon's child, she was posting photos and doing, you know, podcasts and random stuff like that, and people say that they never noticed that she was pregnant. So maybe she never was pregnant. There's a huge possibility here that there was a surrogate involved. And like I said, that makes the situation so much more creepy for me. Because when you look at Ashley and you look at Elon, let's be real. Ashley isn't physically attracted to Elon Musk, all right? Elon's a 52-year-old dude. Ashley's 26. She's not attracted to Elon physically. She's attracted to the money and the power, right? There's no love involved, nothing. And it looks like there might not even be sex involved. It looks like Ashley may have gotten paid off to be a mother of one of Elon's...
He has 13 now? Holy
and what type
cow.
of financial incentive is there? Is Elon going and finding random 25-year-olds on Twitter and asking them, hey, can I, you know, have a IVF baby with you? And you see, once you go down that path and you start questioning things like that, then you realize, oh, okay, this is how Elon could be easily compromised. You don't have to worry about this judge or the government doing this. No, eventually there will be some young woman who is going to Me Too Elon, who's going to expose a lot of this weird, creepy stuff that's going on behind the scenes. Because as of right now, it kind of looks like Elon is paying people to have his test tube babies. And Lord Jesus, man. Oh my God. I don't know. There's just something about this that gives me a real icky feeling inside. And I don't even use the word icky, but this makes me feel icky. And I know that there are some idiots watching this with low comprehension skills that will assume that I'm against IVF. This whole video is against IVF. That's not
From 4 different ladies, so 13. Wow.
I have a weird feeling about Elon Musk inside and in the back of my mind. As I explained earlier, I like him and support him right now. I like what he's saying. I like what he's doing, but I cannot forget.
Why 13? Like, and like they're not even like accidental. They're they're lab grown. And you know, not lab grown. You know what I mean? IVF or whatever. Like that's when you do that. Like that's on purpose. You know, you're having the kid on purpose, or kids plural, because sometimes IVF you get more than the one.
Forget the fact that he is one of the most prominent figures, you know, bringing AI forward and pushing AI, artificial intelligence. Elon Musk is one of the most prominent people pushing forward like humanoid robots, right? Humanoid robots and androids that will one day replace humans in the workforce. Elon Musk is the person that's pushing for Neuralink and brain chips. And all of that, in my opinion, is anti-human at its core. Like, have you guys ever watched a movie? I've watched enough movies to know what happens when robots and AI gets out of control. It's almost as if no one has seen the freaking Terminator these days. So yeah, when I hear about, you know, AI and these robots and the brain chips, I mean, come on, the brain chip is a no-brainer, no pun intended, right? What could happen if that falls in the wrong person's hands? People out here with chips in their brains that can control how they move and what they think. Do you think that that's going to end up well? Do you not think that there are dark forces at play here in this world that would take advantage of that? Do you think
Oh, I know there
people running
are.
around with brain chips in their brain that can't control them, that
Be
somehow
careful
can't
out
control?
there, everyone.
I don't think that's good. I don't think that's a good thing
He
at all,
had
right?
6 kids with
So
his
there's a lot of
first
things about
wife
Elon Musk that I
naturally.
don't trust,
Wow,
that I am
that's
unsure
true.
about. And a lot of it is kind of weird and
She pushed
anti-human
out
thing.
6 kids.
And
No
if you think
wonder
about
he
Elon Musk
moved on.
finding random 24-year-olds,
Guess who farted? How
maybe
dare
giving
you
them
say
brains to have
that?
test tube babies, it really starts feeling kind of weird. It really feels
He-
like something out of a sci-fi movie.
He
And
burnt
mark
her
my
out with
words. Remember what I'm
babies.
about to say right now. Take a picture,
So
write it
so he burnt her out and then leaves her. So it's like, you know what I mean? That's the life of a woman. Oh, my back. My back. Oh, shit. You don't see how that makes him compromised. He is bad to start with. You've known he's bad since he introduced Tesla.
One of these children, one of these women that he's creating these test tube babies with, one of them, if not multiple, will be weaponized and used against him in the future. Most likely, the near future. And I know that for sure. Because Elon has become the media's new boogeyman. You turn on CNN and MSNBC, they're not crying and complaining about Trump as much as they are crying and complaining about Elon. A lot of the people who made their entire personalities about hating Donald Trump have now turned into the Elon haters. Now they have Elon derangement syndrome. So there's already a faction of people out here looking to take Elon down. They're looking for whatever ammo they can find. And right now it looks like there's plenty of it. Because I can almost guarantee that actually St. Clair ain't the only one. I can almost guarantee that there's probably other social media influencers out here, these other prominent women on Twitter, they're probably secretly Elon's baby mamas as well. Or maybe they don't know it yet, they're in line to become one in the future. You have to ask the question.
Elon
Do
gets
you
a
really want to be
vasectomy.
advice? Do you really want to be following up with a social media influencer that will sell out all of her values and for the right price just become a random single mother for the richest family who has no intentions of ever being with you, no intentions of ever being a family, no intentions of really spending quality time with your kid? You're just kind of there as the next test tube baby mama. I'm sorry, you guys can think and do what you want, but that's not someone that I want to look to for information. I don't want to look to a random baby mama that sold her eggs out to the highest bidder. You know what I mean? I don't think that you're a person that holds enough value for yourself. I don't think you respect yourself enough for me to listen to really anything you have to say. But as I explained earlier, these people are huge hypocrites.
All his
And
kids
they're
will hate
running
each
around with
other?
this nonsense, even though it goes against everything that they've preached about this entire time. I find that kind of
I don't know.
kind of insulting to their audiences, not me, because I knew how these people were all along. But I'm hoping that this pulls the wool away from some people's eyes, because a lot of people are blindly following some of these influencers, not realizing who and how they really are. They're not who you think they are, and they will compromise their values. They will go against everything they've preached in a moment's notice if they think they have something to gain from it. And all of these people congratulating Ashley on this test tube baby all think they have something to gain from it. Well, if I'm nice to her, then maybe Elon Musk will promote my account next. If I'm nice to her, maybe Elon will choose me. Please choose me, Elon. Have a test tube baby with me. So before you know it, it's like this whole little right-wing movement, if you even want to call it that. I don't know what to call it anymore. The whole thing is compromised. Because damn near every heavy hitter, prominent figure we had over here has now showed you that they are not about what they preach about. They are.
Have you guys seen that that Netflix? Hey me 3woo, how's it going? Have you guys seen that Netflix show where the guy has like 1,000 babies or something, 1,000 kids? Like he donates to like everyone and anyone he can, and it becomes a whole scandal in Europe and kind of all over the world actually. Yeah, so that just reminded me of that. Like, what is he doing? Tesla was never about making a car to save the environment. It was always a luxury car to be promoted by the taxpayers. Why am I not surprised?
Willing to sell out to the highest bidder being Elon Musk. And the fact that I, of all people, out of the thousands of YouTubers and social media influencers out there, I of all people, the fact that I am the one willing to address this is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that I'm the one that has to sit down and make this video because these other social media influencers that should be making this video are afraid to. And it's crazy because I have never made my entire personality, I haven't shaped my entire online personality around being someone that promotes hardcore family values. I haven't shaped my entire online persona around me being a hardcore Catholic or Christian. I don't Bible thump and preach to people about certain things. I don't look down upon people because they're going against what the Bible says. I'm not someone that painted myself out to be an ultra-conservative to get followers like these.
How many does he have we don't know about, you see?
Are willing to mention this. In fact, they're clapping like seals congratulating it. Someone like me has to call it out. Someone like me who usually doesn't even dive into these type of topics, I have to call this out because they're unwilling. I, someone who's not an ultra-conservative, someone who's not super religious, has to call out the ultra-conservative, super religious people because they've just exposed that they are frauds and phonies. And I mean, like I said, it's ridiculous. And those of you watching this video right now, I want you to understand how ridiculous this is, especially if you're aware or you know of a lot of these prominent figures that I'm talking about. All of these prominent figures that everyone loves so much.
It's going splendid. Nice. I'm doing okay.
So I think that says a lot.
Just chilling.
Because this is something
trying
that
to
should
sit.
have been talked about and addressed.
I broke my leg a while ago, so I'm.
And it's crazy because, in case I haven't pointed this out enough,
It's hard for me to move
I'm not the person
sometimes.
that's like, oh my god, you had a baby with a 50-year-old, you're gross. I'm not the person that's like, oh my god, you had a baby and you weren't married, you're gonna burn in hell. What is wrong with you? But the people who are those kind of people seem to be very popular amongst the right. And the right follows along with everything they say, and they don't realize that they're following a bunch of hypocrites, a bunch of false prophets. And I put out a video recently about false prophets. And these are false prophets. False prophets don't always have to be necessarily religious in nature. They can be people who are, injecting you and promoting other things while not actually practicing what they preach. And that's what everyone has been exposed. Everyone's been exposed that they are false prophets. False prophets of Christianity. False prophets of conservatism.
I crashed my electric scooter and I landed on my side. So that's how. Landed on my thigh. Did I try to Sparta a building? No, nothing that cool. Was that the movie Starbuck about the French guy who got punched that hammer for money to find out they used his stuff to make 100 kids? I don't think he was French. I think he was like Swedish or something. Yeah, it was pretty painful, and like the pain never really went away, and I have like a lot of back pain. I feel like I just need to like decompress my spine or something, but I need a proper lumbar pillow, but I also just need a year of recovery, honestly.
This video by stating that I was the only one that reached out to everyone involved in this story, and that I want to preface this video by stating that I was the only one that reached out to everyone involved in this story, and that the victims weren't just used by Destiny, but by YouTubers trying to frame themselves as heroes. One of them is still lying about what he did. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I personally care about the victims either. I don't know them. However, I do have the basic human decency to not try and sabotage them. I pride myself on doing a good job, and this video is finally up to those standards. So enjoy! Destiny is a political streamer that has framed himself as a moral authority. I've gone on his shows, cited his appearances often when covering the Red Pill. He's framed himself as someone who's fighting for respecting women.
I think there's an intention within DDG, from what I can tell, from what you say and what people say,
he respects women.
Make women feel comfortable in the space. Is that correct?
There's an intention from me. There's probably an intention from part of my community.
He thinks teenagers should get dating advice from him rather than their own stupid parents.
Person comes up to you and starts saying some weird stuff. You just sit there with this 13-year-old and then you start having conversations extended about them about dating.
Yeah, I have before. What do you mean?
Yesterday you were trying YouTube X3 speed. It's funny. For your broken ankle, which never healed correctly, they told you to do yoga. Did you do yoga? Or did you not do yoga and that's why it didn't heal correctly? You need someone to stretch you upwards or do those monkey bars exercises. Yeah. Maybe I'll gain some height. Maybe.
No, would I tell if a
you didn't do the yoga?
Young person came up to me and they were asking me
That's why.
questions about some like boy problems or something? Yeah, I'd probably say, yeah, of course. What do you mean, I'm a 35-year-old man? Of course I'm gonna have better advice for them than some random high school person. Yeah, of course. If a 15-year-old girl came up to me and she's like, there's some weird shit going on with a boy in my high school, I'd say, oh no, don't talk to me, honey. Go ask another 15-year-old boy, or ask your retarded fucking mom and dad who are gonna tell you to never talk to any boys ever. No, what the why would I not talk to a person? Wait, what?
Yet Destiny has a longer list of women he's had sexual interactions with that now hate him than any of these guys. Almost all of which have been labeled as crazy, unhinged psychos, liars.
Yeah, like, I can be a pretty cool motherfucker. And yeah, you know, me and Milene have problems, but I don't think I with all of this. I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes, calling people ugly behind their backs while telling them I want to them because they're like trying to go up on shows that I'm like a producer of.
But recent leaks showed Destiny sharing sex tapes of his past partners without their consent to a 19-year-old named Rose in an attempt to get laid. I can't help but wonder, was there any truth behind their stories?
Hey, oh my god, sticks.
Without consent or anything,
that has been my past 5 years.
Then there's the aspect of how these stories broke. Coming from two YouTubers, President Sunday and Beckett, who never reached out to the victim, were never given permission to share any of this. Yet they did it anyway, confirming it's her in the leaks to the general public, framing her as a suicide baiter for saying she'd kill herself if her parents found out.
Pixie did the worst thing that someone in her position could do. Rather than seek legal recourse or make a public statement denouncing the violation of her consent and dignity that these leaks represented,
she was literally doing both of those things.
She seems to have ultimately...
You needed surgery? Yeah, I got surgery, but I still have to do the yoga and the physio and all that kind of stuff. But it still didn't heal after surgery? Or what? So when the plan wasn't just a luxury market, contrary to your claim, gotta get that PT in. Oh my god, Sticks, how's it going? What do you mean the PT? I mean, what do you mean by that? Get that back checked out. You put yours off for too long. Well, I'm pretty sure it has to do with the fact that I broke my femur. So like, they're just gonna say it's because of my leg and I have to wait a year, and if it persists, then if the issues persist, then, you know, then we'll see. But they're just gonna say there's still swelling or something, probably. Hopefully that's all it is. You want to do monkey bar exercise to gain height, but you can't reach them. That's funny. Has anyone even seen a Destiny stream? You have not. I've never seen a Destiny stream. I've only seen, like, you know, drama. Physical therapy, yep. Pixie was 17 when she met Destiny and said they got physical at 18, so he was grooming her. How much older was he? The cars are not built to last and are becoming an environmental disaster. That is so true, Kat. XNV, when it comes to like electric vehicles, I don't think they're the future personally. Like, there's a lot to say about them, but yeah, I just don't really think they're the future.
chosen to try and profit from the situation by extorting Destiny.
This guy
Did they put any iron rods or screws? Yes, I have 2 iron rods. So I have one all the way down the femur, and then into my hip is like one giant screw rod. And then I have like 2 screws at the knee. And I have zip ties. I guess they're medical grade metal zip ties. I don't know. Holding the bone together because it broke literally like in 2 places. Oh my god, it was disconnected basically. Aw, me3woo, thank you so much for the followage. Thank you for following for 2 months, 25 days, and 22 hours. Late 20s? Oh, yeah, that's no. Do we know their conversations were that way prior to her being of age? Not defending him, but that's an accusation you've never seen evidence of. By the way, let me take a little break and we'll be back with... It says he confronted Destiny, so like it should be an interesting video. I might play it in increased speed, but anyways, BRB.
even try to understand the full story before making a video victim shaming her. While her parents certainly know now thanks to Sunday's journalism, if she dies, she dies, a risk he's totally willing to take on behalf of making
Sorry about
his
that,
YouTube
guys.
video. After Pixie was forced to go public, she would have other women reach out saying they also had their nudes shared without their consent. One girl even claimed she filed a police report on Destiny for secretly recording them having sex, which if true is such a violation of another person's privacy. I genuinely hope he faces criminal consequences for it. This is not the first time this accusation has come up.
The way that Lauren keeps saying this is that is implying that I'm recording me f***ing people or recording me like sexual stuff or something like that. That's how she implies it. When Lauren says it over and over again, that's what she's referring to.
The response he gave on Reddit as well as in his stream come off as absurd, like he's the victim.
A lot of vulture culture streams tonight. A lot of clout hungry people that wanted to spend 12 hours reacting to this are going to be very disappointed, and I'm sure they'll have their own conspiratorial reasons for why I'm saying what I am saying.
His friends have all disavowed him. His podcast host says he told his wife to leave him.
I'll say this also. I think Steven was a really shitty husband to Melina, okay? I'm coming out here saying it right now. I don't think Steve would deny it either, but it's not good the way that he was. I talked with Melina a lot of times, and she was crying and miserable and everything else, and Steve would say, what do you want me to say? I'm a selfish motherfucker. That's why I'm in the relationship that I'm in. He was like, what should I do? Should I leave? And I'll tell you this, I never was I was never no, you should stay and make things out. I told her multiple times.
Destiny is a predator. It's been well known for as long as he has been a streamer.
I was like, listen, if you feel like this,
I think that's what I hear, right? And it was I guess were people not able to prove it until now? Until this is undeniable proof.
it's an abusive relationship, get the fuck out of there immediately.
Acting like he's betrayed because nobody reached out to him.
I want to write up a list of all the people, actually, hold on. Because there were some people that
Nobody, literally nobody should be reaching out to him. Oop.
Figure out what was actually going on before they kind of decided to do all this crazy public stuff about it. I just want to read off a list of those people. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, and that's all of them. That was a little bit shocking as well, but okay.
So I reached out confronting him, asking him pointed questions, and his answers were disappointing. So much so it made me wonder why he would want anyone to reach out at all. His enemies would use all of this
yes, the screws. Cars in general are inefficient, but nothing wrong with electric. I just feel like with electric, they can glitch out and trap you in the car, or you know what I mean? I've heard horror stories, so I don't know. And they're only not the future because they're already here. But as in the future as in that's the standard.
To take victory laps on Destiny.
First of all, okay, I would say that
which it's not yet. They're trying to make it the standard, but I don't think it. Personally, I don't think it should be the standard.
Featured in these videos also sent videos of them and other people as well, but nobody talks about that.
Okay, classic. I just made up a no you defense, but that's cool.
Hassan is getting a W over the guy who was trying to get him banned for the past 3 months. Painful. Destiny would throw away all of his credibility because he wanted to goon. This is the sort of video I finish and I just want to shake my head in disappointment. I need Z-Biotic pre-alcohol to get through this. Rudy, we all have busy lives and we can't waste a day stuck inside sitting on the couch because we had a couple drinks the night before. Pre-alcohol is the first genetically engineered probe. Is the real dummy, not me. What I know is that it works and they plan on coming out with all sorts of products that have nothing to do with alcohol. So if you want to stay in the loop, go to zbiotics.com/WillyMac or scan the QR code right now if you want 15% off when using code WillyMac at checkout. And it's backed with a 100% money back guarantee if you're unsatisfied for any reason. That's how confident they are in their product. Thank you Z-Biotics for sponsoring this video. For background information, all these leaks are coming from a 19-year-old girl named Rose is Coming.
That kind of shit is literally disgusting, that he would try to trap a little girl, and I don't want to be presumptuous. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry if this upsets you because you're 19, or I'm sorry if this upsets you because you're 22 or something, right? Or if you're some legal guy or whatever, you know. When you're 19, you're a little kid, okay? Now, if you're 22, a 19-year-old's not a kid to you, okay? I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all the fucking same, dude.
Well, now he's 36 and still talking to 19-year-olds. This Rose person would either get hacked or leak the videos herself. We still don't know for sure. And all of these people's most embarrassing moments are now cemented.
What an idiot.
On. Now, it's worth noting that Destiny didn't share these images because he wanted to embarrass anyone. He was trying to goon with Rose.
Just because of some legal age of consent, whatever bullshit, I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old freshman in school as I would a fucking sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards any of those people is really fucking weird.
I'm listening to clips of Destiny from last year defending himself from women saying that he's secretly recording them.
Lauren.
The horror stories about Elon are from short sellers and pro-union Democrats who started a campaign against him because they are owned in part by UAW. The horror stories that I heard about are not about Teslas. The horror stories are just about electric cars in general. Hi Raptor! Make Canada great again! Are we part of the US yet? Are we part of the US yet? I want to make money off TikTok. Ooh, that'd be nice. But I don't want your healthcare system. You guys need to adopt our healthcare system, and then we'll be like the best country ever. You accept me with open arms. I knew you would. Oops. Oh, my back.
And keeps like typing messages that make it sound like I'm secretly recording people having sex. That's what it sounds like.
And then, oh look, what am I seeing on Twitter?
If you can find my Minecraft lawn, you can put an American flag
This
there.
girl named Sherry saying Destiny secretly.
Oh, that reminds me. I didn't even put the Minecraft server running. I said it. I said it in the thing, but I didn't even actually put it running. Hold on.
Is Destiny showing audio of a dude he hooked up with, saying this just ended with him finishing. Again, audio's scuffed because my phone was in my pocket. It was in your pocket. Was it there because he didn't know you were recording? This guy did an entire arc arguing with red pillars on boundaries with his wife and how you should treat women. These videos were not shared with consent. One of the victims was Pixie, who heavily trusted Destiny. She described herself as extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered. I had multiple long conversations regarding consent and boundaries with Destiny. Has all of these conversations about consent and boundaries and then does this without consent. Amazing. The fact that Destiny didn't maliciously share these videos might matter legally. That will have to be determined, but it doesn't really matter for the victims, now does it? Their nudes are out there for their parents, employers, and friends to see. The leaks happened in November. By the end of December, Kiwi Farms
Just don't tell your family about it, and
there were group
only
chats
only
but
strangers
in
will
this
see
story,
it.
Pixie confronted Destiny about sharing her nudes without consent.
I'm just
super
kidding.
sorry,
That's a
there's
terrible
literally
thing to
zero
say.
excuses. In DMs, Aaron wrote to Destiny, "You didn't leak it maliciously. You distributed it non-consensually." Yeah,
I get
know.
the point
I
that they're trying to make.
damaged her, confirming yes, he did do this, making him come off like a complete fraud. He has hours of content telling people how to live their lives, that they have no moral standards. Meanwhile, he's going on trips to Israel with his friend Lonerbox, while pocketing
You can
nudes of
definitely
the
make
girl he
a
was having
death
a
trap
thing
with a
There's
big
video
battery
of
metal
Pixie's
and
dad
wheels.
thanking
Don't buy
Destiny
one of
for
those.
being a good friend.
First of all, many thanks for being.
Oops.
Yeah, no problem.
So I heard that a woman, like, I don't know if she drove into a lake or if something happened and she ended up in a lake, and she couldn't get out of the car because it wouldn't open because it was getting like, you know, electricity and water doesn't mix. So I think the car was like glitching. She couldn't roll down the windows. She couldn't unlock the vehicle. So she freaking... And then another thing I saw was a car freaking drive itself until it crashed into something. And then what about that person that was like, got struck and killed? Like, I don't know. It's just... I'm good. I'm good with a hybrid. I hated your flag. Not your flag as in the American flag, but I hated the flag that you put in the Minecraft server that one time. That was annoying. The Honeywood sign. That was a pretty sick server. Not gonna lie. Hi, Tubby Moan. How's it going?
Doesn't have any friends.
That's not true. You're
No,
so
she has a
mean.
shit ton of friends.
Okay.
But she appreciates your friendship. And I appreciate that you are friends.
Yeah.
Thanks. Well, I try my best. I'm a friendly person, you know.
Bruh, this is painful to watch. Pixie is talking to Kyla here. They're friends, but Kyla has a conflict of interest. Her and her husband moved from Canada to work with Destiny. They uprooted their whole lives for this. Pixie emphasizes, Steven has to face the consequences proportional to his action. I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life. I'm essentially asking him to punish himself in a way I don't think he will or agree with without the law getting involved. I don't have a dollar amount from the top of my head. It just has to be enough for the rest of his life. If he thinks of the word nude, he associates it with the amount of money he lost. $1 million is a price that gets thrown around in later DMs, and upon reading that, me and a lot of other people initially laughed.
You missed our old server.
If somebody leaked my nudes, I would want their head. I can't have that, so $1 million from a millionaire sounds
We can
fair
make the
enough.
new server great again.
She's protecting Destiny in these messages. It wasn't clear to me before that this is what you wanted specifically. I
Make
understand
Honeywood
it was
great
more of a sense of
again.
Rehabilitation. Now, this was only one leak. You know how many times he's probably shared these nudes and not gotten caught? But Kyla's like, Pixie, you don't understand. He's super sorry. In an interview Kyla gave Tom, it comes off as her looking out for Destiny.
Just to me, like, recording somebody and then without their knowledge and leaking it is like a full-on, like it's a pretty like sexually invasive crime. Leaking somebody's nudes, I think, is also really bad. To be clear, I think it is really bad. But the issue is that I think it's fundamentally just
Oh my God,
more
Sticks. Wait,
common
you were already here,
issue that people
right?
do. It's definitely, in my
Or not
experience,
yet?
not the first time that somebody has like leaked nudes.
Earlier?
I think it's not okay. Like when you hear about like guys like showing other guys like tits that some girls sent her. Like I think it's gross, and there's a reason. why
Maybe
it's
not.
I mean that's, you know.
No
that's-
matter
I
that-
agree it's
hold
less
on.
severe, but you know,
So
this
that's
isn't.
why-
This is,
that's
but this
why
isn't
the
a bunch
line's
of. This isn't a bunch of high schoolers, right? This is a 35-year-old guy who's doing this.
No matter the type, it really comes down to the build quality, both the engineering that goes into it and the controls during manufacture. Tesla has seriously driven their brand into a wall, even ignoring the Musk issue. So when you say ignoring the Musk issue, I feel like there's a lot of issues that you could be talking about. So like, which Musk issue is Tesla ignoring? I'm curious. Twitch has a bug with mobile chat. No way. Hey, you know what? It does. I noticed that too. Bikini cat or biking cat. Not bikini. Biking cat, how you doing?
Sure, but the law and morals are different, right?
Boys will be boys is a crazy statement coming from someone whose last video is about feminism. She's like, only if Destiny does the worst thing possible will it matter to me.
The way I'm getting painted here is like really, really far from the truth, and I don't really know why.
You really do miss
You look like
when we
you're
used to
Celine
play all the time. I'm
No.
playing Minecraft tomorrow. Are you free tomorrow or are you free today? When are you free?
How he was going to correct all of this.
Basically, the moment that I saw like remorsefulness, accountability, and like a step-by-step plan of like how he was going to correct the issue, that's when I was like, okay, I can still work with this person because it's like the try and the accountability that matters to me.
What was his plan? Because all I saw was Destiny blaming his actions on being off of Vance. Apparently, if he's off of his meds,
What?
he doesn't have to respect people's privacy. Interesting.
That's
symptoms.
stupid.
I want to point out that Pixie stands by that Kyla was being a good friend despite how she comes off, and it's worth acknowledging that. When this story hit the wider public, Destiny gave a statement on Reddit. He titled it "Legal Arc Beginning in Mysterious Ways." Such wow. Which shows how unserious he is about this whole thing. Like, what if he gets criminally convicted?
Cars
Will he
simply
label
aren't
that
good
his prison
cars.
arc? He says he had no intention of these images or videos leaking, and that he hasn't spoken up for the following reasons. He was going to pursue litigation, most likely against
Aw.
the hacker and sites hosting the leaks, and that he didn't want to
You
bring
miss roasting me
publicity
on
to the
voice
material.
call.
3. I've been trying to move out
I
from
don't miss
covering
that.
drama content as it has had an increasingly negative impact on those in my life. You want to move on? Now that the drama's about you, it's not fun anymore. People always act like they're above covering drama when they become the subject matter. 4. One person involved has expressed suicidal thoughts in relation to the matter, and I did not want to exacerbate the situation by talking about it publicly. Now that's a nice sentiment, but it's already all out there. The real reason he's quiet is because it's going through litigation. I can't help but roll my eyes when I read parts of this. I increasingly felt uncomfortable by the language being used regarding to financial punishment and wanting to teach me a lesson, along with constant references to the precariousness
Precariousness.
of someone's mental health.
If the network drops on mobile, you have to restart your phone. So I switched. I feel like after a while, the chat just stops working on my phone, or I have to like restart the app. Not my phone, but the app. It's weird.
Oh, you're being punished. It's not supposed to be.
When we used to play Age of Empires, it was actually me roasting you. Oh yes, I would tear into you about recycling.
You know it's bad
The
when
good
top
old
comment is,
days.
I wish my streamer watched horse porn instead.
I want to f a woman as a horse.
I can't believe Destiny gave this guy a W. And his return stream wasn't any better, using the same song Dr. Disrespect came back with. Destiny's response isn't great. He's since banned all the alleged victims from his community. He said, bro, if I need to go on the sex offender list, I'm taking 20 other streamers. Okay, lol, W. Who are these 20 other streamers? Is there a Google Drive where perverts on Twitch upload other people's nudes? I repeat, how long has this been going on for? How sorry?
People are sick.
Not very. If
So I wouldn't be surprised, Willy.
Doing the same thing. But then I'm seeing Destiny's co-host Dan on
People
one hand
are
disavowing
sick.
Destiny for what he did, and then on the other hand threatening acquaintances.
If you're one of my coworkers out there and you're making your little bit of a strong statement about how much you condemn Destiny and everything else, you better not let me find you doing something else and signing some other bullshit off for someone else.
And cats, don't get me started.
If that's gonna be the case, either be all the way in or all the way out. Okay, that's all I'm gonna tell you. All these half in the door motherfuckers, too much of a pussy to do anything else. Like, I get it, fine. If you're a content creator, you rely on this for your fucking life, then fine. Then f off. Then say that Destiny's a pervert, all that type of shit, and go away forever. And that's what you should do. And f off permanently. Same front there. I will say that I think
Also
that
truck.
Steve has changed a lot.
Workaround is to go to another chat and come back. Interesting.
That type of person.
That's good to know.
You guys don't fucking you don't see it because you don't know who he is.
People don't want to hear about how much he's changed when this has all just happened.
But if you think that you're gonna say a strong statement, say that you're not fucking with him right now, and come back in 2 months, fuck you is what I have to say. You're worse than anyone. You're definitely worse than me. At least I'm honest about the situation. I've known the dude for 15 years. I can say that what he did was fucked up. He knows what he did was fucked up. He knows that he has to change, and he knows he's gonna have fucking consequences for it. But for fucking you, you're just a fucking weasel. All these motherfuckers that did this whole shit, all the way in, all the way out. Any of these motherfuckers try to come back in after they've done their little strong weasel statement.
You didn't know about any of it?
That noise.
How do you know he's changed, Dan? Did you know he was doing this? It's such an odd statement. How is Dan playing both sides this hard? So unless you stand by Destiny, you can't ever engage with him again. It's about to be a very lonely career. Abba called out Destiny, pointing out that this was always where his lifestyle was going to lead, and says that he has no respect for anyone he's intimate with.
I think that people look at some of the standard markers for trouble and they for some reason project a ton of stuff onto me, but I think I'm living like one of the healthiest, fullest lives that I possibly could be.
You know, constantly having poor relationships with women over a long period of time, or in other situations, STDs, different things like that. Eventually that hedonism comes back to bite them in the life, and they also recognize they could have invested that time a lot better.
No, shut up, Melina, shut up. Let him talk. What do you mean? Constantly anything you do in life that's going to increase like your ability to like have fun or do like crazy stuff or whatever, it's always going to carry with it like the risk of death, right?
Absolutely.
Like you have no chance of dying by falling out of a plane unless you go skydiving. But that's not an argument. It's never skydiving.
But it is an argument against maybe skydiving 1,000 times if you don't want to die that
Well,
way.
if you want to skydive 1,000 times, then you can skydive 1,000 times. Like what's wrong? Damn, what happened to all the self-empowerment shit that you guys were talking about earlier? If your lifestyle choices are like, damn, I would never want to deal with like a crazy girl or anything like that, that's totally valid. I think it's totally fine. I accept that that's probably true for most people. But like, I'm okay with the trade-off on that for like all the benefits that I get. I like f***ing a lot of people. I like traveling a lot. I like doing drugs. I like my stream shit. That's like super fun for me. To be like, well, doesn't bad stuff happen sometimes so you shouldn't do it? That doesn't compute to me.
Or others, because I think the main thing with this is you have to think about the activity. The activity involves hurting others. Like even Destiny, as good as he is at what he does, probably could admit he's broken a lot of hearts. He's disappointed a lot of women. He's made a lot of people upset. It's not just how he feels about it. When you involve other people in this kind of pursuit of pleasure, other people get hurt as well. I stand by what I said at the beginning. I don't feel bad for Steven whatsoever because he knew what he was getting into. He was brazen about it. When he was warned, when he said, hey, this is a bad idea, this is a bad lifestyle, he said, I don't care, I want to have fun. It's fun for me. That's why I like these mentally ill women.
He's had this.
There was an issue with the accelerator pedal very early in production, but that was one of the few legitimate issues you saw. I see a lot of like videos out of China with cars kind of, you know, bugging out, kind of driving on their own, doing things. Not to mention there's like graveyards upon graveyards of electric vehicles just like sitting in like purgatory, and they're all registered. They were all, I guess, like they were bought and registered for it to look like this they're doing better than they actually are in sales. And then they're just like sitting there rotting with all those batteries and all that. So like, I'm not down. It's like it's a craze kind of thing. And it's like, it seems that it's actually doing worse for the environment than it was intended to.
Public view for years, but no, guys, Dan and Kyle
Maybe
says
not
it's
so
changed
much in the
past
Western world, but at least, you know, the freaking graveyards of cars yeah, it's like, it's not looking good. The truck is still having exterior panel and trim issues, water issues, shorting it out and causing some sort of rusting with the suspension system. See, that doesn't sound good.
If you're currently hanging out with like a streamer that does like denial all day every day, or that has
that sounds
DUI
like
or something along those lines,
somebody we talk about here sometimes.
it's gonna be once we find that out, I think that's like gonna be kind of a rough one to be like why you threw someone under the bus just for clout.
Such a weird threat to throw out there to try and keep people in line. Well, I've hung out with a person who got a DUI, Dan. What are you gonna do about it? So I reached out to Destiny for some clarification. There's no point in even reading them to you because he copy and pasted the same response to every question, and he doesn't want to comment farther until he's past litigation. He clarifies, I'm aware that these answers are super unsatisfying, and it sucks that looks super guilty for me to
Tesla
respond
fans
this
on
way. Even
Reddit.
This might be saying too much, but any statement that I make could become part of a record for any court case, for any number of things that are foreseen and unforeseen to me right now. And there's a possibility that I say something that feels true, but ends up not being
Fleet
true in the future. He
EVs,
then gives an
including
example on how
school
seemingly
buses,
throwaway
set
comments can
in
lead
the
to big
graveyard
consequences in
parking
court. He's right,
lots
'cause honestly,
in
unless
many
he's supposed to
countries.
incriminate himself, he's going
That's
to let the
right,
legal process play out.
I
So
keep
asked
saying
Destiny if there was any
bikini
false charges
cat,
being pushed, and if there was
but
anything
it's
you wanted me to
biking
say that
cat. I'm
wasn't
so
already public.
sorry.
They're
I'm
clever
so
people validating prior
sorry.
individuals who are insane, despite
Forgive
there being no
me.
evidence to validate them is crazy conspiratorial nonsense. I assume he's talking about Mr. Girl's document where he lists every girl who has ever had a problem with Destiny. Destiny continues. There's obviously multiple affected parties, but it's rich that all these
Environmentally,
people
it's more of a
flat out
long-term
cancel culture
benefit.
and innocent until proven guilty, have no problems making the most insane assumptions about a man, and have no problem engaging with people who are insanely toxic when it comes
We'll
to male
see.
victims of any kind of weird sexual shit. He defended himself a bit more on Twitter against Nick, saying, I didn't admit to
You will
anything.
have to
Meanwhile,
produce
he can
more
just read the
CO2 to
messages,
build
but Destiny says,
electric
yeah, I know.
if
I've
your
damaged
system
us
isn't
severely.
electric
Nobody
yet.
cares about you being the victim because you caused all of this. There is no expectation for Kiwi Farms being the good guy. They have the leaks because you shared them with Rose. He goes on
That's
to say
true.
that people named Lav and Kelly Jean have been distributing his nudes, revenge porn in the literal truest sense. How many crazy women are part of this guy's life? At what point can I victim blame him? Ryan Beard's telling a story about how some girl named Anna is stalking you, and your solution was to sext her.
He did stalk me.
That she locked. Okay, then why are you sexting with her still?
We're cool. We've been cool for a year, Max.
Okay, so you acknowledge that you've been sexting with her for a year.
Yeah, we've had on and off, sure. Max, can you acknowledge that I haven't said anything bad about her for a year? I said we've been fine. I've said that over
The
and
last
over.
time I talked to you about her, like 2 weeks ago or 16 days ago or something, you said that she locked you in the basement of her mind and it was a traumatic experience for you.
No!
In the
Locked
basement
me
of her
in the
mind.
past. In the past, Max.
Oh, okay.
Why? Tell me, Max. Why hasn't Anna come forward with any of this information now? Can you tell me, or do you want me to tell everybody why?
I don't want to speak on her behalf.
Okay, I will. It's because she said she literally wants to remain friends with me.
He had his whole community feeling bad for him being stalked as he was doing this. There are parts
That's
of
what
streams
they
where he's condemning
say.
people for sharing nudes non-consensually.
Yeah, you know, me and Milene have problems, but I don't think I f***ed with all of this. I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes.
Bro, this shows that he knows this was bad. He was using this to expose someone. The embarrassing part about this drama isn't that a video leaked of Destiny sucking an Oscar Mayer. It's that he's
Usually just guys read.
We did speak in the off-the-record voice. But he was giving off the vibe that things might not be what they seem. I couldn't know what he
That's
was
funny.
referring to. I certainly couldn't just blindly believe him. You look at his social media and he's
Bikini
memeing about the whole
cat.
thing, posting himself dressed as Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, Danny
You're
Kyle,
fully
you're
on
right.
board with
Destiny's
electric?
Fully rehabilitated and remorseful
It's the
over
only
this
real
whole thing. It's
solution
very
given our
obvious.
power
So is Destiny's
consumption.
career over because of this? Well, if Tim Pool can frame himself as a patriot while secretly taking Russian money, Vosh can say
But,
Lolly
like-
to a pedo while having a folder full of lolly, Hassan can frame himself as more credible than the media while reporting
Oh.
every story wrong, and Tyler Oliveira can
The thing is like, don't those cars need a lot of lithium? And like, you have to mine lithium, and like, the places where there's lithium is usually like where people live, and then they have to like displace the people and all that. And so like, maybe, I don't know, we'll see what happens, but I don't know if we'll see it in our lifetime, to be honest. Like a true electric and like green energy kind of thing. I'm not sure we'll see it. Would be nice, but there's too many people trying to make money from that instead of like actually trying to solve the problem that they might have fed to us to begin with that might not actually be a problem. We'll see. I don't know. Time will tell.
to be a journalist while just making up stories on the spot, then why wouldn't Destiny recover from this? Let's be honest, the real punishment is Hassan will bring this up every chance he gets.
I can't believe that there are still Destiny fans in here.
I'm a leftist. That's so funny.
He brought you in, no. Why not just talk it out, bro? He was your friend at one point. Dude, I don't know if you understand. We're having a conversation about this dude serially making sex tapes of the people he sometimes consensually and sometimes non-consensually records and is unconsensually sending to other people that he wants to and you're like, why don't you become friends with that guy again? I don't know, because he's gross.
And Hassan is told
he's pretty gross. Whether CO2 is going to actually matter, it is still an open question though. There's more hysteria in climate change than EVs. Yeah.
Totally right. You know how hard that is to say? Again, if you're a left-leaning political viewer, your options are cooked. But seriously, it seems like if you have a political audience, you can get away with anything. You have Joe Biden's millionaire drug-fueled son getting pardoned after he said he wouldn't do it, and Donald Trump, our current sitting president, was part of an electoral scheme. But no, this is when political audiences finally take a stand. Sure, these audiences will excuse everything.
Electoral scheme.
Because they...
$84 versus 20 million.
But no, this is when political audiences finally take a stand. Sure, these audiences will excuse everything because they think the ends justifies the means. Hearing Lonerbox lay out his 2025 aspirations is hilarious.
20 million or 2 million? Something like that.
Realize how true it is.
I look forward to sometime coming back when I can like brand myself as the only remaining political streamer who doesn't have sex scandals and doesn't support terrorists. For some reason, it's always one or the other.
They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Isn't I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their actions all the time.
Yeah, they're militarized action.
When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn.
The fuck?
Niggas press their luck in, they get a butt fucking straight up the ass raw dog with the rat.
Destiny was objectively wrong for this and deserves all of the backlash. I think it's important to acknowledge that the people who exposed this story were not looking out for the victims at all. In fact, they were actively working against their best interests. In comes President Sunday and Beckett. Neither of these people had direct contact with Destiny, Kyla, Pixie, or anyone else involved in this story. They never even tried to reach out, yet they were the ones who posted videos outing the whole thing. The only information they have comes from Aaron leaking all of Pixie's messages. They are only working with secondhand information. In Sunday's video, he says Pixie's silence was bought in exchange for Destiny paying for her law school, leaving all the other victims out to dry.
Pixie.
That was referring to the electors, not the voters. You wish you would go all in on electric rail lines and mass transit with trolleys and buses. Catenary. What is catenary?
She has since said nothing publicly. There has been no evidence of legal proceedings being pursued, and she has seemingly ceased communications with the people she was previously working with, instead posting on X about taking the LSAT in pursuit of law school. It appears as though her attempt to extort Destiny has probably paid off, albeit at the expense of every other person Destiny has victimized in the past and will victimize in the future.
His evidence for this is a single tweet of her saying she took the LSAT.
Like,
as if you could just sign up and pass this.
those
stuff
are
within a
like,
month. So at this point, my mind was blown that someone would out a victim for a 100K view video while the victim was still discussing their options. And then the
ski lifts. They're kind of like ski lifts.
No need to confirm anything. So I reached out to Pixie to try and confirm if she ever talked to Sunday or Beckett about this. Pixie has pursued litigation against Destiny. However, she did let Lonerbox, who she's dating, provide some details.
Did President Sunday reach out to Pixie one time to see if he could go live with this video or to confirm that the draft was canceled or anything like that?
No, he didn't.
It is so incredibly selfish of Sunday and Beckett to insert themselves into a situation where they take agency away from Pixie. Because one, she's pursuing legal action, and you guys making this public gives Destiny ample time to delete evidence, while Pixie's team was still building their case. I know I look smart enough to come up with that point myself. I'm not, so take that how you will. 4 days before Sunday
Overhead wire for power, okay.
With Nick acknowleding that Pixie was suicidal over this
Connect
weekend.
compares them to something skiing related.
She wants to hurt Steven.
I've only been skiing like once and snowboarding twice or once.
I want this to be known that she's done this and this is her.
Canadian skiing means you can't afford it. That's what Canadian skiing looks like.
Yeah.
And she desperately doesn't want her family to know. And if I cover it, there's a good chance they will find out.
Oh, 100%. Why do you think I haven't covered it at all? Like that's my principal issue.
Yeah, that's
here's the thing. If anything happens to Pixie in the foreseeable future,
it all drops.
Well, he will actually be destroyed then. That will be insurmountable. Not destroyed. He'll have his channel. He'll have his audience. But there will be no
politics.
The media company dream will not be a thing. So
It sounds like he's getting excited over the idea of Pixie killing herself and it ending Destiny's career. This dude sounds like a psychopath. In fact, during his call with Nick, he gives a hypothetical saying as much.
here's the thing. Let's assume I was a psychopath, and I'm not, okay? Somebody saying these things would be enough to deter me. Let's assume I was a psychopath. Let's assume I published this.
President Sunday talks with Nick. They both agree that going live without the victim's consent is a bad idea, and President Sunday does it anyway. Actual psychopath behavior. President Sunday's justification for this was that Pixie was engaging in extortion against Destiny.
Fortunately, Pixie did the worst thing that someone in her position could do. Rather than seek legal recourse or make a public statement denouncing the violation of her consent and dignity that these leaks represented, she seems to have ultimately chosen to try and profit from the situation by extorting Destiny.
I don't understand how Pixie discussing what her next step is or what the correct form of punishment should be equaling extortion, because that's how most civil cases start. Destiny even says in his statement on Reddit that Pixie at no point made a specific or explicit request for compensation. So I asked President Sunday, did you talk to a lawyer or is this just your layman interpretation of the law? Because let's be real, I don't think there's any way she gets charged for this. President Sunday says, yes, I spoke with lawyers I know. You know what their answer was? Obviously. I asked, can you link me to the statement from the lawyer you spoke with, saying these DMs count as extortion? And he says they were IRL conversations, so no. So I asked who the lawyer was because I would love to confirm this, and he replies, it's someone I know. Go find your own lawyer. It's so obvious to me that he's lying. You're telling me that you talked to a lawyer but didn't get any on-the-record statement for your video? Sure. To confirm it even farther, President Sunday did a stream linking all of our DMs. His editor Kilo came forward exposing that President Sunday never talked to a lawyer.
He claims he's consulted lawyers about this. Originally, he told me, Kilo, you're not a lawyer. I was raised by one and took law courses in university. But then when he was talking to Aiko, she asked if he spoke to lawyers, and he said, I spoke to people who know lawyers.
Who did you speak to?
Several people I can't name, but
But
just
lawyers,
trust me on this.
lawyers.
People who know lawyers.
But then, when he was talking with WillyMac, he said he spoke directly to lawyers, but won't mention who.
So Sunday is just lying. Lying to make the victim seem like a bad guy so he doesn't look insane for making his video.
Beckett of Krabs, myself, and President Sunday sat down to present evidence, put together a timeline, and establish what the mission of the project was. I was a little anxious, but also excited to learn what President Sunday had, and I wanted to find out what the justification was for coming out with the story. The nuke. But we started the meeting, and after only about 10 minutes, I interjected. Sunday didn't have a nuke. I'm not even sure Beckett had much of anything. And the only real reason for publishing that was given to me was that because Pixie was supposedly trying to extort Destiny, she was somehow implicated in the cover-up efforts by Destiny and his associates, and therefore had forsaken her right to privacy, or something like that? I don't know.
Sunday does every stream in front of a wall of books, draws himself sitting on a pile of books. He's so knowledgeable, repeatedly calling me stupid in DMs for asking straightforward questions. Meanwhile, he's comfortable just making things up because he's above saying I don't know or I could be in the wrong. The dumbest people I talk to seem to think they're geniuses. Just a pattern I'm recognizing. He's lying about being an intellectual the same way he lied about talking to a lawyer. I'm not convinced he could read Dr. Seuss. He's malicious, he's acted like a psychopath. He outed a victim's story when she was working on the court case, slandered her.
An American citizen who finds themselves a victim of revenge pornography has several valid actions they can take. Let's go over 3. First, they can seek legal recourse. Second, they may make a public statement denouncing the person who leaked the materials and violated their consent. And in fact, this can be done in conjunction with the first option I mentioned. And finally, they can choose to do nothing. They can stay silent and hope that it all blows over. And this is their right. But Pixie did not do any of these.
She was in the middle of doing the first 2 things, and then you robbed her of the third. But yeah, keep acting like the good guy. He's the type of person I hope never becomes a successful YouTuber. If you're a victim, why would you ever want to share your story? He's shown it's going to leak, then people you've never talked to are going to publicize it. You will be vilified by them because they don't care about you or your legal case at all. If I had any advice for Sunday, it would be to apologize to Pixie and the victims, not just post a pinned comment half backtracking what you're saying. Also shower, get a haircut, go outside. You aren't mature enough to cover these sort of things if you don't have basic hygiene. The video made by Sunday's former editor details the clown show that was this investigation. It's the most comedic tragedy I've ever watched.
With all due respect, I'm not sure you think you know what you're saying when you say you have to, because when you
I didn't say have to. I didn't say that. You said that. I said you have an expectation, and you said, well, I don't have to do that. I'm not saying you have to do anything. I'm saying there's an expectation that you do this thing. When you're communicating with someone in private, they're expecting that you're not going to show that to other people without asking them first.
Okay, but if they're asleep, they're not expecting, are they?
If they're asleep?
They're asleep, yeah. If people are asleep, they're not expecting anything. They're kind of just out, right?
Are you trolling me right now?
No, I'm actually making a serious point.
The conversations he had with his editor are psychotic.
Why the f are you adding extra risks to this? We're already in enough danger as is.
You think we're in danger? I don't think
we're in tremendous danger. So you don't think, for example, if you said something that was able to be effectively spun by someone like Nick to Oreo that managed to get some traction that cast aspersions on my entire channel, that income plummeted so I can't pay you, that doesn't affect you?
It's about me. How does this affect Sunday? How can I manipulate my editor into staying quiet? I also talked to Beckett, who worked somewhat with Sunday and dropped his video on the same day. Now his wasn't nearly as bad, but he still went forward with a video knowing only secondhand information. Really third-hand because he's getting it from Sunday.
Recognize you're getting your information secondhand. At any point, did you try to reach out to Pixie?
No. But to be clear, this was a very brief period, a couple of days. I clearly did want to reach out to people. There was actually a conversation where I wanted to reach out to Lonerbox. Because I don't know Pixie.
But why did you reach out to Lonerbox?
I didn't. but that's partly because of what Lona had just done on the stream. I think that's a mistake, by the way. I'll own that mistake. But I obviously wanted to reach out to people. For instance, I went to FPS Diesel for an optics check on the DMs and what he thought. I was reaching out to Nick.
Nick and Diesel, no less than Beckett and Sunday. What does going to them do? Realize why I'm so critical though of you and
Listen,
Sunday? Because hold on, you're telling me though.
understand.
You're telling me though that this was done over a couple of days. You didn't bother to reach out to Lonerbox or Pixie, and you guys went for the story anyway. How did you even get the draft? Was that from Aaron too?
Sorry, get the
draft of like
state?
Pixie's draft statement.
Yeah, I showed that in the DMs. Yeah.
So you guys have a draft from her. It seems like she's going to come out in some way because she has a fucking written draft. Like, it just seems, it blows my mind, man. Like, you've been somebody where I've been told over and over again, no, dude, Cope and Seed is great. He does great videos, takes a lot of care with them. And it's like, to me, I look at this, I'm like, I cannot, it just seems like such a selfish story.
Well, hold on. Let me be clear. I don't think selfish is that. I think I can take a lot of criticism. I think there are issues there. But I don't think selfish is that.
In what way is that not selfish?
Well, because I didn't do this to get clout or money or like acclaim. I thought this was going to end my fucking channel. Sunday was going to release a video. I thought, I know Sunday, and I thought what needed to be done at the same time was painting a picture of what happened behind the scenes to explain why so many people had these DMs. What I needed was Sunday's DMs with straighter aid. I didn't expect this to be a video where I get like pats on the back.
Again, why you think it would damage you?
What, the video?
Yeah, before you made it.
Because I recognized that once these were coming out, the people who were releasing them would get rightfully a fair amount of criticism for doing so. But I also because, well, for some, I've said publicly as well, if Sunday wasn't releasing his video, I wouldn't have released the same video. I probably wouldn't have acted in the same way. But Sunday looked at these are coming out. He wants to talk about it. Well, okay, it needs a companion piece.
So because he is jumping off of a bridge, you're doing it too, dude? Oh, fuck, man.
Well, like, and again, that's what I'm saying. It's, you know, something I expected to do damage to me. But also, what was the other option? Lie about it?
No, the other option is
hold on.
Everybody else did, and you just wait. Let everybody else shoot themselves in the foot if he's going to be reckless with the victim and her claims and hijack her story. Like, you realize she was talking to lawyers during this, and they're gathering information. Crazy.
Listen, I'm on many levels. I'm with you, and I think one of my constant comments through this is, how does this reach me? I am like 5th person down the chain. How does this reach me with no one doing any of that?
It just makes me go, like, how were you the person to feel like you should make that video?
Because I thought it was such a fucking mess that at least I could make an uneditorialized.
Here's I don't think was as bad, but just the premise of this whole thing, when I talk to everybody, it's just...
I think it is a mess.
Beckett is the only person I talked to that acknowledged wrongdoing and said he would go about things differently in the future. Takeaway seems to be what I think is the most important thing, and that's that you have to reach out to Pixie. You got to make clear, or Lonerbox, and you got to make clear of like, hey, this is what I know. This is the story I'm thinking of running. I want to know, like, what's going on with this? Are you guys pursuing anything? And then they could go ahead and like give you the guidelines to it. Like, hey, look, we're talking legally. We'd rather this not come out.
Yeah, like, again, I'm not defending every part of this, and I don't want to. I mean, this is how I started the call, right?
Which is more than any other person I talked to. He became very critical of himself, especially as things moved off the record. I respect him for that.
When I met you, I admit my first thought was a trick. You look so good, huh? I suck on your daddy's dick.
Every day that passes, the drama gets more hilarious. Destiny and Hassan are watching each other's content nukes while refusing to view their own. I get he's going through a legal case, but at some point he needs to address that video. During my off-the-record conversation with Beckett, he asked me a pointed question. When would you associate with Destiny again? If he was part of some drama as a side character and I interviewed him, I would do it then, but I don't think I could just go hang on his podcast anymore. Destiny and I were not friends. However, I have a lot of respect for him. He's the only major creator in the political space that I have covered that actually looks stuff up, reads first-hand information, and directly engages with his critics. That may seem like a low bar, but it's rare. He's somebody that has always demanded accountability from others, but right now when he's objectively in the wrong, he's not taking any of it. He's calling Nick a hypocrite for saying innocent until proven guilty with Ethan, but not treating himself that way. Nick then makes very clear you shared Pixie's intimate videos with a random 19-year-old OnlyFans model, and then posted logs where you admitted to severely damaging her, and he links the messages of Destiny doing just that. I'm the kind of person that could forgive anyone for about anything, but there needs to be remorse, and he's obviously not there yet. His coworkers cover for him saying he is, but I don't see it. I don't see how anyone could take him seriously until then. I also want to emphasize how good the video was by President Sunday's former editor Kilo. He actively tried to correct the record, and his video has very few views. He gave up money to try and do the right thing, and I think that should be acknowledged. Hope you enjoyed the video, subscribe to the channel, and shout out to the homies over on Patreon. Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drain Kobex, Necro Valley, Stefan Billman, Abby Blackbird, The Confusing Opinion, Eddie Bizzle, Tiz McFitz, Christopher H, TV Anthology Reviews, Sennial Music, Lucas If, ET Automatic, Snoopy Poop Doop 2, Muram El Bay, Deep Pocket Jew, Rooney Boo, Drew is Sharing, Clown Factory, Monkey D. Luffy, Shura, Noah, and the mega homies Hellison, IGP, Your Taxi, Cyber Katie, Lord Reloaded, Papa Gut, Kaden Lulin, BA.
I want to read.
I think these federal charges are a major overreach when you look at people who have killed far more people than Luigi Mangione allegedly did. Many of them did not get the death penalty.
Luigi Mangione update.
Many of them, it wasn't even on the table. Somebody who allegedly killed a for-profit health insurance industry CEO, the biggest one in the country, that has purchased a whole lot of politicians on both sides. They want to throw the book at him and give him the death penalty, terrorism charges. That's beyond a slippery slope.
Hey, it's Jordan. I am in Flint, Michigan, East Palestine, Ohio, Tumwa, Iowa. Please support the only independent outlet on the ground covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hey, it's Jordan with Status
Oh,
Coup.
I like
Luigi
that.
Mangione, the alleged shooter of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has broken his silence, and he is thanking supporters for their support, which he says he is overwhelmed and grateful for. This was on a new website for his criminal
That's,
defense that was created. Let me read this to you. There is other
Not
news
helpful?
related to his case, but this is the first time he has spoken
I don't know.
from jail publicly. This is Luigi Mangione, legal defense information. The URL is luigimangione.info.com.
If Luigi gets out, he will be more popular with the ladies than Musk and Destiny combined. I can't believe Musk and Destiny are the, like... what the hell?
Homepage.
You know... I mean, whatever. It's... I don't know.
Extraordinary volume of inquiries and the outpouring of support.
I'll never get it.
This site was created and is maintained by Luigi Mangione's New York legal defense team to provide answers to frequently asked questions, accurate information about his case, and dispel misinformation. The intent is to share factual information regarding the unprecedented multiple prosecutions against him. Here's a message from Luigi. Quote, I am overwhelmed and grateful for everyone who has written me to share their stories and
Musk and Destiny sounds like a men's cologne. Haha. So are the Canadian people in national mourning right now? Maybe. Maybe they are.
express their support.
There's a lot more TDS here than I thought, to be honest.
Powerfully, this support has transcended political, racial, and even class divisions as mail has flooded MDC, Metropolitan.
He's getting mail. So are the Canadian people the only women that would want to get with Luigi were crazy leftists, and they're usually ugly. Luigi's not even like on the left, which is interesting. That, like, you know what I mean? Do you find keeping up with political situations exhausting? It depends on the situation. Like the drone situation over New Jersey, I got kind of exhausted with that one because everyone doesn't know what they're talking about. So I'm just like kind of waiting until the truth comes out about that. Anyway, Stuffies, how's it going? And welcome to the chat. How about you?
From across the country and around the globe.
Do you find
While
it exhausting?
It is impossible for me to reply to most letters. Please know that I read every one that I receive. Thank you again.
Honestly, I don't even really keep up with politics in the sense that, like, I'm not watching all, like, the House of Commons footage or anything like that, you know? Like, I watch some, but for the most part, I get my news from, like, other independent creators, like this person right here kind of thing. So, like, I like to talk about politics, but I'm not someone to go to if you want, like, actual proper political knowledge, if you know what I mean. Come to me for opinions, come to me for debates, but don't come to me for anything else.
Everyone who took the time to write.
Even if I sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Future, Luigi Mangione.
Undeniably.
I'm not gonna,
yes,
psychoanalyze
yes,
this, but if you want
it's
to,
normal.
Maybe take a guess.
Losing that hockey game must have been a hammer blow. What does that mean? Oh, that's why they're in mourning. Oh, yes, because of the hockey game. Yes. I know one Canadian that's in mourning right now.
But the defense of him will be, and what some of the themes will be, I do think The fact that he said powerfully.
I
this
guess
support
too.
has
You can say I'm in
transcended
mourning
political,
for them
racial,
in
and even
spirit.
class divisions. Obviously, this statement most likely would have been approved by his legal defense team. I said for a while now, I think his best defense is not insanity or anything like that.
He
but
shouldn't say anything
putting
at
the
all.
predatory for-profit health insurance industry, which is killing a whole lot more people than Luigi Mangione allegedly did.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
putting
hold on.
the now
What's he
approved,
saying? Hold on.
by his legal defense team. The fact that he said powerfully this support has transcended political, racial, and even class divisions.
As
Obviously,
Mela
this
has
statement
flooded the
most
MDC.
likely would have been approved by his legal defense team. I said for a while now, I think his best defense is not insanity or anything like that, but putting the predatory for-profit health insurance industry, which is killing a whole lot more people than Luigi Mangione allegedly did, put the health insurance industry on trial because the health insurance industry's predatory practices, which I've gotten flooded with stories as well to our email at info@statusquo.com.
I should probably dislike you
Horror stories
as an evil
it
leftist.
transcends, like Mangione said,
You do feel
political,
conflicted between
racial,
opinions, though.
class divisions.
Maybe you're not a
So
leftist. Maybe you're a centrist.
I think that's going to be a theme in his defense. I think if his
You should take an
defense is smart,
8D political compass test. I took an 8D political compass test, and it told me I was moderate centrist. Sorry, I just like lost the chat. One sec.
which there's no reason to think they're not, they are going to put United Healthcare on trial. They are going to put the whole damn for-profit, predatory, murderous.
That would be nice, but like, how do we get to that point? Like, it seems impossible. Like, they're never gonna do that, I feel like.
Health insurance industry on trial because all it takes is one. All it takes is one juror to hold out. You could have a mistrial. You could have jury nullification, which we've talked about here.
Oh my god, don't remind me. I was in a jury, guys, and one juror wouldn't agree with the rest of us, you know. And it was some crazy ass times. We were in deliberations for 10 days. Deliberating for 10 days, and then we couldn't even come to a final decision.
A jury thinks that the defendant committed the crime, but basically, you know.
How does it help Luigi's case? That's a good point.
It's justified. That's not the legal definition, but in practice, that's what it is. So now that Mangione has spoken, let me update you on the case, because as I record this, which is on Saturday, February 15th.
You think so you're just a Democrat? I couldn't stick around, and Pep Talks TV told me you came up as a leftist. Really? I'm just like a common sense, like, I don't know. You know, like, nothing radical, you know? There's good things on both sides of the spectrum. And then there's bad things on both sides of the spectrum. So I think it's ridiculous to, like, fully be on either side. No offense to those who are.
We could see a federal indictment by Monday. So there has not been a
Luigi's a great actor. Hello, Timor. This is an insult to the American intelligence.
January, court proceedings for man charged.
What's your opinion? You think he was like, you think he's an actor? You think this was all set up?
Healthcare CEO's killing.
Fake trail.
Several weeks. The lawyers agreed in a letter to the court.
Fake trial.
To bring an indictment against Luigi Mangione.
What's the truth?
Extended from January 18th to February 17th. So that would give the federal prosecution, the government, which in this case would be the Trump administration, until Monday. Mangione is now charged in a criminal complaint, a document that is lodged against individuals prior to the return of an indictment.
You think the CEO didn't even get shot at all? Really?
So I do think the timing of this Mangione
Did he?
statement,
Where is
although
he
I think
now?
what he said is probably from the heart. The timing right before that deadline, I'm assuming his lawyers fully expect an official federal indictment to come on Monday against Mangione, and as part of that federal indictment, we know the terrorism charges, which are unprecedented, I think insane.
Anywhere he wants
and
to be.
dangerous for all of
You
us.
think no one would recognize
And
him?
legal experts have said that they believe that is
Like,
an overreach to charge.
does he
him
have
with
to leave
terrorism.
America?
And I have interviewed folks on the ground who might not necessarily condone what Mangione allegedly did, but certainly, New Yorkers were not feeling terrorized. At the
Talk
murder
about
of
conspiracy theories. Oof. Hi, Stuffies.
So,
I mean, welcome back, Stuffies. I mean,
So
you never
11
went anywhere.
days ago, this was on February
Or no,
4th,
hi, Stuffies. Hold on.
you had an article from Newsweek. Luigi
Yes.
Mangione's
Sorry,
owners
you
fizzled
just
out.
got here. Okay. Nearly everyone thinks that their opinions are rational and good, even evil people that have opinions of themselves. Folks who don't are crazy. Well said. Oh my God,
11 days
Sticks.
later, there was a spike after Newsweek wrote that story. So Newsweek, maybe unintentionally, helped surge donations to him. 11 days later, the fundraiser.
It's not
is now
illegal
at
to hoax your own death. Just
$226,000,
newsmakers.
getting closer to that goal that they
Really?
$500,000. So in 11 days,
Plenty of
he's
examples of
raised
hoax
almost
death.
$200,000 more.
Any I'm
after
suspicious
that
of.
Newsweek article saying that essentially, funds and donations were drying up.
Osama bin Laden.
Helping it spike. And again, this is
I don't know why I laugh
go,
because like
and
I honestly don't suspect any, but
$75,000 away from
if dumped at sea. Okay, so wait, dumped at sea alive or
that the
not?
legal defense asked for. And a couple days ago, his attorneys formally accepted.
You never got on a jury. You always wanted to do your civil duty. Honestly, like I was excited to do it when I did, and it was cool until it wasn't cool. Like when we were deliberating, when you're deliberating, you can't speak to anyone. You can't have your cell phone. You can't have television. You can't have the radio. You can't have the newspaper. And so it's kind of like, in a way, solitary confinement, and you can only speak to the same 11 people, which is fine, which is like, at least we had each other. Like that was, thank God for that, because it was hard. Like after a few days, like you kind of start to lose it.
The donations, thanking whomever donated.
Like people cried.
Recently, also,
I cried.
His criminal defense team added a pretty well-known
It was stressful.
death penalty expert.
It was a M trial, so it was stressful.
Federal judge in New York on Tuesday appointed a death penalty expert to the defense team of Luigi Mangione, the man accused of gunning down Brian Thompson. Judge.
They said they shot the guy first, but if we look at the videos prior and of the event, Bin Laden is multiple actors. Really? This is made fun of in the Iron Man series. Clearly an actor. Really? Everyone believes that they're right. Not a good thing. It's called confirmation bias. Yeah, no, I don't think Oh My God Sticks was trying to say that it's a good thing. I think just pointing it out, I think.
Parker, in a brief, approved the appointment of Avraham Markowitz, an expert in capital cases. Quote, the Agnifilo Intrader team is pleased to have Avi Moskowitz lend his considerable expertise in death penalty cases to Mr. Mangione's federal case. As learned counsel, the charges could not be more serious, and our client needs every resource at his disposal to fight these unprecedented charges in 3 jurisdictions. His legal team wrote in a statement. Mangione pleaded not guilty to the 11 charges in the indictment, including first-degree murder in furtherance of terrorism.
11 charges.
Obviously, the feds came in because New York outlawed the death penalty years ago. So the federal
They're not gonna try.
part were to put the death penalty on
What?
the table.
What? They're trying to give him the death penalty?
Bringing on a death penalty expert.
What?
Which, again, I think these federal charges are a major, major overreach when you look at people who have killed far worse.
Hold on. So they're letting people go in these sanctuary cities or whatever. They let people go who actually murdered, etc., etc. But for Luigi, they're bringing in the feds to see if they can bring back the death penalty. What the actual F is going on in this country?
More people.
Sorry, in that country, your country, but also this country, meaning like North America, you know?
Allegedly did.
This
Many of them
land.
did not get the death penalty. Many of them, it wasn't even on the table.
So I'm eating,
somebody who allegedly killed a for-profit health insurance
chestnuts.
industry CEO, the biggest one in the country, that has purchased a whole lot of
To eat
politicians
it,
on both sides.
you have to
They
peel
wanna
it.
throw the book at him and give him the death penalty, terrorism charges. That's beyond a slippery slope. Beyond a slippery slope. Because what's next? Who are you going to charge with terrorism next? You're going to charge people who don't.
Wow, you got a big one. I'm a weirdo, so I would like being there 10 days. That's what you'd think. And it's not just being there 10 days. This is 10 days after having to go to trial for like 3 weeks already. So you're going to trial, covering the same thing over and over and over. And then deliberations happen. And then you're like stuck. It was interesting.
Actually kill anyone with
Chestnuts, classy.
It could. And meanwhile, United Health, who, as I've reported, is freaking
They're
out and lashing out at the
an
support,
addiction
that
of mine.
has gone across political lines against Luigi Mangione. A federal judge has ruled that a case against them for their predatory, fraudulent AI.
A lot of made-for-TV trials, Johnny Depp, OJ, and made-for-TV
error rate of
and made-for-TV
90%.
trials.
A judge has moved this lawsuit against United Healthcare forward. This is Medicare.
Wasn't there going to be another?
Sued them who were denied necessary care by
Wasn't there going to be another like TV trial? Was it? It wasn't this one, was it?
Don't need to finish the appeals process, the judge says. Medicare Advantage
You
beneficiaries
used to
who are
eat
suing United Health Group
pecans.
over allegedly
Nice.
wrongful
Those are pretty good.
denials of care that were based on artificial
MJ
intelligence
trial
scored a
was
victory
another one?
Thursday as a judge ruled their case could move forward. There has been a stay
I
on
didn't see
discovery in
that.
the
That
case
was
since
like a
August,
long time
meaning
ago.
the attorneys
I was
representing
not
the Medicare
interested in
Advantage
stuff like that
enrollees and
at
their
the time.
families couldn't poke around and ask to see internal United Health documents, but this decision could reopen that process. United Health and attorneys representing the beneficiaries did not immediately respond to questions. If you don't know about this lawsuit, this was from November of last year, November of 2023. United Health uses faulty AI to deny elderly patients medically necessary coverage. The lawsuit claimed the elderly and prematurely kicked out of care facilities nationwide or forced to deplete family savings to continue receiving necessary medical care, all because United Health's AI model disagrees with their real live.
Why would you use AI on something like this? So stupid.
Medicare Advantage plans, which are administered by private health insurance, such as United Health, are Medicare-approved insurance.
I was
plans
like
available
3,
to
yeah,
elderly
probably.
people as an alternative to traditional federal and health insurance plans. The use of the allegedly defective AI model developed by Navi
Money.
Health and called NH Predict enabled the insurance company to quote
Money is always
prematurely
the
and in
answer.
bad faith discontinue payment to its elderly beneficiaries, causing them medical or financial hardships. The lawsuit states. So this is going to move forward. And by the way, United Health, Brian Thompson, the slain CEO, was very, very involved in accelerating the deployment of AI to deny the elderly and scam the elderly. Not just the elderly. There was others, not elderly people, denied through AI.
Sick people, a lot of
Many
sick
you
people
might have been
probably.
denied through AI by United and other health insurance companies. But after he was killed, who did United Health replace Brian Thompson with? The head of their Medicare and Medicare Advantage division. So they just swapped out the guy who accelerated the deployment of AI with the guy who's running their predatory, fraudulent Medicare Advantage division. Clearly, they've learned.
Z Wicknick, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you can vent in here.
On top of that case going forward, as I reported earlier in the week, you might have missed it, United Healthcare is mad about "In Luigi We Trust" comments under a doctor's viral post. So we reported on Dr. Elizabeth Potter. She is the Texas doctor who basically was called mid-surgery. You got to call United Healthcare back right away, and United Health basically wanted to deny.
AI is
her
nonsense. It's just
patient
software.
who was
It's just like
mid-surgery
software
care.
that can learn, I guess.
United Health wanted to
But
deny
it doesn't
her
have
patient
the
care,
same nuance
by
and attention to
because
detail
she
that
had
like people
requested
do.
an inpatient hospital stay. This was a breast cancer patient. Through my research, it seems like not all cancer surgeries require an inpatient stay. I would say most do. This one most certainly should have required an inpatient overnight hospital stay. On January 7th, Dr. Elizabeth Potter, a plastic surgeon in Austin, Texas, posted a video on social media that went viral. To hear Potter tell it, she was in the middle of surgery when someone from United Healthcare called her office on the phone and demanded to talk to her. Quote, I had to scrub out mid-surgery to call United, only to find that the person on the line didn't even have access to the patient's full medical information, despite the procedure already being pre-approved. She wrote under the video explaining the situation. Let's show that video.
2025 and insurance just keeps getting worse. I just did 2 bilateral deeps and 2 bilateral tissue expanders for patients, and I've never had this happen before, but during the second deep, I got a phone call into the operating room saying that United Healthcare wanted me to call them about one of the patients who was having surgery today, who was actually asleep having surgery, and said I had to call right now. So I scrubbed out of my case and I called United Healthcare, and the gentleman said he needed some information about her, wanted to know her diagnosis and whether her inpatient stay should be justified. And I was like, do you understand that she's asleep right now and she has breast cancer? And the gentleman said, actually, I don't. That's a different department that would know that information. And I was like, well, she does need to stay overnight tonight. And you have all the information with you because I got approval for this surgery. And
Wow. That's crazy. Even the big EU AI protection regulations don't prohibit AI being used to deny medical care. That's so stupid. Software can copy and save, not learn. Yeah, call it what you want. Your girlfriend of 5 years broke up with you on Valentine's Day. Why? You've been together since she was 12 and you were 13. She was there with you through your... Oh, I'm sorry. And now she's effing gone. You're mad at the world, her, myself, just mad at everything. Zwick, I'm really sorry to hear that. So wait, you would be 18 now? All I can say honestly is that you're probably this might happen to you 5 more times in your life, you know what I mean? Because you're so young, and unfortunately some people just don't, aren't in love forever. And unfortunately, you have to accept that, and it's gonna hurt and it's gonna suck. But eventually you'll be okay, What about chat? What does chat think? And while the chat thinks, I'm just gonna go refill my water. $5 years? No, you're right. I mean, you're absolutely right. It's a long time. And that's the thing, that's the thing is some people will, some people will be okay with, quote unquote, throwing away, 5 years or however many years. And to me, I think that's one of the saddest parts about, relationships and love and stuff. But I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. I don't know if but people are divorcing all the time. These are people that usually they've already been together 10 years and then they marry and then they divorce, or they divorce after 16 years. And I think it's better to know, the whole, happily ever after kind of thing is maybe... Not that it's not possible, but don't put all your eggs in that basket, I guess, This is the perfect time for you to work on your, talents, practice your, anything you wanted to practice. And only time will heal, honestly. I'm sad for you and I'm sorry. But continue to vent if you want. She was the one person who you felt like you could tell anything to. I don't have... Yeah, I know how you feel, Nick. I feel like, I mean, like, I've been there too. I lost the people who I feel like I could tell anything to, and I mean, that's why, I don't know. That's why I'm kind of jaded. Like, I don't know. Let's just say, like, I've been better, you know what I mean? So, it's not... I want to say you'll be okay, but I also don't want to guarantee that, you know what I mean? Because life is hard and it's unfair. It's very unfair. And you think, oh, but this, oh, but that. Like, it doesn't make sense. Sometimes it just doesn't make sense to you. Like, why is this happening? Why is that happening? But I do hope that you find somebody who you can, like, you know, really talk to on a deep level like that, because it's hard. You're debating on crying yourself to sleep tonight or just drowning a whole box of chocolates. Or downing. Speaking as a 40-plus-year-old dude here, there's always someone in your life to connect with even when you feel like you can't. Yep, live and learn. Lucky to even have bonded with someone that long. That's the thing, right? Like, you have to try and think about the things that you're grateful for. Like, try and think about, you know, you could have it, like, so much worse, let's say. Like, you have it bad, you know, but you could have it so much worse, but you don't. So we need to be grateful for what we do have, you know what I mean? And sometimes that's the only way to, like, feel good about the bad parts that, you know, the bad parts in life or the unfair things in life. So yes, I will be right back. Oop. And we'll chat some more. I'm just gonna get some water. Make matters worse, you're not that religious, but you have a love-hate relationship with the Lord. Lots more to life than relationships. At that age, you're thinking about school, jobs, trade skills, time to apply yourself. It's been really hard for me to believe in him, considering he ripped my uncle for me when I was 11. I'm sorry to hear that, Wicknick. I'm sorry to hear that. But they say that you're not supposed to blame the Lord for, I guess, you know, anything. I guess that's what they say. So, I don't know, but I don't know. That's not making you feel any better, probably. I'm sorry. On Christmas Eve, no less. I'm really sorry, Wicknick. So why did your girlfriend break up with you, by the way? Hi, Carnivals. How you doing? You should probably get to sleep. Good night, Wicknick. I hope you have a better day tomorrow. I'm so sorry to hear about your troubles. Hello. I'm not Honey Bunny necessarily, but I'm Hunniebee. Conrad Petersburg. How's it going? Hi, Carnivals. Thank you. I hope you're doing well too. How you doing? We were catching up on some Luigi Mangione news.
I need to go back and do
So this lady was operating, and United Healthcare called her, and they're like, is she gonna need, like, a personal nurse or something along those lines? And the lady's like, I don't know, she's asleep right now, like, I'm in the middle of surgery. Is she covered for that? Or no, she has, like, you know, she has cancer, and etc., etc. And the guy's like, oh, well, I don't know anything about that. That's a different department. And
you have all the information with you because I got approval for this surgery, and I have a
So here.
department that would know that information. And I was like, well, she does need to stay overnight tonight, and you have all the information with you because I got approval for this surgery, and I need to go back.
You're doing better. You can finally stomach decent food, but you don't want to overdo it. Oh, you were having stomach issues? Glad to hear you're doing better. Always a good idea not to overdo.
But yeah, it's out of control. Insurance is out of control. I have no other words.
Well, United Healthcare doesn't like it. They were so upset about the video that they contacted a
Gastritis with possible stomach ulcers. Oh my
basically sent her a
goodness.
nasty,
I'm sorry to hear
6 or
that.
7 page letter threatening basically to bankrupt
Meds
her
plus
if she didn't take the
restrictive
video down
diet
and
for
make a
6
public apology to
weeks.
them. The good doctor basically told them.
Wicknick, welcome back.
So essentially now,
I was wondering, do you know why, like, why she broke up with you? I'm just curious. You're at the end of week 3, starting week 4.
in that,
Are you feeling you're feeling better? You said.
they specifically said that United Healthcare was upset, referencing numerous comments such as "In Luigi we trust" and "Need more Luigi" were posted in response to your false claims, attempting to justify the assassination of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. So, "In Luigi we trust," that's very triggering for United Healthcare. They also formally complained to the Securities and Exchange Commission when Bill Ackman, a hedge fund magnate, now a big Trumper, I'm not a big fan, but he said, he publicly tweeted, yeah, I would short, meaning bet against, in stock trading, bet against United Healthcare. They formally complained to the SEC about that. So they're writing 6 or 7 page letters threatening doctors, we're going to bankrupt you if you don't take this video down and public apologize, even though we yanked you out of your surgery with a breast cancer patient to try and deny that patient care. By the way, they did deny the overnight stay for the breast cancer patient. So, obviously we're going to follow this as best as we can. There very likely is going to be a federal indictment against Mangione as soon as Monday. And from there, we'll see if there's news on when the actual trial and case will advance. I'm assuming the prosecution, if they actually have him dead to rights, like they say they will want a trial very quickly. We will try to cover it as much as humanly possible. Please support Status Quo and our independent on-the-ground reporting. We will try to cover it on the ground for as low as $5 a month. Statusquo.com/join.
Way better. You had to go to the ER on the week before the first week due to pain. Oh. She told you that you were never enough. You had never been enough. You tore yourself apart to give her that you could give, to give her what you could give. And she betrayed you. I'm so sorry, Wicknick. You know, sometimes you try and do everything for somebody and it's just not enough. Like, I don't understand it either, Wicknick. I'm really sorry. Do you feel like she did enough for you? Or not really? Sounds to me like that was a toxic relationship if she held that in for so long. Kinda true. Yeah. Okay. You know what's a good distraction, Wicknick? A good distraction is trying to uncover the secrets of the universe.
Good morning. It's Backyard Professor Response time once
And the
again.
world.
So, have we finally got footage of actual alien creatures? Now, this guy posted this 7 days ago. The footage itself may be really old, but, and really, I had a good night rest, so I was able to think on some things. This is
Shrimp on the Barbie, please.
fun
The real
entertainment
QVC.
purposes, I
How's it going?
suppose,
Welcome to
but
the chat.
on the other hand,
She put so much care into everything she did for me. Aww. You think she's... What did she lie about exactly? Like, you think she just pretended? Like... Hi, Woodfast. Hello, Real. Does a new relationship advice... Hunniebee does a new relationship advice show. The only relationship I have is don't get into a relationship. Wait. Yeah, the only advice I have. I'm just kidding. Also, but not really. But also, I don't know, dude. It's like everybody's gonna make mistakes, I think, when it comes to this. Like you can follow all the advice you want. You can listen to the all the advice you want. Some people will never take anyone's advice. They'll want to hear people's advice, but they'll never take anyone's advice. You know what I mean? And I'm sure a lot of you have friends like that. But I just feel like ultimately people are gonna kind of do what they want to do because like emotions, you know, emotions run us. Emotions, hormones, cortisol, all those things. So at the end of the day, I don't know, just don't expect much out of life. Don't expect much out of life. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, there's this snort. Oh no. Outer space is fake. That changes a lot of the alien storyline. Interesting, Timor. Are you a flat earther? She pretended to care for you and she made it seem so real. Maybe she did care for you. She probably did. Like 5 years is a long time. I'm sure she cared for you. Maybe something changed. Barbecue is so nice. Anything on the barbecue is nice. Barbecue is pretty good. The earth is flat / level. Are you sure it's not just bigger than we think it is? And then therefore it seems like it's flat? I wonder if that's a theory.
I actually do see value with this.
100% sure.
Because this will give us a comparison contrast of when we actually do, if we ever actually do, get real footage of aliens. In the meantime, notice the operating
official femcell now. What do you mean?
This is
what do you mean?
Else. And of course, he ties it to UFOs. He will tie.
It's not.
Everybody wants.
It's not. Does that mean it's voluntary? Because, like, you know what I mean? Like, by the way, you guys don't know my business.
Tie this stuff to UFOs, of course, because that's what gets views. But
she definitely cared for you. What she said. Hold on. She definitely cared for you. What she said was just a shitty thing meant to hurt you for some reason. You may not have even done anything to remotely ask for it. She could even be mad at herself and seeking to justify the breakup. She saw you were subbed to Hunniebee and couldn't compete. Don't make jokes. The poor guy is going through something, Woodfast. Although I hope we can make you laugh, even if just a little bit, Wicknick. I don't know. It's hard because, you know, you're so young. So, like, I think us old folks, old farts, we kind of like, we know you're gonna be okay, you know? You just have to believe it. You're gonna be okay, you know? Don't give up. Don't be nihilistic like me, you know? And you still have like your whole life ahead of you, so just remember to think about like the good things that you have and be grateful for the good things that you have, and be grateful that, like, you know, you don't have it like worse. Like, other people on the planet do have it unfortunately worse like than we do, you know what I mean? So it's not that we should be comparing, but it's like, when I think about it, it's like, you know, I have to stop, you know, crying about my first world problems kind of thing. And like, I don't know, it to me, it kind of helps me feel better when I think about the grand scheme of things. Like, are there aliens? What is their mission? What is, you know, the grand scheme of things?
Maximize your fear. So far, 2025 has been a year filled with many strange things.
Hard days are needed to make great days. That much better.
From weird, unidentified creatures such as Bigfoots and skinwalkers to killers and to many other unexplained.
Hold on.
Caught on trail cams.
That's a person.
Has been a year filled with many strange things.
That's a person. These are people. Okay. Hold on. Is this on regular speed? I want to see some actually compelling footage for once, but like, by the looks of this video,
many strange things caught on trail cams.
Unlikely.
From weird, unidentified creatures such as Bigfoots.
Okay,
and
that's like that's like dinosaurs. So what is this, VFX?
To killers and to many other weird, unidentified creatures such as
that kind of looks like
Bigfoots and skinwalkers.
Let's go frame by frame. We haven't even gotten into the video yet, but like, I'm just curious. We're getting all the good shots anyway. Okay, so far I just see like eyeballs, but then one was also a dinosaur. Like, one moment it's there, the next moment it's not there. There's the eye. It's like, is this AI? It looks like it's AI, to be honest. Okay, this is probably AI.
Skinwalkers to killers and to many other unexplainable phenomena.
This, like, so this is like pretty realistic photo.
They're unexplainable.
It's blurry, but maybe that's what helps make it look kind of realistic. The Earth is very small. That made you chuckle a little bit? Oh, that's good.
So today I decided.
Yeah, you have to, you know, like, I don't know if it's healthy, honestly, but you have to find like things that will distract you from thinking about it, but good things, you know, you have to find good things that will distract you. So sometimes it's hard to know what that is, but that's part of, you know, part of life is figuring out those things that, you know, your passion, and your passion shouldn't be like another person, you know. It needs to be
some of the most chilling and downright horrifying.
Well,
creatures.
some people may not find any passion because they want to try everything. But anyway, that's
caught on trail cameras this year.
Besides the point. These just look like freaking the drones that I see over Toronto every day.
So grab your I Found Bigfoot coffee mugs and allow your fear to
What's
be
up with that?
maximized as we recap the scariest trail camera clips of 2025.
Maximize our fear. Ooh, yeah.
Your passion is Hunniebee. Oh, woo fast. No, like I said, your passion shouldn't be anyone.
25th, 2024. A group of guys were out in the woods.
Anyone but yourself.
Hiking extremely late at night. They were just walking around and drinking alcohol and having a good time. But eventually, as they walked along the trail, they stumbled upon something they wish they never would have seen. Watch as they get some of the clearest and best cryptid creature footage of all time.
You think so? This is just people.
Whoa.
or AI. Or they're contortionists?
At first, from a distance, they thought these creatures
just
were
people.
just deer. Because all they could really see were their glowing eyes. But as they got closer and closer, the truth was revealed. Pale humanoid creatures with skinny limbs and glowing eyes are seen. At first, we see 3 of them, 2 crawling around strangely and 1 lying on the ground in front.
It looks like kind of like Groot or something.
It appears the one in front was injured or something, and they were trying to help. They slowly begin carrying the injured one away when another one emerges from the darkness to help.
This looks like so AI. Blurry mess.
These otherworldly beings are
Naked
timid,
deep
not trying to
heads.
attack or hurt the humans.
She said no now, but
they do
maybe
get
one
defensive when
day.
they get too close.
Can't tell if you've seen this guy before in other conspiracy content or if he is just generic broccoli head. I feel like there's a bunch of conspiracy streamers that are like meh, but there's one that's actually pretty good that I like. The other ones are just like
Now the uploader of this video captioned it, "Skinwalkers caught on camera."
No, this is supposed to be a trail cam, right?
That's supposed to be a trail
the video keeps
cam.
zooming in and out and moving around and over and all that. Right? Notice also how while they're confronting this CGI creation here, the one guy actually walks all the way around behind the creature, and the creature doesn't even acknowledge him or realize that he's there. And remember, it's supposed
For
to be
naked
scary,
crackheads,
so
just
he's gotta
go
get
to
the
cities in blue
background
states.
music
Oh
and noise and
no.
trail cam video.
True.
But this is not a trail cam video. And these guys are
You've
not
seen the
trying to help these
crackheads in
creatures.
Atlanta
They're not
doing
even
this in the streets.
Who knows what they ran into? Who
I
knows?
mean,
Maybe it was a
in
wounded
game,
deer or
beepheads in game.
but they are not acting at all like anybody would act with
Goldie,
when they've been drinking.
Goldie Earth,
So
thank you for the follow. I appreciate
it's
it.
fun in a way. CGI, it's so misleading, and of course the idea.
It's
and
very
this is so
messy
interesting
looking,
that
so
everybody-
probably
The
AI.
narrative is that we want to be fearful, that we have to be scared, you know. That's why we love horror movies, right? The horror films. And so why not, instead of doing a horror film, do a CGI fake trail cam, right? But this other one, these other couple ones are also quite interesting and fun.
Oh, excuse me.
Let's go ahead and take a look at a very terrifying ring camera capture. Now, I'm sure many of you remember back when the Las Vegas alien sightings were making headlines. The events took place on April 30th, 2023, when a family in Las Vegas, Nevada claimed to have witnessed large non-human entities in their backyard after a mysterious object.
I saw that footage so many times, I didn't see anything. I didn't
fell
see
from the
nothing
sky.
in that footage.
However, an alleged piece
This-
of extraterrestrial attention due to police body cam footage, eyewitness reports, and speculation about extraterrestrial activity. However, an alleged piece of evidence never surfaced to the mainstream media and remained hidden under the surface. So here it is.
This is it?
This was supposed to
Really?
be caught by the ring camera of a nearby neighbor.
The ring camera. It looks realistic up until like the hand. Like why is the hand so difficult to see compared to like his face, its face? But other than that, like, but why is it so blurry? If it was a ring camera, where's the video? You're gonna give me one still of a blurry photo? That's not a ring camera photo. That's like...
It's a small extraterrestrial being.
If this was a ring camera photo, like... I don't, like... then there was an earthquake or something, because why is it shaking? You know what I mean? Like, why is the camera shaking? Unless it's on some kind of shaky porch and the thing was climbing onto the porch and then it makes the camera shake, like, maybe that could happen.
It has a huge head, big black eyes, and a small, slender body. It's grayish in color, commonly reported in alien sightings like these.
Sometimes you get a bad one. A bad chestnut.
The creature itself looks very, very real. Why the photo was swept under the rug, though, remains unknown.
But if it's a Ring camera, where's the video
To
footage?
support the Las Vegas sightings. Maybe
AI could make a more
didn't want it to
convincing
be
picture at
released
this point.
first, and they didn't want to expose the truth.
Maybe it is.
Yeah, sure. Whoever took that certainly wouldn't have wanted to show it. No way. Especially in the Las
this is
Vegas
full of
area around there. Because
mold.
they don't want the truth to be exposed. Yeah. No, nobody wants that. What do we do with all this noise?
Why don't this guy never shows like legit stuff?
So I guess maybe we can
show me something legit, please and thank you.
But the reason for analyzing it and looking at it is because this is how the imagination of those who are creating CGI works. And when the real stuff shows up, we'll be able to have a comparison contrast. Now, that last one, I don't know if it's CGI, but we don't know the provenance of it. This guy is guessing. He's saying it was a neighbor's camera at the Las Vegas alien encounter, right? So we just don't know the provenance.
They said
of it.
the aliens were really tall. The Las Vegas aliens were really tall. Tall creatures. That thing doesn't look very tall.
It's a blurry photograph, but I mean, it's pretty good. That's not bad if it's CGI. And if it is real, and I don't think it is. So blurry. There's no reason to have it that way. Cameras nowadays, 2023, were a lot better than that. So. But,
And it's a Ring
you know,
camera.
you
It should
get
be
the basic,
stable
and
already.
They
Like.
now can make masks and plastic statues.
That's probably a Halloween prop.
And I'm not trying to discount if aliens are real or not. I don't actually have any evidence, so it is a belief factor, and it's one I'm not going to hold on to forever just because I want it to be real. If the evidence doesn't start coming out, then the skepticism very justifiably does step in. That's one reason why I've gone to looking at the skies myself. We'll see what happens. It is a process. It takes time. See, I am
A taller
impatient,
alien
and
would
so
have
I
come
want
from a
it
planet
faster than
with lower
slower,
gravity and
because
not
it's
be
been
able
my
to
whole
withstand our
life that
gravity.
has actually been done, even though apparently
Maybe.
changes are happening. Now, you know, can we
That's an
label these
interesting
changes
thought.
progress or
But
not? In
the
my
tall whites
discussion
though,
with
what about the
Danny
tall
Sheehan,
whites?
you'll
They
see
can
last
withstand
night,
our gravity.
perhaps this is progress. There's
I
definitely
think,
things are
as
different
far as
now
I
than
know.
they used to be even just 20 years ago. So from one paradigm, you can say, yeah, that's progress. On the other hand,
Gravity is an idea, not
just
reality.
don't know yet. This year has been promised to be a pretty interesting year, and so we're keeping our eye on it. So when stuff like this comes out, periodically I will notify it, not to verify that it's real, because none of this, you know, do I look scared? You know, his whole agenda is what mars the presentation, as far as I'm concerned, because even he's not scared. He's trying to be mysterious and all that. And yeah, he has some.
What about giraffe
embedded
aliens?
video and pictures and all that. So
I don't know.
There is value to it because we can use it.
Newton's idea, mass attracting mass,
Real stuff
dismissed by Einstein's idea, the bending and warping of
I
space-time.
personally don't. That video with those kids in the woods, that so-called trail cam, that was moving around and zooming in and out and all that jazz, and then that kid walking behind that creature, and that creature not even acknowledging him. He just kept staying straight. It was a loop, etc. So I have no idea what it was that those kids saw and were spooked about, but those little Batman winged creatures were not there.
That's why there are theories, right? The theory of gravity. The
And
theory.
of course, this does raise the question: is it all hokey?
Theory of
And
this,
that's what we're
theory of
keeping our
that.
eye again, once again, and I know there are some people who think I'm bluffing. I get it. It's all good. I am sincerely trying to look at all sides and give all sides a fair shake. And that means when I see a fake, I will call it fake. And I could be wrong. And there may be times in the future where I have to have egg on my face and backpedal. It's happened in the past. It'll happen again, I'm sure. And that's all good because I'm investigating it as an idea. I'm investigating at it as a probability that, well, this is interesting. How come, if it's not real at all, is the government spending so much money denying it altogether if there wasn't something there? That's one angle to this issue. Of course, they could be hiding the fact that they are, you know, building their own fleet with super duper technology that they don't want the rest of the world to know. That's another angle. There's so many factors. So as we continue exploring and as we continue finding interesting ideas and themes, either to confirm or refute, we're going to keep analyzing, we're going to keep looking, and we're going to keep things on the level as much as within our own capability, because that's what we're after. The sensationalism, the hype, and all that.
The theory of general relativity is Einstein, yes. You never observed, measured thus theory.
We want to get this this UFO UAP thing into,
like, it's all using math, basically. It's like, well, if this equals that, then that equals that. Therefore, this must equal that. That's my theory. And here's my evidence to support it. Blah, blah, blah. Right.
I will
something like that.
As I run across it. Happy alien hunting. Happy sky looking. Clear skies. I don't have them. It snowed all night last night. Not heavy, but I've got clouds again, all the way up into next Tuesday or Wednesday or so, but I will get eyes and cameras.
The clouds aren't
I will keep
real.
on trucking, and you do the same and have a fantastic day. More to come shortly.
I have, let's see, what is this?
Chinese spy balloons contents revealed. Guys, this is a suggestion via Discord. Let's go and jump into this immediately.
I do want to head to some of the other big stories that we are following, and you might remember this video here on your screen. 2 years after a mysterious Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of South Carolina, we are learning new details about what was apparently inside. The balloon was shot down by the U.S. military over the Atlantic Ocean back on February 4th of 2023 after flying over Alaska, across the U.S., and then over to the East Coast. A report published by Newsweek now states the balloon contained technology from at least 5 American companies.
No experiment can
inside the balloon
differentiate between gravity and constant acceleration
sensors,
when
and other
there
sophisticated
is
surveillance equipment, some of which was held in a foam cooler. The FBI has not responded to any questions
we're
about
going
the
to assume
report.
constant
Now,
acceleration
back
in
when
that
the balloon
case.
was first spotted, the Chinese government claimed it was
No
a
equipment
weather
can prove
balloon
Einstein's
that flew off
idea
course,
because you
but
cannot manipulate
US
space or
intelligence
time.
agencies found it was actually being used
Maybe you
for
can with
spying.
time
US
crystals.
intelligence officials have said that the information captured
I
by
don't
the
know.
balloon was not
I don't know if that's
successfully
true.
relayed to China. I do want to discuss really all
Okay, so it had everything in it in order to actually relay information, but yet it didn't. I don't believe it.
all of this here and the latest developments. So let's bring in a guest again to discuss all of it. We do have Patrick Cronin, the Asia Pacific Security Chair over at the Hudson Institute.
And
Thank
we
you so
built it,
much for taking the
kinda?
time to join us here and help discuss this
With
all
our technology?
really just a little bit further as we work to piece it all together.
All right, let's go.
You're welcome. Of course. And first
Satellites
off,
are
I
on
do
high
wanna ask
altitude
you,
balloons and gravity
overall,
is not
what do you
measured.
make of the contents here that were reported to be inside that balloon 2 years later?
Well, my first reaction is how little we still know publicly about the details. We do know a few specifics that the Newsweek article has now unearthed, but that's mostly because they've been talking with some of the authors or people with access to a 75-page exhaustive analysis of the contents of that espionage balloon that was shot down 2 years ago. And so, as you've mentioned, we found out that this U.S. technology, cheap technology in many cases, the iridium signals burst module that is like a sat phone, a cheap sat phone, sitting in a foam cooler, which is very cheap technology indeed. Think of keeping your iPhone dry. But this is technology when used for malign purposes and put together in an integrated system, and then maybe used as one facet of a multi-layered a sort of global surveillance system. The Chinese are able to pick up a range of intelligence. So they were able to obviously have images, think close-up imagery, better than satellite imagery. They're able to steal and intercept signals. They're able to detect our own electronic emissions, including over military bases and installations. And the fact that they claim it was a weather balloon, that sounds like just a typical cover story that an intelligence agency like the Ministry of State Security or the People's Liberation Army would use.
Yeah, notice what he just said here, guys.
I understand they use gravity in many ways to confuse people. A map is not showing a measurement of anything, no science. So, what do you call it if not gravity?
I mean, how many times have things
the
been...
force that what do you call it?
Considered weather balloons in our even that from our government, guys. Think about that for a second.
Just to deny that they are spying on the United States. The fact that it blew over the United States, the continental United States, whether that was an accident or not, in terms of the weather driving it off course, well, the reports were that it was headed for
They don't claim it's a
Hawaii.
force?
We've seen these balloons, similar balloons over Guam. We've seen them over allies and friends.
Is saying gravity is gravity claiming it's a force? Things rise and fall based off density and buoyancy?
Over Japan, over Taiwan. So this is a systematic program that the PLA has been trying to exploit, develop,
Liberation Army?
and especially over the past decade. And yet here we are 2 years later after this very dramatic shoot down of the balloon, and we still are eager to find out much more than we know now.
Do we know overall if these balloons do pose any sort of threat to the United States? Do we really
Hey guys, I think a security threat, no doubt.
have that answer just yet?
Right Wing Jesus.
Well,
thank you for the follow. How's it going?
Contradictory statements coming out of the government.
A helium
right? So the
balloon
last
rises for the same
administration
reason things
that,
fall.
Whatever data collection this balloon was able to undertake was not transmitted back
You could
to
say there
China.
are different reasons things
that
fall,
was
though, no?
What was called a high certainty intelligence finding
Maybe not.
under the Biden administration.
Okay.
But I'm not sure that should be the last word about whether they were successful with this. And it's certainly not the last word about this balloon surveillance program. The fact that we have heard so little about the details of this, including even now with this excellent Newsweek report, but still one that's sketchy, and it's based on a verbal discussion of a report, not the actual 75-page detailed report, we're still left wondering how much of an espionage threat this really was. This was, just because it's using cheap technology, though, doesn't mean it wasn't a sophisticated espionage attempt, in the sense that we live in a world of ubiquitous, cheap digital technology. And if you can use that and string that together for malign purposes and get access, as
Something
the Chinese
really
have
quick.
been doing through this near space access, 20 kilometers above countries of the United States, you're in a sweet spot to kind of get wide view technology coverage and to go where places where United States government didn't think you'd be going, and not to mention other governments who don't have
Guys, were there
the same
cameras
early
on
warning
this?
systems, the same ability to sort of counter surveillance. So this was a wide a wide-eyed moment for the United States intelligence community and military community to realize this is a bigger, even if it's a cheap challenge. We don't want to use F-22s to be shooting down every little cheap spy balloon, but the spy balloons, just because they're cheap, relatively cheap, doesn't make them less of a threat.
Absolutely.
And when you look on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see that video, and it's hard to believe it was back in February of 2023. We're talking 2 years ago. Do other countries use these kind of spy balloons?
You can claim, but no downward force is measured. Things reach their equilibrium and
Balloons have been
float.
used for a couple hundred years for military battlefields and for spying.
Interesting.
We certainly know that the United States, Russia, Iran, North Korea have all used balloons for a variety of
So
reasons.
we're all just floating right now? Is that what you mean? Everything is where it should be?
For emergencies. there are a lot of different possible uses.
Maybe
but
I'm
there's
just
no doubt that
misinterpreting
it's not just China using
or
them.
thinking
And
too
yet, if
deep.
any individual just does a Google Scholar kind of search of academic articles written by Chinese scholars in the last 2 or 3 years on stratospheric aerostats, for instance, you'd be amazed at how many Chinese scientists seem to be working on these issues.
We float in water. Got it. True.
In the first part of this
In
century,
the air, we do not.
started to develop. They started to write a lot of papers in the mid 2000s, and by 2015, they were clearly starting to experiment with putting these systems up in the air.
That's an interesting way of thinking
and
of it.
they've been refining that program ever since.
Again, you touched on this here, but what can the U.S. Kind of learn from all of this? I'm sure they are still studying the contents of the balloon.
Yeah, what
even
can
2
we
years
learn about
later,
this
and probably will be
from
for
this
a while. They're also,
balloon?
I'm sure, keeping an eye out for any other balloons that might fly over the U.S. So what can actually be learned from this?
There's so much shit flying above our heads right now.
We need an iron
Well, the
dome
first thing
of
to
sorts.
recognize is that this technology is
You like the idea of floating, especially since you are getting sleepy.
the export licenses for any technology are restricted to people who are not end users that are going to try to kill us or to try to defeat us in a conflict.
That would be amazing, but I can't see that actually being a thing because, I mean, guys, we sell weapons and things like that to other countries, guys. That's not really a thing. It would be great, though, if we could slow the process, at least, of selling technology to people who will absolutely use these things for nefarious purposes. But literally in the same breath, we've done that in our history, guys. But either way,
you don't want to send them to the Chinese military. We're not really going to know that information. There are too many cutout organizations, too many indirect routes, too many third parties that can intercede. Think of the tariff problem we're facing right now in terms of how do you control these things. So let's recognize that while we want to tighten export controls, it's never going to be adequate for this kind of basic technology, which is ubiquitous, is widely available, and is not just developed here by the United States, and it's in the hands of private sectors around the world. So we have to defend ourselves better, right? We have to make sure that we understand that our communications, our electronic emissions, our physical airfields and nuclear silos are protected from the kinds of surveillance that we put deception in decoys and use other ways to essentially mask what we're doing around the most sensitive defense and security installations, critical infrastructure, and we can do that at relatively low cost.
The first satellite Echo 1 was a balloon. All of them since as well.
New, sort of scheme. There are cheaper ways to essentially use Maskarovka.
Night owl, or is it still early in my time zone? It is currently 1:39 a.m. What about for you?
Potential adversary to know
but I'm
exactly
also a
what
night
we're
owl,
doing,
so
to hear what we're doing, to see what we're doing.
All right, Patrick, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Well, one thing I would just add is that we don't know to what extent this intelligence
10:40 is still early for you.
over the nuclear silos, but there is
maybe
an
that's late for
ongoing
you though.
competition, an element of the competition between the U.S. and China in the nuclear domain, because we see China both for the first time in decades expanding their nuclear force, but also and maybe wanting to learn more from how we essentially have constructed our own nuclear forces so they can build them one better, if you will. And this is the revelation of the large new building that's 10 times the size of the Pentagon with nuclear shelters that the Chinese are building now outside of Beijing, as well as the missile silos in Western China that they're building. And then finally, I'd relate this to the anti-corruption sort of tactics of Xi Jinping that have taken down 2 of his former defense ministers and a slew of other senior officers in just the last 3 years. And I relate this to that because the Strategic Support Force, which Xi Jinping set up as one of his first innovations in military reform 10 years ago, was aimed at essentially integrating these new high technologies together so that you could move from kind of the mechanized warfare idea to informationized, to intelligentized warfare, cyber, space, electronic communications. And yet he had to reorganize that again after this balloon incident. And maybe that relates to both corruption or not understanding whether these scientists and these geeks, if you will, who are working for the PLA were clearing everything that they were doing. So there are a lot of questions that we don't know about what does this really mean about what China wants on the battlefield. We know they want escalation dominance. They want to deny us the ability to keep potentially having nuclear escalation dominance so that we can intervene on behalf of, say, Taiwan in a crisis. They want to deny that. They actually...
I think that's the point right there. There are a couple of points here, definitely. Like when it comes down to them potentially spying on specific like, how do I say this in a way that we don't get canceled on YouTube a little bit, guys? But the silos, let's just call them the silos, right? Figuring out how to build these in a more efficient way, and also at the same time trying to stop us from protecting Taiwan. I think that really is the crux of everything here, guys. That's the reason why.
We want to achieve it.
I think so.
But in the meantime, as they organize and spend and modernize, they're creating new centers of corruption and potentially elements of the military that are detached from the party leadership and from Xi Jinping's command. And those raise the vulnerabilities on the Chinese side. So and maybe the intelligence community has not released more of this report because they don't want the Chinese to know how much we know about their systems, about their problems and vulnerabilities, or conversely, how much we don't know, and therefore give them another.
Same time zone as you, so you are a night owl. Is it the same time zone? I thought it's 10:40 for you, 1:40 for me. The Roswell incident was balloons at the end of World War II from China/Japan. They were reported in newspapers up and down the West Coast. Really? Where the Roswell incident was Chinese or Japanese balloons? You're a lot better. Hey, Wicknick. You turned on some of your favorite comedy. That's good. And it came to a point where you could not stop laughing. That's good. Aw, I'm so glad you're doing better, Wicknick. Aw. And I hope you sleep really well and have a great day tomorrow.
Head start about how to refine their ability to spy on us and potentially to shape a battlefield if a conflict were to break out.
Valen, I like this guy. With the way this guy delivers points, feel incredibly accurate.
Saw this funny TikTok. Who wants to laugh their asses off for a second? Sure.
Trustful and like lack of emotion, irrelevant emotion in his context is pure logic. I like it because everything that he basically said, I just for the most part agreed with or stated before, type of thing, guys. Now I have no idea how we're going to stop them from utilizing certain things because he's right here, guys. There are other places that also are creating things that are similar. Absolutely, guys, no doubt here. So trying to stop them from doing this is a little bit crazy because they build most of our stuff in the first place. All right, so what do they do with that? Nothing. Right? Build the Iron Dome and make it so people can't fly things over us.
No Iron Dome.
Right? But all right, listen, you guys.
I think it already.
Your day.
I think we already got one, guys.
The end of the video says a whole lot, actually. We have a couple other channels. Mr. Alboyd Music, Mr. Alboyd Movie Reacts, along with.
TikTok was an advertisement for XL size Little Debbie snacks. The first comment go to reads, that's not Little Debbie, that's Big Deborah. Yeah, they shouldn't have XL size, right? For Little Debbie. It's like an oxymoron.
After getting humiliated by the Russia hoax, Maddow's back to spreading conspiracies.
And MSNBC wonders why they keep tanking in the ratings. I'm surprised they still have this woman on when she's been spreading misinformation for the better half of the past 5 to 6 years, ever since the world event. And this is the problem with opinion and emotional-based journalism versus factual-based journalism. And if you're unaware of what I'm talking about, take a look, because she'll explain it for me.
Well, now, as the top campaign donor to U.S. President Donald Trump, Elon Musk has apparently somehow convinced the United States government, specifically the United States Department of State, that the taxpayers of the United States of America should spend $400 million buying, quote, armored Tesla production units. Since I think the only supposedly armored production vehicles Tesla makes are these hilarious trucks.
Fact check in mainstream, LOL, that's funny.
This really appears to be the State Department announcing, putting in writing, that it's going to spend $400 million buying these paperweights from Elon Musk. This is a line item in the latest procurement forecast for the U.S. Department of State.
Now you may say, how is this even allowed? How can Trump give Elon a $400 million contract when he's now managing DOGE, he's cutting spending here, he's cutting spending there, but then he's awarding himself with this kind of a contract? Well, it's because Trump didn't do that. It was actually Biden. And if Rachel would actually do some research, as well as all these other outlets who reported on the exact same thing with the exact same headlines saying Musk awarded himself a $400 million contract, they'd know that that wasn't true. And Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks actually fact checks her on this, and this is what she had to say.
So this is where the story actually takes some twists and turns, and I would venture to say that the producers over at the Rachel Maddow show on MSNBC were fully aware of the dates involved on this procurement documentation. So bear with us as we go through the details. Ryan Grimm of Dropsite News first reported on this contract yesterday, but what Grimm reported is a little bit different from what Rachel Maddow reported. So let me give you the relevant portion of Ryan Grimm's reporting here, where he says that the State Department's procurement forecast, revised as of late December 2024, lists Tesla as the recipient of the largest expected contract, with Marco Rubio's department planning to buy $400 million worth of armored Tesla. The procurement forecast is listed as having been modified on December 13th, 2024, a month after Donald Trump's election. It was a month after Donald Trump's election, but it was obviously before he had been inaugurated, before he was officially in office. In other words, the State Department would have issued that contract under Biden's administration. So I'm sure Rachel Maddow is going to correct that on a subsequent broadcast. I can't wait to see it.
Yes, one would naturally assume that if you put out a false statement or incorrect information, you would want to correct that later on. So we will get to that correction from Rachel in a second, but let's just let Anna finish on what she was saying here.
The Tesla contract is actually now on hold. Dropsite News then updated their reporting accordingly, and they also reported that the new information about how the contract came to be, they say that the acquisition plan was set in motion by the Biden administration last year as part of a move to convert the Bureau of Diplomatic Security's fleet of roughly 3,000 armored vehicles into zero-emission electric vehicles by 2023.
So clearly, she got the date wrong. She got which administration it was that was going to supply this contract wrong. The contract isn't even active right now. And Elon didn't give it to himself. He was the only one who was actually willing to participate in this contract. And so he was awarded it. But it's on pause. But let's hear what Rachel has to say in regards to this correction of hers.
Last night, we reported on this fiscal year 2025 procurement prospectus from the U.S. State Department. It is dated December 2024 during the Biden administration. This is after the November election, but before Trump was sworn in. And we reported on this last night because the single most expensive line item in the whole prospectus for the State Department's prospective purchases in 2025 was a $400 million line item for, quote, armored Tesla production units. $400 million worth of armored Teslas. Tell me more, edgelord of government efficiency. Last night, as we and numerous other news organizations reported on Elon Musk's company Tesla being in line for what appeared to be a gigantic payout from the U.S. State Department, during our show, in fact, that line item was changed on the State Department website so that it no longer says Tesla. And they took away the part that says Tesla. They changed it so it now says armored electric vehicles. Now, the State Department prospectus did not reflect a contract to Tesla for $400 million. Rather, this was a prospectus showing that the government, the State Department, was interested in making this kind of a purchase for that kind of a price tag. And that, of course, would be a huge deal for Tesla. That would be a really big deal if the State Department went ahead with that plan. It's like an important thing to know about what Tesla had been expecting they might be in line for from the government in fiscal year 2025, particularly while the CEO of Tesla is at this very moment moonlighting at a weird quasi-governmental job in which he is cutting huge swaths of spending.
Well, correction, he's actually cutting huge swaths of useless spending. Secondly, I'm going to let Jesse Waters correct you on this aspect.
Donald Trump didn't give that contract to Elon Musk. Joe Biden gave it to him.
Very interesting that you never mentioned Biden here in your correction. You wanted to emphasize that they changed the word from Tesla just to electric vehicle. You emphasized that. I will give you credit where you said that the contract wasn't actually active, but $400 million would have been a big contract regardless if it was Tesla or not. Any other electric vehicle company who got that contract, which nobody else stepped forward for, only Musk did, they would have had that $400 million. Would you have been reporting on it the same way? Or is it only because you have a disdain for Elon Musk, for Donald Trump? Like, this is what I'm talking about this emotional journalism or this opinion-based journalism. What does it serve? Nobody really appreciates it. Because when you get stuff wrong, you're not even willing to admit it. Just like when CNN did that to Joe Rogan, where they kept emphasizing that he was taking horse dewormer or horse paste, when they had the actual facts that he was taking ivermectin, which is sought used for humans mainly, and then you can use it for veterinarian aspect. They knew he was using the human version, but then kept pushing this whole horse dewormer, horse paste. Like, this is the problem with the mainstream media, and this is also why more and more people are going to other avenues to get their information. You guys can keep it up because you're going to be gone very soon.
Elon says DOGE also canceled a $17 million contract to provide tax policy advice to Liberia. $17 million to help Africans do their taxes.
$17 million to help Africans do their taxes.
Doesn't seem like that much. 17 million? Compared to like how many billions of dollars they've sent elsewhere?
I feel like we're in a sitcom of Seinfeld or something. Are you kidding me? Are we on Curb Your Enthusiasm? This is nuts.
Comans just got doged. The CFO of
Welcome
FEMA
back,
got
T-Town.
caught going behind Trump's back. 47 signed an executive order that was very clear. And this lady says, watch this. I'm going to send 60 million bucks to Manhattan
Facts.
so Biden migrants can keep staying at luxury
Facts.
hotels.
Facts.
Musk
She said that?
caught her red-handed. Mary should have known FEMA was on shaky ground. Trump just said the agency should be terminated. Just last year, FEMA got caught skipping homes with Trump yard signs. And Mary thought it'd be a good idea
It's true.
to sneak 60 million to migrants. Trump's famous for saying you're fired.
60 million
This
is a
lady's
lot.
out of her mind. And now she's out of a job. Read the room, Mary. The whole government's being audited.
The only reason why I wanted to play that part right there is because they have blatant disregard for Trump. They're
She was one of 4 that got fired.
acting like they want to act like he don't exist and whatever he say, his rules don't matter. And they said, forget what he says. I'm going to send $60 million to New York luxury luxury hotels for these illegal immigrants anyway. If Trump want to say something to me, I don't care. Trump can kiss.
Should I go illegally? Stay in a nice hotel.
Are you so brazen that you're going to tell the president of the United States to just kiss your ass and I'm just going to do whatever I want to do? These people don't care. Letitia James is one of them. She don't care. It's nuts. I know I'm smiling, man, but this is absolutely insane. 77 million people voted for Trump to make this country better, to put us on the right track. And we still have people that are showing blatant disregard like, man, screw him. We're going to do whatever we want to do. Well, if a prison cell ends up being your fate, you brought it on yourself.
The Department of Education's being actively dismantled. The Dozers are in the building on the 6th floor, canceling grants and contracts.
Watch this.
Nearly $1 billion of wasteful contracts were ripped up yesterday. Like this one. A contractor was paid $1.5 million to observe mailing and clerical operations at one mail center. This guy was observing mail being opened.
I can do that. I can do that.
For $1.5 million.
And the Democrats don't
Hey,
care
Super
about
Loco. Hey, Super Loco. The Democrats will find a way to say it's Trump's fault or say it's a good thing.
We are paying taxes out the ass for everything. We're paying taxes on top of taxes on top for everything. And they are paying someone $1.5 million to observe mail being opened. This nuts, bro. And we find it and we're like, man, come on,
Can't they use AI for that at this point?
I mean, Congress never knew about this. Come on.
This is the kind of no-show job a mob boss gives.
It's impossible to save everyone. Exactly, Super. AI, LOL.
DOGE also terminated 29 DEI training.
Yes, from FEMA. One was like a manager, financer, supervisor, and 2 underlings that just did whatever to defy President Trump's order. No mercy for them.
Training programs at the Department of Education worth over $100 million. That comes to $3.5 million for each training program. Most of you've gone through DEI training programs. You're in with HR for an hour? Maybe it's just an online course.
Equity is like, they don't care about equity.
Cha-ching, $3.5 million. What? I should have been a DEI consultant. One DEI session trained teachers to force students to recognize their privilege and their history of oppression. Half the classroom can't read, but this is what they're doing.
Half of the classroom can't read. They're graduating from high school, reading on a 4th grade level, and then being bullied. Universities are being bullied to allow them to come into their institutions for higher learning when they barely could get past high school learning. And then they get to move to the front of the line with regard to grants, loans, scholarships, everything. And we got to sit down and be like, yo, but they black though. Slavery, 400 years of oppression. They couldn't drink out the same water fountains. Jim Crow. We got to do this. If we don't, how else could they get their education? That's extremely disingenuous, gang. It is.
And then, so they want to say there's a problem with black kids getting their education, right? So they have to help them out or whatever. But if that's the case, why are you inviting more people into the country to just like flood the system and make it even more difficult, like for this, you know, like do you know what I mean? Like obviously they don't care about the education of the kids.
Like, man, and let me tell you something. If they do give out reparations,
they've been promising reparations for like how long?
Money. I'm black.
100 years or something.
Like too. Huh? What I gotta show you? Huh? I gotta show you pictures of my mama, my grandmama. Huh? What I gotta show you?
Like Kamala, who showed fake pictures. They weren't fake pictures. They were pictures of her with a lady. She said the lady was her grandma, but like that's totally not her grandma.
But
just so she could say she's of a certain race.
In the day, all of this stuff that they're putting into place is a crutch.
Allegedly in game, whatever.
This is not helping anybody. We got people in Congress right now who are showing their...
You know, 1619 to 1865 is a funny-looking 400 years of slavery. What do you mean?
And you know that they're not that bright. Shout out to
a
Jasmine
systematic dumbing down of
we have been helping people grow online.
Our society. Yes, Temple of God. How's it going?
We have helped many content creators get from zero to monetization in under 30 days. We even have a couple of these superstars who did it in 1 or 2 weeks. If you want to know how to do YouTube, I don't care your age, I don't care what skills or talents you have, trust me, I can help you do it effortlessly. Just reach out to me with the word coach and we can get it done. One more thing, we have a YouTube course that I just now created. I'm extremely proud of and a lot of people are getting so much from. Purchase that course and work with us. You can join our private Facebook group and our daily group calls, which is 3 to 5 days per week, and you can learn so much more than you've ever learned before. I can't wait to hear from you. Love you. Peace.
DOGE just shredded 18 contracts at the Department of Agriculture. One of them was for Central American Gender Assessment Consultant Services.
Wow.
We were paying a guy in El Salvador to assess gender. What does that have to do with agriculture?
Assess gender.
I can assess gender.
Everybody's doing
What they made? What are all these jobs? Like I thought gender didn't matter, and now we have to assess gender. You know what I mean? Like, how is that equality? If you're like putting things into categories anyway. By the way,
Elon says DOGE also canceled a $17 million contract to provide tax policy advice to Liberia. $17 million to help Africans do their taxes.
$17 million to help Africans do their taxes. I feel like we're in a sitcom of Seinfeld or something. Are you kidding me? Are we on Curb Your Enthusiasm? This is nuts. They do not care, bro. And they're trying to act as if Elon is trying to get fat off of our information. He got our social security numbers. He's about to go take out a whole bunch of loans and pat his pockets. This dude he's like worth $400 billion. And we're worried about him wanting to take out. What about the other people that are literally taking our money? The people that we vote for. What about those people? What about all of the Democrats that we vote for, that we think that they will look out for us, but they are becoming richer and richer? Senator Elizabeth Warren is worth like $15 million. From doing what? Nancy Pelosi? She's super rich. Everyone in the stock market follows Paul Pelosi's picks. And in Bitcoin, wherever Paul Pelosi go, that's where they go. We are looking at wherever he go, wherever Nancy Pelosi go, that's what we want to do. Why in the hell do they have...
Actually, it's kind of funny. There is this study, 75% of people are more social. They can't talk for themselves.
The information on where to go with...
Cheetown, thank you so much for the biddies.
See, in Pres Trump's first year, he wanted to work with the administrative state and the Dems. After all the shat during his admin and then doing shat during Pres Biden's admin, Trump is on a personal jihad to remove everyone, even slightly connected.
Yeah, I feel like he's on his like vendetta streak or whatever kind of thing, right? Like, or he's got a vendetta or something because he was, I mean, he was almost shot at, for goodness sake. They did it to themselves, and he's letting everyone know how corrupt they are. Again, no mercy. Nice. 75% of people are more social. They can't talk for themselves. Every famous leftist is rich. That is funny. But they hate capitalism. Haha, sorry you forgot about the Texas speech. That's okay. I don't mind. I like the Texas speeches. Temple, everything good?
With regard to your spending and your investments, that's kind of shady, right? That's kind of shady, at least me. I mean, for a person that uses a little bit of common sense, that's a little shady to me.
We even paid college tuition for Al Qaeda. We gave a jihadi a full ride to Colorado State.
That's nuts.
Here's how the shell game works. You get taxed. Congress sends your money to a federal agency. The agency
All
sends it
good?
to a
That's
Democrat
good. That's
nonprofit.
good.
The nonprofit president takes a fat salary.
Oh,
sends some of
okay.
it to a sub-
I thought you had something to tell us. I read it like, hey guys, by the way. And then like you never said anything. So I'm like, what does he have to tell us? But now I read it as, hey guys, by the way. Like, thank you, Temple. I really appreciate it. Germany election is gonna be big. When is it? When is it?
and donates the rest to Democrats.
I see a lot of kickback here. A tremendous kickback, because nobody could be so stupid to give out some of these contracts, so he has to get a kickback. So that's what I got elected for, that and borders and military and a lot of things, but this is a big part of it. And I hope that the court
Less than 20 days. Oh, damn. That's
soon. To, among other things, find
I need to
fraud, abuse.
We're $36
learn what's
in debt,
happening in
money flying
Germany.
out the window. None of the departments can pass an audit.
The reason that departments can't pass audits is because the payments don't have a categorization code. It's like just a massive number of blank checks just flying out the building. So you can't reconcile blank checks. You've got comment fields that are also blanks. You don't know why the payment was made. And then we've got this truly absurd a do not pay list, which can
Hoping
take up to
for a
year
massive
for organizations to
AFD
get on the
win
do not pay list.
here.
And
What's
then we're talking about
AFD?
terrorist organizations. We're talking about known fraudsters.
Europe is
known
basically
suspect rates,
Germany,
known things that
really.
do not match any congressional
Okay.
appropriation. Can take up to a year to get on the list. And even what's on the list is not used. It's mind-blowing.
Are you in
We're literally
Germany?
sending out blank checks that no one can track with no explanation. It's like the system's designed to perpetuate fraud, from USAID to Social Security.
There's crazy things like just cursory examination of Social Security. And we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know
He's doing the
I don't. Okay. They should be on the Guinness
he's
World
doing
Records.
the
They're missing out.
Illuminati thing.
So, that's a case where, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess. Or they should be very famous, one of the two. And then there are a whole bunch of Social Security payments where there's no identifying information. Well, why is there no identifying information?
Why did it take Musk to find out all this fraud? Social Security administrators are dealing, how should I say this nicely, with people who are about to die. Shouldn't they know around when people usually die? If you're still sending checks to a 150-year-old, nothing rings a bell? If the check hasn't been cashed in 50 years, that's a problem.
The speed at which the mine shaft elevator can move determines how many people can retire from the federal government. And the elevator breaks down sometimes, and then nobody can retire.
Musk is reducing
The reason why I voted
fiscal
for Trump is because I
spending,
realized that it takes an outsider
but
to-
not the
to
same
come in and
as
do the things that
libertarian,
insiders
though.
are
He
afraid to
isn't
do.
an
Why? Because
economist.
they're too connected. They're too connected. They're being told what they can and cannot do. The
I'm
presidents
still learning what a libertarian
that they
is.
install. Yeah, I said it. Like Biden and Kamala.
Yeah,
when
I
they
said
install
it.
Them, those presidents have no power. They have no power. The system that's
Biden-
already set up. We come in there
Biden had 4 aides, apparently, that were running the country for him, basically.
with a blank check. We need you to sign it, and we're going to do whatever we want to do. You just turn the other way and let us do our thing. And if the people start complaining, then you need to really service them. Trump is an outsider. He came in saying that he was going to clean up the swamp. He was going to drain the swamp. And a lot of people didn't like him then. They hated him. A year into his first term, they was trying to get him kicked out. A year into his first term, and he wasn't even going this hard. So you can imagine, in the first month, the first couple of days after his inauguration, they was ready to get rid of him already. But Biden, who got 81 million votes, the most popular president ever.
Libertarian, someone who is okay with degeneracy slowly killing his civilization. Nope. Hey, Bjort, how's it going?
Make that make sense? Joseph Biden, the most popular president ever. Right? And even
No.
then, when he got his 81 million votes, I believe Trump got like 75, 77 million then. Where did they come up with them other votes? So they install these puppets and they just continue status quo, business as usual. So Trump came in as an outsider, brought in more outsiders, made Democrats flip to join him. Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, other people that I can't name because I'm not a political buff, but there's a lot of people that was on the left that decided to go in the
Vivek
direction of Trump because they knew that
Ramaswamy.
his actions were meant for good for the entire nation. He wasn't tied in to a bunch of people with their hand up his ass, controlling his mouth. Say this, say that, sign this, sign that. Nah, that's not what he do. And now they are pissed. And I'm laughing my ass off. Why? Because I know I made the right decision. Will there be some pain? Absolutely. Will people lose their jobs and their contracts? Most certainly. Will we have to tighten our belt string? Will we have to tighten our purse and our wallets and
You need to purge the bad before the good comes, guys.
watch how we spend and become
America's just purging right now, you know?
a little bit more responsible? Yeah, I would hope we would do that any damn way.
But I don't mean it in the sense of like the purge. That's not what I mean. Don't go crazy now.
We do that for our families, right? If cash is not just flowing and there's not like way more abundance than bills and other necessities that we need in our homes, we tighten our purse strings, right? We're certainly not going to have only $5 dedicated to our family, but then give $500 to the neighbors because they need to be fed. That's not what we do. So how does that make sense with us giving billions and billions of dollars to other nations when they need us, when we are $36 trillion in debt? How does that make sense when we have hundreds of thousands of people homeless in the United States of America, but we are sending $60 million to New York luxury hotels to house illegal immigrants through FEMA, and Hurricane Helene victims have been living in tents for the last 4 months? And they are American citizens. They are taxpayers.
What is this special thing? Message effect. Cheetown Deke used 20 bits. Oh, also remember when VP Biden threatened Ukraine with holding back $1 billion if they didn't stop the investigation into his son Hunter's maleficence with Burisma Holdings? Well, guess what? That was USAID money. That was the $1 billion. Again, corruption. That dude is so funny. Wow. You just love spamming bits on streams. Thank you so much for the biddies. I just realized that's bits and not points. Wow. I didn't know you can use bits to do that. That's so cool. Thank you. Still, Musk and Trump don't attack the financial and banking system. That isn't truth freedom. Yeah. Well, they never said they would attack the bank system, did they? I don't know. I don't think so. Yep. Agreed on that. Hell yeah. All right.
Citizens.
This is
They
almost...
lost everything they have. Homes,
Nope.
cars, family members, dogs, you name it. Their streets are unrecognizable. But we're still sending $60 million to New York luxury suites to house illegal immigrants? Please make that make sense. We open up the borders and let tens of millions of illegal immigrants in and then pad their pockets with money and make sure that they have shelter? Come on, bro. That's a slap in the face of American citizens. And my question is, how come Democrats don't care about that? How come you don't care about that, man? How come you don't care about any of these new findings that are coming from Elon Musk and DOGE? How come you don't care about that?
Because they want to emulate the end of the world, bro. They want to emulate the end of the world. Make you think that you have to, you know, they're gonna try a new lockdown, I bet. Don't fall for it. All right, BRB, guys. I got a BRB. Perfect time, Raptor. The US is gonna implode. It's gonna explode. Being a nationalist is fine, but Trump is playing with fire. You can't bully all the world. Hold on. I'm just gonna read what was left. Hi, Raptor. Nuclear power, you said it. Five freaking years, Raptor. What? Where did the time go? That's why you say nuclear bombs change the way the system works, because these powers have ultimatums. You won't even play games. I don't play games with anyone, Raptor. Don't you understand? Don't you get it by now? I'm the solitary type. But you're special. You're super special. I was thinking about doing Stream Elements sponsorships, but I don't know. Hunniebee is a cat? In some ways, yes. You mean Russia can destroy Europe in 5 minutes? I don't doubt that, but they really shouldn't do that. The US will only collapse if its citizens allow it by not being informed and remaining scared children instead of being smart adults. You have to know your rights, not let scared people rule over you. Ha ha ha. She only comes here when she wants. Well, I don't know what it is. I don't know, like, how people just, like, are so... I don't know. Like, I want to get back into it. But, like, I think I'm just, like, too... I don't know. I save Sundays. We on Hunniebee time. We all just live in Honeybee's world. Nah. We all live in some crazy times is what we live in. Where's the Hunniebee catnip? Haha. You took off work just to play... Wait, you took off work today? Did you take off work today? So you didn't tell me you took off work to play with me? Tomorrow you did? Alright, we'll play tomorrow. What do you want to play tomorrow? I have to do a little bit of Minecraft. But like, besides that, what do you want to do? Minecraft, and then... I have to see what I have installed. Let me see what I have installed. Aww. Just happy to be hanging with Hunniebee. That's nice, Raptor. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Best game is like... For me, it's... For me, my favorite game is Earthbound. Is it the best game? I don't know if it's the best game. It's my favorite game. What is the best game? I don't know. That's a good question. Too many good ones. You're in your fields tonight? Age of Empires 2. What a classic. That's like... That's one that we played. Yeah, that's one we played all the time. Civilization series, I'm down. They have the Portuguese. Did you play Age of Empires 2 Super Loco? Back in the day? Oh my god, we should play Drawful. I'm down to play some Drawful with the chat one of these days. There is one thing that I do want to watch. I want to watch JD Vance's speech about Europe or in Europe. I think it's snowplows again. For you, the older games are best. Same. Too many newer games need a 400k plus PC to play them. Jeez. You don't like politics. You like art more though. You are so into politics, I don't even watch their speeches. In Civilization, you can make your own religion. Oh, really? The religion of common sense and diplomacy. JD basically told Europe to kiss his and President Trump's arse because we ain't paying your military bills anymore. Damn. Hopefully this makes all the rest of the countries shape up. Get your shit together. Germany election is gonna be big. True. Do you have any good like sources for Germany news, Germany politics news? What are Canadians' options on American? What are Canadians' options on America right now? What do you mean? What do you mean by options? Opinions. I thought people had the same opinion as me, but like maybe they don't. I think a lot of people give in to like the Trump bad. Like they don't see what he's doing as a good thing. They see it as like he's being a bully, he's being a dictator, he's being evil, he's being bad. I see it as like finally some reform, finally like he's kicking Trudeau's butt into some gear, you know, like it's gonna hurt at the beginning, but I think at the end of the day it's for the best. It's like tough love, you know? We all see what happens when you coddle. So everyone talks shit about America. It's normal, but nobody talk. Their banking system. Do they like Trudeau? Nobody likes Trudeau. Yeah, they basically hate Trump and Trudeau. It's like, to me, they're not the same. You don't think it's gonna last? What do you mean? The Fed still is gonna create inflation around the world. Trump isn't a savior. No. I mean, maybe he's not. Maybe he's gonna ruin everything. But I'm trying to be optimistic. Hater, hater, alligator. Dino-nator, how's it going? Dino-ator. How's it going? So,
welcome Vice President J.D. Vance.
All right.
I'm watching for the JD Vance, not for the Asman, okay? Just this is just like the easiest way because it gets recommended. It's like the easiest way for me to intake. Like, okay, maybe he goes, maybe here, we'll watch this one instead. Yeah, there we go.
J.D. Vance, who was here last year as senator, and we are very happy that he has come back to Munich, and we are very much looking
Trudeau gaffs, honestly, like, I can't stand looking at the guy, to be honest.
forward to his speech.
It's like, I don't even want to...
Welcome Vice President J.D. Vance.
His gaffs are like serious scandals and not so much like tripping over anything. Like, Biden's gaffs are funny. Kamala's gaffs are also pretty funny. Trudeau did, you know, blackface back in the day. Like, he has like scandals, but no, like, he's very proper and tries to speak with an accent as if he's some kind of, I don't know what, and, you know, speech this and speech that, and people kind and whatnot. So, are these Trudeau gaffs?
Well, thank you, and thanks to all the
it's just
delegates and luminaries.
Hold
and
on.
Media professionals, and thanks especially to the host of the Munich Security.
Nobody's talking to him. I've seen this so many times. Like, what do you?
We have recently switched to drinking water bottles out of water.
I feel like we've.
Plastic. Away from plastic towards paper.
I've seen this, but also like, it's still funny. It still hits.
For being able to
Left people can't think that. How Trudeau is rich with a PM salary. He steals money.
And, you know, one of the
allegedly
things
in
that
game.
I wanted to
Thinks he's
talk about
royalty. Yeah.
today is, of course, our shared values. And, you know, it's great to be back in Germany.
You tend to write novellas. You
I was here
do.
last year as United States Senator. I saw
They are
Foreign
Bidening
Minister,
Trudeau.
Foreign Secretary David Lammy, and joked that both of us last year had different jobs than we have now. But now it's time for all of our countries, for all of those who have been
That's when the MK Ultra stops working.
fortunate enough to be given political power by our respective peoples to use it wisely to improve their lives. And I want to say that, you know, I was fortunate in my time here to spend some time outside the walls of this conference over the last 24 hours. And I've been so impressed by the hospitality of the people, even of course as they're reeling from yesterday's horrendous
This was a great
attack.
speech.
And the first time I was ever in Munich was with my wife, actually, who's here with me today, on a personal trip. And I've always loved the city of Munich, and I've always loved its people. And I just want to say that we're very moved, and our thoughts and prayers are with Munich and everybody affected by the evil inflicted on this beautiful community. We're thinking about you, we're praying for you, and we will certainly be rooting for you in the days and weeks to come. Now,
He's gonna call out Europe. Good, man. Like, somebody needs to freaking do it because it's insane
I hope that's not the
what's
last
going
bit of
on.
applause that I get, but we gather at this conference, of course, to discuss security. And normally, we mean threats to our external security. I see many great military leaders gathered here today. But while the Trump administration is very concerned
The media
with European
slandered it.
security,
Of course
and
they did.
believes that we can come to a reasonable settlement between Russia and Ukraine. And we also believe that it's important in the coming years for Europe to step up in a big way to provide for its own defense. The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values, values shared with the United States of America. Now, I was struck that a former European commissioner went on television recently and sounded delighted that the Romanian government had just annulled an entire election. He warned that if things don't go to plan, the very same thing could happen in Germany, too.
Isn't that crazy about Romania? It was a great speech. Media slandered it with headlines. Surprise, surprise there. Bold move. US is keeping Europe out of the peace negotiations, though. No. Trump is kinda a false idol, though. I watched Dune 2. Here's a better one. Highlight reel, 7 minutes. Okay, we'll watch this one after.
Now, these cavalier statements are shocking to American ears. For years, we've been... And perhaps
Oops.
The government had just annulled an entire election. He warned that...
They annulled an election. Isn't that insane? Europe and Ukraine is nothing for Russia. Come on, guys. Russia simp in the chat.
Things don't go to plan. The very same thing could happen in Germany, too. Now, these cavalier statements are shocking to American ears. For years, we've been
You think
told
he's
that
a
everything
lefty?
we fund and support is in the name of our shared democratic values. Everything from our Ukraine policy to digital censorship is billed as a defense of democracy. But when we see European courts canceling elections and senior officials threatening to cancel others,
The White House.
we ought to ask whether we're holding ourselves to an appropriately high standard. And I say ourselves because I fundamentally believe that we are on the same team. We must
They
do
have an
more than
official
talk
YouTube channel.
about democratic values. We must live them. Now, within living memory of many
Really?
of you in this room, the Cold War positioned defenders of democracy against much more tyrannical forces on this continent. And consider the side in that fight that censored dissidents,
Commie Boo in the chat.
that closed
Russia can't
churches,
control one of 3 of
that canceled
Ukraine.
elections. Were they the good guys? Certainly not. And thank God they lost the Cold War. They lost
Super Loco
because
is
they
a super
neither
loco,
valued
lol.
nor
The comments are
respected
making you
all of the
laugh out loud.
extraordinary blessings of liberty.
Yes, spelled out
The
for
freedom
effect.
to surprise, to make mistakes,
Still
to
losing. Come on,
invent,
guys. NATO
to
has
build.
100x the money.
As it turns out, you can't
we just all
mandate
get along?
innovation or creativity, just as you can't
Peace
force
is
people
nice.
what to think, what to feel, or what to believe. And we believe those things are certainly connected. And unfortunately, when I look at Europe today, it's sometimes not so clear what happened to some of the Cold War's winners. I look to Brussels, where EU commissars warn citizens that they intend to shut down social media during times of civil unrest the moment they spot what they've judged to be, quote, hateful content. Or to this very country, where police have carried out raids against citizens suspected of posting anti-feminist comments online as part of, quote, combating misogyny on the internet, a day of action. I look to Sweden, where 2 weeks ago the government convicted a Christian activist for participating in Koran burnings that resulted in his friend's murder. And as the judge in his case chillingly noted, Sweden's laws to supposedly protect free expression do not, in fact, grant, and I'm quoting, a free pass to do or say anything without risking offending the group that holds that belief. And perhaps most concerningly, I look to our very dear friends, the United Kingdom, where the backslide away from conscience rights has
You want a
placed the
tweet?
basic liberties of religious
You want a
Britons
tweety
in particular
tweety?
in the crosshairs. A little over 2 years ago, the British government charged Adam Smith Connor, a 51-year-old physiotherapist and an Army veteran, with the heinous crime of standing 50 meters from an abortion clinic and silently praying for 3 minutes. Not obstructing anyone, not interacting with anyone,
No.
just silently praying on his own.
No treat.
And after British law enforcement
No,
spotted
tweety,
him
tweety.
and demanded to know what he was praying
You don't
for,
want it?
Adam replied simply,
Okay.
it was on behalf of
No
the
treat.
unborn son
You want this
he and his
one?
former girlfriend had
It's,
aborted years before.
Of course. Of course.
Now, the officers were not moved Adam was found guilty of breaking the government's new buffer zones law, which criminalizes silent prayer and other actions that could influence a person's decision within 200 meters of an abortion facility.
I'm missing the whole
Thousands of
speech.
pounds in legal costs to the prosecution. Now, I wish I could say that this was a fluke, a one-off crazy example of a badly written law being enacted
Which one?
against a single person, but no, just silently praying on his own. And after British law enforcement spotted him and demanded to know what he was praying
Oh,
for,
no.
Adam replied simply, it was on behalf of the unborn son he and his former girlfriend had aborted years before. Now, the officers were not moved. Adam was found guilty of breaking the government's new buffer zones law, which criminalizes silent prayer and
That's
other
so
actions
stupid.
that could influence a person's decision.
That's so stupid because, like, so one form of prayer is allowed, but another form of prayer isn't allowed? Because that's what they're doing.
Within 200 meters of an abortion facility.
Oh, okay,
He was
okay,
sentenced
okay.
to pay thousands of
Specifically
pounds
near-
in
okay.
legal costs to the prosecution. Now, I wish I could say that this was a fluke, a one-off crazy example of a badly written law being enacted against
Am
a
I
single
bugging you?
person. But no, this last October, just a few months ago, the Scottish government
took my
began
spot.
distributing letters to citizens whose houses lay within so-called safe access zones, warning them that even private prayer within their own homes may
We are
amount to
just
breaking
talking, getting
the law.
along. Isn't that?
Naturally, the government
How's the hip?
urged
The hip
leaders to report
is
any fellow
doing better,
citizens
you know.
suspected guilty of thought crime.
Better and better
In
each day.
Britain
Just have to
and
keep
across Europe, free
at
speech, I fear,
my
is in retreat.
physio.
And in the interest of comedy, my friends, but also in the interest of truth, I will admit that sometimes the loudest voices for censorship have come not from within Europe, but from within my own country, where the prior administration threatened and bullied social
Still,
media
Europe can't
companies
fight
to
Russia
censor
without the
so-called
US.
misinformation.
They're gonna have to,
Misinformation
like,
for example, the idea that coronavirus had
I don't
likely
know.
leaked from a laboratory in China. Our own government encouraged private companies to silence
Hey.
people who dared to utter
I need
what
to
turned
sit
out to
here.
be an obvious truth. So I come here today not just with an observation, but with an offer. And just as the Biden administration seemed desperate to silence people for speaking their minds, so the Trump administration will do precisely the opposite, and I hope that we can work together on that. In Washington, there is a new sheriff in town, and under Donald Trump's leadership, we may disagree with your views, but we will fight to defend your
My
right to
lord
offer
took
it in
my
the public square,
spot.
agree or disagree.
They don't seem happy.
Now, we're at the point, of course, that the situation has gotten so bad that this December, Romania straight up canceled the results of a presidential election based
Yeah,
on the
what's up with
flimsy
that?
suspicions of an intelligence agency and enormous pressure from its
That
continental
could
neighbors.
definitely
Now,
be argued.
as I understand it,
And
the
Ukraine
argument
is
was
still
that
kicking Russia's
Russian
ass.
disinformation had infected
That is
the
why
Romanian
Europe didn't
elections.
talk with Putin
But
and
I'd
Trump
ask my
about
European
peace.
friends to have some perspective. You can
Ukraine is
believe
using all the
it's wrong
equipment I
for
like.
Russia to buy
You like
social
laughing
media
at Trudeau?
advertisements to influence your elections. We certainly do. You can condemn it on the world stage even.
Now he wants to
But if your
leave.
democracy can be destroyed with a few $100,000 of digital advertising
religion
from a
of
foreign
peace.
country, then it wasn't
Is it?
very strong to begin with.
You feel as
Now, the good news
is super
is
local,
that I happen
super
to think your
naive, and has a
democracies
few
are
too many
substantially
drinks
less
on this
brittle
Saturday.
than many people apparently
It's
feel.
fine buying naive,
And I really do
denoator, and
that
nothing
allowing
good
our
is gonna
citizens to
happen.
speak their
Uh-oh.
mind will make them stronger
Isn't that being
still.
pessimistic and not naive?
Which, of course,
Pretty
brings us
pessimistic
back
outlook.
to
Why
Munich,
so down?
where the
War?
organizers of this very
Current or a
conference
new war
have
on the
banned
horizon?
lawmakers representing
Hopefully
populist parties
nothing
on both the
new.
left and the right from participating in these conversations. Now, again, we don't have to agree with everything or anything that people say. But when people represent, when political leaders represent an important constituency, it is incumbent upon us to at least participate in dialogue with them. Now, to many of us on the other side of the Atlantic, it looks more and more like old entrenched interests hiding behind ugly Soviet-era words like misinformation and disinformation, who simply don't like the idea that somebody with an alternative viewpoint might express a different opinion or, God forbid, vote a different way, or even worse, win an election. Now, this is a security conference, and I'm sure you all came here prepared to talk about how exactly you intend to increase.
Did I
defense
vote
spending
for
over the
Steve
next few
Harper?
years
I'm
in line
not sure
with
if
some
I
new
ever
targets.
voted for Steve
That's great,
Harper.
because as President Trump has made abundantly clear, he believes that our European friends must play a bigger role in the future of this continent. We don't think
He wants Europe and the world to be able to like fend for themselves in a way, you know what I mean? Which like I can get if you're paying for a lot of other countries and stuff and they're not really pulling their weight, then it's almost like you know.
you hear
I don't
this
know.
term, burden sharing.
It's kind of a lie.
But we think it's an important part of being in a shared alliance together that the Europeans step
Still
up
using the
while
dollar?
America focuses on areas of the world that are in great danger.
Oh
But
shit.
let me also ask you, how will you even begin to think through the kinds of budgeting questions if we don't know what it is that we are defending in the first place?
Hopefully that's all it is.
I've
you
heard
know?
a lot already in my conversations, and I've had many, many great conversations with many people gathered here in this room. I've heard a lot about what you need to defend yourselves from, and of course that's important. But what has seemed a little bit less clear to me, and certainly I think to many of the citizens of Europe, is what exactly it is that you're
let's see
defending
how much money the U.S. prints from this state from this point forward.
yourselves for. What is the positive vision
Oh no, what
that
happened?
animates this shared security compact that we all believe is so important? And I believe deeply that there is no security if you are afraid of the voices, the opinions, and the conscience that guide your very own people. Europe faces many challenges, but the crisis this continent faces right now, the crisis I believe we all face together,
What's happening?
is one of...
My stream is wigging out. Maybe my computer is.
of our own making. If you're running in fear of your own voters, there is nothing America can do for you. Nor, for that matter, is there anything that you can do for the American people who elected me and elected President Trump. You need democratic mandates to accomplish anything of value in the coming years. Have we learned nothing that thin mandates produce unstable results? But there is so much of value that can be accomplished with the kind of democratic mandate that I think
All currencies are losing value faster than the dollar. That's what it seems like.
If you're going to enjoy competitive economies, if you're going to enjoy affordable energy and secure supply chains, then you need mandates to govern, because you have to make difficult choices to enjoy all of these things. And of course, we know that very well in America. You cannot win a democratic mandate by censoring your opponents or putting them in jail, whether that's the leader of the opposition, a humble Christian praying in her own home, or a journalist trying to report the news. Nor can you win one by disregarding your basic electorate on questions like who gets to be a part of our shared society. And of all the pressing challenges that the nations represented here face, I believe there is nothing more urgent than mass migration. Today, almost 1 in 5 people living in this country moved here from abroad. That is, of course, an all-time high. It's a similar number, by the way, in the United States, also an all-time high. The number of immigrants who entered the EU from non-EU countries doubled.
Crypto doesn't work. I don't think crypto works the same way, because with Bitcoin, for example, there's only a finite amount of Bitcoin. You can't make more Bitcoin, where like you can make more money. You shouldn't, but you can. With Bitcoin, like you can't. Like there's only a certain amount. There's they have to be mined. Like, I don't know exactly how it works, but like the whole point is that I don't know. I think you get what I'm trying to say.
It's gotten much higher since.
Hopefully.
And we know the situation, it didn't materialize in a vacuum. It's the result of a series of conscious decisions
it's a scam,
made
though.
by politicians all over the continent.
I don't know.
And others across
Here's the thing.
Over the
If
span
it's
of a decade.
if crypto is a scam, like I don't know about like the Republicans, but here in Canada, like the banks are trying to create this what is it, digital currency. So like, would you rather have something decentralized or something that's, you know, they can freeze your bank account if you decide to like protest for the wrong side, you know what I mean, which they have done in Canada, like froze bank accounts. So like, I don't know, it's supposed to be more secure. So it looks like, because it looks like we're going digital either way, whether you like it or not. It looks like eventually it's going to go down that route. So like, I don't know. It's up to you which scam you want to give your money to, basically.
Was wrought by these decisions yesterday in this very city. And of course, I can't bring it up again without thinking about the terrible victims who had a beautiful winter day in Munich ruined.
Countries can control crypto dealer. What do you mean by that? If you buy cryptos, you have to use something controlled by laws. I don't know. I'm not that well versed. I'm not well versed enough.
And will remain with them. But why did this happen in the first place? It's a terrible story, but it's one we've heard way too many times in Europe and unfortunately too many times in the United States as well. An asylum seeker, often a young man in his mid-20s, already known to police, rams a car into a crowd and shatters a community. How many times must we suffer these appalling setbacks before we change course and take our shared civilization in a new direction?
Yes.
No voter on this
yes, JD
went to the ballot box to open the floodgates to millions of unvetted immigrants. But you know what they did vote for? In England, they voted for Brexit, and agree or disagree, they voted for it. And more all over Europe, they're voting for political leaders who promise to put an end to out-of-control migration. Now, I happen to agree with a lot of these concerns, but you don't have to agree with me. I just think that
nobody's
care.
No, it's not free. I don't think anyone said it was free.
They care about their dreams, they care about their safety and their capacity to provide for themselves
I'm not sure.
and their children. And they're smart.
Because you can...
I think this is one of the most important things I've learned in my brief time in politics.
There's commission fees, actually, right? There's commission fees when you buy and sell
Davos, the citizens of all of our nations
ETFs and whatnot.
Don't think of themselves as educated animals or as interchangeable cogs of a global economy. And it's hardly surprising that they don't want to be shuffled about or relentlessly ignored by their leaders. And it is the business of democracy to adjudicate these big questions at the ballot box.
Mining ones and zeros instead of gold and silver. I want to hold my treasure.
Or worse yet, shutting down media, shutting down elections, or shutting people out of the political process protects nothing. In fact, it is the most surefire way to destroy democracy.
You're right. Trump didn't say anything about the banking, as far as I know. He did talk about Bitcoin, though. Trump talked about Bitcoin a lot. That's why I say it's either going to be Bitcoin or it's going to be CBDC. You know what I mean? And to me, Bitcoin is the more like it's like CBDC is like surveillance state type money, you know what I mean?
Those people are very influential. And trust me, I say this with all humor. If American
with Bitcoin, it's supposed to be all like private transactions or something like that. I'm not sure.
Democracy can survive 10 years of Greta Thunberg scolding. You guys can survive a few months
Greta
of Elon Musk.
Thunberg.
But what German democracy What no democracy,
Silver and gold
American,
for you are
German,
the best.
or European, will survive is telling millions of voters that their thoughts and concerns, their aspirations, their pleas for relief are invalid or unworthy of even being considered. Democracy rests on the sacred principle that the
You can tell by the looks in all these people's faces. These guys are like, man, these guys are ruining it for the rest of us. Why are they exposing all our corruption? No, our free ride is over.
voice of the people matters. There's no room for firewalls. You either uphold the principle or you don't. Europeans, the people, have a voice.
Kind of amazing to see,
European
honestly.
Leaders have a choice. And my strong belief is that we do not need to be afraid of the future. You can embrace what your people tell you, even when it's surprising, even when you don't agree. And if you do so, you can face the future with certainty and with confidence, knowing that the nation stands behind each of you. And that, to me, is the great magic of democracy. It's not in these stone buildings or beautiful hotels. It's not even in the great institutions that we have built together as a shared society. To believe in democracy,
You hope it's the everyday Europeans that resonate with his speech. Yeah. Because they're the ones that vote at the end of the day,
if we
right?
refuse to listen to that voice, even our most successful fights will
Because like
secure
the European
very
people have been fighting back, like
As Pope John Paul II,
in
my
a
view, one
way,
of the most extraordinary champions
like the
of
farmers at
democracy
least, farmer protests.
on this continent or any other, once said, "Do not be afraid. We shouldn't be afraid of our people, even when they express views that disagree with their leadership." Thank you all. Good luck to all of you. God bless you.
Is Raptor here? Is Raptor here for the Trudeau gaffs? I'm not watching it unless Raptor's here. For you, Trump is a false idol. Dems are so idiots. Religion fanatics. Almost every lefty. Trump isn't the savior. I mean, I don't think anyone's trying to say he's a savior. I mean, like, a lot of people think he's gonna turn things around. I don't think there's anything wrong with, believing in that. But to say he's our savior, I don't see anyone out here actually, like, saying that, you know what I mean? Explicitly or outright or anything. Professional, thoughtful speech. Agree. You think they were just happy? The speech ended, lol. What makes Trump a false idol? The Road to Serfdom. Hayek wrote that.
to make sure that nothing running a Super Bowl ad that ran in some markets that tricked viewers into going to a website that sold Nazi merchandise. A former Jewish employee also filed a lawsuit against him, but he's been pulling these vile comments, saying these bad things for years. Why wasn't
Trump isn't attacking banks. That's a good point, but he is the president. Like, he's directly, quote unquote, attacking the government parts of things. He's not, like, you could say he's not a banker, but, like, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Super. President Trump is a savior, quote unquote, savior, because he's exposing the corruption in government, but not banks. It's the people that will save us if they would only act to save it. That is good. In a long-term, nope. Well said, Cheetown. Check Milei shock therapy. Milei shock therapy.
You aren't responsible for the economic crisis that your country is facing, but you are leading at a time that poverty is increasing, that life is going to be harder, and you've said it multiple times, life is going to be harder for the average Argentinian citizen. Your popularity has still stayed pretty strong. Do you believe that the people of your country are willing to take, are they willing to tolerate the hard medicine that your economy will require to set your country back on path?
Nuestro enfoque fue decirle siempre la verdad a la gente y decirle la realidad es que no iba a ser fácil. Además, nosotros llegamos y enfrentábamos 17 puntos del PBI de déficit gemelos, donde 15 estaban en cabeza del gobierno, ya sea 5 en el Tesoro y 10 en el Banco Central. Y la verdad es que la inflación venía viajando a un ritmo del 17.000 anual, porque la inflación mayorista de diciembre fue del 54%, eso implica 17.000 anual. Y entonces la terapia inexorablemente tenía que ser de shock. Digo, primero porque todos los shocks, todos los casos en donde Argentina se resolvió vía shock fueron exitosos, salvo el del 59. Además, todos los casos gradualistas terminaron mal, pero sobre todas las cosas tampoco había financiamiento, con lo cual tampoco había muchas alternativas. Por más que yo haya sido toda mi vida partidario del shock, esta era una realidad. Al mismo tiempo sabíamos que Argentina tenía un problema de reputación enorme, por lo tanto no era creíble,
that's another one I want to watch.
el aumento de ahorro que nosotros íbamos a estar gestando iba a tener una situación donde la inversión no iba a acompañar y consecuentemente eso iba a hacer que cayera inexorablemente el nivel de actividad y que hubiera más desempleo y que hubiera más pobres y más indigentes. Y eso lo dijimos desde el primer día y nosotros creemos que eso la gente valoró, que les dijéramos la verdad. Y además empezaron a ver que todo lo que dijimos que íbamos a hacer era lo que estábamos haciendo. Pero creo que hay otro elemento más importante aún, que nosotros fuimos anticipando.
So was this a good or a bad thing, Super?
A ir pasando y se está cumpliendo. Entonces eso es lo que
He's only been in office for just over 3 weeks. Who knows what's next? You do believe Trump will make America a better and safe place, which in turn will ripple across the world. That's what I was hoping for. Did I watch? Oh, wait.
Pero una situación donde los niveles de imagen, tanto sobre mi persona como sobre la gestión, están en niveles máximos, porque básicamente nosotros hicimos unas promesas de campaña, las estamos llevando a cabo, dijimos lo que iba a pasar y efectivamente
Nobody
está
knows.
pasando. Entonces,
It's too
la
early to
diferencia
say.
esta vez tiene que ver con que estamos haciendo un esfuerzo que vale la pena y en rigor terminó siendo menos duro de lo que estábamos imaginando, porque hoy
In an
tanto los
economic
salarios
sense,
como
it's
las
the best.
jubilaciones están por encima de los niveles que había en noviembre del año pasado, y además en dólares, por ejemplo, las jubilaciones se han duplicado, y yo creo que eso tiene que ver básicamente con la convicción que hemos mostrado desde el primer día en algo que, digamos, la gente lo tomó muy rápido, que es
Who
la
does
idea
Super
esta de no hay
Loco?
plata. Es decir, la gente
Or
internalizó
Denonator.
la idea de la restricción de presupuesto, algo no trivial porque en los últimos 123 años de historia Argentina tuvo déficit fiscal durante 113, y de las 22 crisis, 20 tienen origen en desequilibrio fiscal, ya sea alto o descontrolado. Y entonces hubo todo un esfuerzo de tratar de
0%
explicar y de
inflation now,
comunicar
really?
qué era lo que estábamos haciendo, y siempre le fuimos con la verdad a la gente.
You know we have artificial intelligence kindness with weakness. You know we have artificial intelligence in the government, eh?
So hold on, let me see if the original video is here anywhere.
Different type.
Why does it always looks like he's on a green screen when he does these?
The problem is at times we might be too polite, soft-spoken, and humble for our own good. We are slow to anger and quick to forgive, but never confuse our kindness with weakness.
I pretty much have one word that summarizes this entire speech that Pierre Poilievre gave today at his Canada First rally. Wow. I have never in all my years seen such a patriotic
I don't think so.
speech by any member of parliament or any politician. I mean, he checked all of the boxes. He said Canada will always remain Canada. Just because America's trying to pick a fight with us doesn't mean that we're going to fold over. In fact, it's been this motivation. It's unfortunate that it took these events of Trump to basically try to tariff and pick this fight with Canada for us to have this newfound level of patriotism. But it's so important to come together right now and just be super pro-Canadian, because we have a real shot at becoming one of the world's richest countries. And that's something that I firmly believe in. So this entire speech, the rally, the vibes, the crowd roaring was incredible.
Oh, Loco, I'm sorry.
I watched everything start to finish twice. And for this video on this channel, I've selected...
I tried to run Drawful, but then my computer was crashing.
...that Pierre brings to the table.
As soon as I can move some stuff around, I'll be able to, like, do more things at the same time.
We've all heard axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. And that's gotten them very far, and that's worked. But right now, because the
What's your
Liberals
favorite
are plagiarizing
kind of art?
The topics, and they're trying to hijack and kind of discredit Pierre Poilievre's entire messaging, he's pivoting. And wow, did he ever do a phenomenal job. So we're taking a look at these little subtle digs that he does to the Liberals, but not too much. You know, like it's that perfect balance between F Trudeau and F Mark Carney and just being super pro-Canada. It's more focused on pro-Canada, building Canada, which is the messaging that is going to propel him into being Prime Minister of Canada. Less rhetoric about anti-Trudeau, anti-Carney, and all the other runner-ups and politicians and stuff, and more building the pillars of what Canada is going to stand on moving forward. And it's incredible. Putting more money into our defense, increasing our military budget. Easily, he talks about that. Selling not only to other countries, oil and gas and minerals.
Mark
and
Carney, the
resources,
next
because
PM.
America obviously seems to have a problem with that recently,
hopefully not, but it
also
looks
selling
like they're gonna.
interprovincially, which is like incredible. No one is.
It
really
sounds
talking
like
about that
they are
except for
trying
Pierre. So
to
that's
just
awesome.
implement him, whether we like it or not.
Then you also have bringing back being pro-Canadian and focusing on our history, right? John A. Macdonald, all that stuff, all the monuments that have been torn down and renamed and stuff. He wants to bring that back, which is really, really good. And finally,
Yeah, that's true. You have great insight about politics. The world should hear your voice. Your heroes are Scriabin, Chopin, and Debussy. Wait, what?
Important thing that he
Crazy
talks about,
human
that Pierre
beings.
Poilievre, Canada's next prime minister, talks about in this speech at his Canada First rally, is the fact that Canada has a real potential at being an independent and prosperous country. And the only way to do that is to pretty much knock down a bunch of the red tape and a bunch of the barriers that the Liberals have been putting up for the past 9 years. It's going to take some time. But if you watch this entire speech from start to finish,
so much
you're
red
probably gonna be
tape.
extremely motivated. And I am. And I've been pretty transparent about how I've been feeling lately. I feel like the wind has been knocked out of my sails, and I've just been floating in this kind of political environment, feeling a little bit politically homeless, even though I've been super pro-Pierre in the past. But this revived it, and I am all in on Pierre. I mean, this was incredible. Go, Pierre, go. And I'm extremely excited. And also very
Pierre
happy
might
to
just be another
Canadian,
globalist,
thanks to
so
this
I've
speech and
heard.
this level of patriotism that Canada is finally bringing back. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I do want to encourage you all to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. It does really help grow the channel, and I hope you enjoy the highlights of this speech. Here we go.
Because that is the promise that this country makes to every Canadian, regardless of birthplace or background, that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything. That hard work gets you a great life with a beautiful house and a safe street, protected by brave soldiers under a proud flag. Anna and I are deeply grateful that this country made and kept us that promise. And it's actually why we decided to get into this line of work and fight for it our entire lives. Both of us very young when we did so. It's why
Looks
we
like
put our hands
AI.
on the line. We are in this fight today because we want to restore the promise the country kept for us and assure every single Canadian who works hard can experience the wonderful Canadian promise the country gave us. But that promise did not happen by accident. It took courageous leadership for us to be here today. And we as Conservatives have a special duty to carry on that legacy. Conservatives,
Canada has
as the party
crazy
of
potential,
Confederation
yeah.
and John A. Macdonald will restore the promise of Canada. Our founding leader united our country from the Atlantic to the Pacific and warded off American designs to dominate our continent. In the words of our great...
Sorry guys, BRB. You're pretty sad about Canada. An effing rich country and low population. How the F you screw that up? It's not even funny. I feel like a lot of Canada is not like livable. But also like they kind of tried to fix that by bringing in a bunch of people, but like we already had a housing crisis, so they just made it worse. And you know, basically what all these other how do you say what all these other countries are kind of going through, like Europe and UK and the US, etc., etc.
First Prime Minister, Conservatives will fight, and I quote, to give us a great, a united, a rich, an improving, a developing Canada, instead of making us a tributary to American laws, American railways, American bondage, and American tolls. That is the rich conservative legacy to Canada, deliberately resisting American annexation for hundreds of years. Now more than ever, we owe this country, we love this country, and we will fight every day and every way to pass down to our kids the blessings we inherited from those who came before us. Sometimes it does take a threat to remind us what we have, what we could lose, and what we could become.
I wonder if it was all planned.
Tariffs and 51st statehood of Donald Trump have united our people to
51st
defend
statehood.
the country we love. We must respond with strength, and strength means leverage. America has leverage, and we have leverage. I will use that leverage. Retaliation is only the beginning. Yes, we need to retaliate. If they put tariffs on our steel and aluminum, I will put tariffs on their steel and aluminum. If they hit us with generalized tariffs, we will respond dollar for dollar. Yes, we will carefully target American goods that we don't need, can produce ourselves, or we can get elsewhere to maximize the impact on Americans while minimizing the impact on ourselves.
Like, how much of a difference is it really gonna make?
100% of the proceeds of these counter tariffs will reimburse our businesses and workers that are directly impacted, and the rest will go to tax cuts to relieve Canadians. Not one penny will go to government spending.
I'd like to see that.
We cannot use this crisis as yet another liberal excuse to raise taxes or to do money printing, spending, which will only cause inflation. What we will do instead is use our leverage to fight back. We will make sure that Americans know that they will be paying the tariffs that they impose on us. I will send the clear message so that everyone in key American states understands that they will pay the price for the decisions to punish our country. Refinery workers, home builders, automakers, and others will need to know that their jobs depend on the goods we sell them, and that tariffing those goods will lower their wages and threaten their jobs. And it doesn't stop there. America cannot power its energy-hungry future without buying surplus power that we make.
It's not an economic plan, it's whatever, yeah.
You know, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta are all turning to nuclear power, in some cases buying or building their own nuclear plants to power AI data centers. In fact, these data centers, you know, when you do a chat GPT inquiry, it takes 10 times as much electricity as a Google search. Isn't that incredible? That's the power of this AI, artificial intelligence. You know we have artificial intelligence in the government, eh? A different type. Nuclear, natural gas, hydro, they can power those centers. And we have cold weather here that reduces the cost of cooling. We can leverage that power while protecting our people. Americans need our radar, surveillance, ongoing cooperation to keep us both safe against intercontinental
This chick,
and supersonic missiles.
she's like really enjoying herself.
Uranium, oil, and gas. Finally, we must remind our American friends
With her flag in her hair.
the funds both our countries have for our shared North American defense. It will make us less safe. As Winston Churchill
What is that?
you can
Oh,
always
it's a
count on the
hat.
Americans to do the right thing after exhausting all other possibilities. So let me spell out the possibilities for our American friends and speak directly to them. Option one, you can carry out an unprovoked attack on our economy. Your consumers will pay more and your workers will make less. Gas prices will skyrocket. You will turn a loyal friend into a resentful neighbor, forced to match tariff with tariff and to seek friends everywhere else. Both our economies will weaken, leaving less money for defense and security, and our enemies will grow stronger. Yeah. Option one. Option two, we trade even more. And both our workers make more. Our consumers pay less. The resulting GDP boost allows Canada to further strengthen its border and up our military spending to 2% of GDP faster. The problem is, at times, we might be too polite, soft-spoken, and humble for our own good.
Hi, Vice. Tariffs are only applicable to countries that have existing tariffs against U.S. imports. Fair is fair.
Give, but never confuse our kindness with weakness. We love our country.
Is that so?
And our flag. We are a strong people with a proud history as a warrior nation whose soldiers have proven fierce enough to crush the fascists, the communists, and Al-Qaeda, yet humble enough to never once brag about their heroism. We are mild-mannered and made of steel.
I like this lady.
So let
She's
me
cute.
be clear. We will never be the 51st state. We will bear any burden and pay any price to protect the sovereignty and independence of our country.
This
Which
lady's
option
cute.
the Americans will choose is up to them. But let's be honest. We have to be prepared for the worst. Simply put, we can no longer depend on the Americans alone for our trade. We can no longer think of them as our backup defense. These threats, my friends, are a wake-up call. We should be the wealthiest and most self-reliant economy in the world today, given our natural resources. It's funny, first the liberals...
Yeah, we should be, but
Poilievre has no policies.
too much AI in the government.
And then they said, okay, he does, but they're really scary. And now they say, they agree with all my policies. You know, imitation is the highest form of flattery, but you cannot believe them. My friends, it is not realistic that we would believe a party 60 days before election suddenly reversing itself on absolutely everything. If you want conservative policies, you will have to vote conservative. Coming election will decide whether Canadians
Whoa, super loco.
killing, inflationary carbon tax, or whether they want
You
to
can't
axe the
say
tax
those
for everyone,
things.
for real, forever, with a common sense conservative. Now, I know Mr. Carney's going to try to plagiarize my policies right before the election.
Please forgive me, but I have to delete that for the sake of the stream or the sake of TOS or I don't know, just in case. I hope you understand.
Just like Trump wanted. He opposed pipelines in Canada while his company bought them in the Middle East. He supported Trudeau's carbon tax in Canada while he profited off of investing in coal in the United States of America. He put his profit before our people. Carney cashed in, Canadians lost out. If he wins, Canada loses. This is the situation we're in.
I knew you'd understand. Yeah, politicians
Do you know that the oil that Quebec imports from Alberta
on either side are just
America, and if we ever got into a real trade
You know,
mess up with the Americans, they could
we know
even
what
cut
they
off the
are.
supply of our oil to ourselves. Now, why is that? Because they blocked the East-West pipeline that would have bound our country together and allowed us to sell Western oil to Eastern markets. Mr. Trudeau, with his economic advisor, Mr. Carney, said also that there is no business case to sell gas to countries like Germany, Japan, Greece, and others that were begging for it. Now, the Americans and Qataris are beating us to the punch. So we sell our national natural gas internally for $4, while the world price, or the price in Europe, is $13. So let's give a little economic lesson to Mr. Carney and Mr. Trudeau. If you have something for $4 and you can sell it for $13, that's a profit. Now, if you can do that billions and billions of times, that's a business case, right? We must have the courage and the backbone to stare down eco-fanatics who will stand in the way and favor foreign oil instead. I stand with the 74% of Quebecers who support building pipelines to transport oil and gas. We need new trade partners. And we sell 75% of our exports to the Americans. I've got a new export partner in mind. A new country that we're going to use to become less dependent on the Americans alone. Great country. Nice people.
You like Poilievre a lot. It's really Trudeau that Trump has an issue with. With good reason, I know.
French and English.
True.
It's called Canada.
Hi, Spaniard. Just arrived. Did you cover the news about Trump taking back the $80 million to New York because the funds wanted to be used for the illegal aliens? Yes, I think wasn't it $60 million? They wanted to well, I don't know if this is the same thing, but somebody wanted to give $60 million to have illegals stay at a nice hotel or something.
Right now, we have tariff barriers between our provinces that are almost as big as the one that President Trump is threatening. That's why we sell twice as much to the Americans as we do to ourselves. This is madness.
It was FEMA.
Friends, within 30 days of becoming Prime Minister, I will bring together the premiers with the aim to remove the hundreds of pages of carve-out.
They didn't even help the people in North Carolina, but they're gonna help people who don't necessarily need it. Apparently tons of people were hiring illegal immigrants, so in a way they had jobs. I don't know, do you know what I mean? Why are you not helping citizens? You're helping, other people. I don't know.
And exemptions in the Canada Free Trade Agreement that slow or stop goods from moving.
I know why, because they say 60 million is going to go to help people when really probably only less than half of that goes to helping people, and then the rest, who knows where it goes.
From province to province, we will set up a blue seal test and trade, the provinces test and licensing process, so that provinces can accept and allow doctors and nurses from all across the country. And furthermore, we need to allow the 20,000 immigrant doctors and 32,000 immigrant nurses to quickly take a test and get to work, reducing wait times in our hospitals.
Interesting.
And to get the deal done, this will boost our GDP. Billions of dollars of extra tax revenue will result not from higher
Exactly,
rates, but from a bigger, freer
Spaniard.
economy. And I will use the extra federal revenue from free trade to pay a bonus to each province that voluntarily knocks down barriers and opens up its market to fellow Canadians. It's funny. While people can't currently bring alcohol across Canada, they can easily traffic deadly doses of fentanyl, guns, and illegal migration into Canada. We must take back control of crime, drugs, and the border from the radical, borderless, woke ideology of the Carney-Trudeau Liberals. They allow 99% of shipping containers to enter uninspected. The government's own report says there are as many as 500,000 people here illegally, but they admit they're not quite sure because they've lost count. Or perhaps they just can't count. That might be the answer.
People in containers?
The first plan will deploy military helicopters and surveillance to the borders, add 2,000 new border agents, expand the powers to patrol the full border, install new high-powered scanners, towers, and drone systems, and track departure so that we actually know if the people deported have left the country. I know we've lost more people to fentanyl overdoses in this decade than we lost fighting in the Second World War. The liberal laws C5 and C75 allow drug kingpins out on easy bail and house arrest. They've legalized fentanyl possession and given out tax-funded opioids that ultimately get resold to children. They ban you from using a plastic straw, but allow you to use cocaine. So next time you're sick, just make sure you use a paper straw to save the world. My government will repeal liberal laws C5 and
They have to house the illegals because Biden flew them in.
D75 and bring in mandatory life sentences. Life sentences for trafficking and producing over 40 milligrams of fentanyl. 40 milligrams is enough to kill 20 people. We will lock up and throw away the murderers who are killing our families. More important than what I will do is why I will do it. You know, it shouldn't have taken President Trump to get the liberals to wake up that there's a fentanyl crisis in this country. I'm not doing this for him. I'm not doing this for him. I'm doing this so that there's not one more Canadian parent that has to collapse on the ground on learning that their child has died in a back alley somewhere. We must reinvest in treatment and recovery to bring our loved ones home drug-free. And so my message to those who are struggling with addiction is this: hang on, have hope. Help is on the way. Protect our people, our soils, our skies, and our seas. We will stand on guard for our people at home and around the world. Our military will protect our national interests by carrying our weight in North America to secure and leverage more trade with the U.S., all while becoming less reliant on them for our defense. After 9 years of liberal incompetence and disdain, our military is weakened and our allies no longer respect us. Job one for a new conservative government rebuilding our armed forces is to protect our true north. Hostile powers like China and Russia want our resources, our shipping routes, and to be within striking distance of our continent. We won't let them. We will defend our seas, skies, and soil. We will always be the true north, strong and free. Part one of our Canada First plan for our north will add 2,000 more Canadian Rangers, our eyes and ears in the north. It will deliver 4 heavy icebreakers for the Coast Guard and the Navy, and we will establish Canada's first permanent Arctic base since the Cold War, CFB Iqaluit. Space.
Arctic base?
The new F-35s and Poseidons, the aircraft that will detect, deter, and if necessary, destroy threats in the north. The base will also help NORAD protect our continent. We will cut red tape and speed up delivery on already planned missiles, refueling aircraft, upgrades to the forward operating locations in Inuvik, Yellowknife, Goose Bay, early warning aircraft, new submarines, tactical helicopters, and new satellite ground stations will protect our Arctic and all Canadians.
Interesting.
And we will pay for it. We will pay for it by cutting foreign aid to dictators, terrorists, and global bureaucracies.
Following the DOGE.
Canada will honor its men and women in uniform. The patriotic men and women of this forces will have the tools
The
they need
DOGE
to
route.
defend our country. And our military will be guided by a warrior culture, not a woke culture. A. McDonald, there would be no Canada. Under a conservative government, I promise you we will build new statues and name new public structures after the great founding prime minister of our country. His name will go on public structures and other places of national importance. I will also defend and preserve our proud military traditions. Our military traditions, that means that I will reinstate the great Royal Navy marching anthem, Heart of Oak, so that generations of sailors can carry on this beautiful tradition. We will promptly complete a long overdue monument to the brave Canadians who fought and died for us in Afghanistan. We will add new criminal code penalties for anyone caught tearing down or defacing our statues and monuments. We will reward work, unleash entrepreneurs, harvest our resources, make our own goods, trade with each other, build homes for our youth, rebuild our borders and military, honor our history, and raise our flag. What binds us together? What binds us together is the Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can do anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street, wrapped in the protective arms of a solid border defended by brave soldiers under a proud flag. To preserve that flag and its promise, we must work together, fight together, and win together. That is what it means to put Canada first. But I warn you, it will not be easy. We may have very hard days ahead. But I have a question. Do you think making Canada was easy? Do you think it was easy for the Inuit to sleep in homes of snow, pull dinner out of the icy water?
What is this, like,
of winters in minus 45?
monologue?
To drive the spikes into the Canadian Pacific Railway, into the frozen ground, through the rock, muskeg, and mountains, Chinese laborers under brutal conditions, forge a ribbon of steel.
He's trying to pull
For
heartstrings.
Canadian teenagers living in frozen, rat-infested trenches only to run out towards flying metal to attack and beat the Germans in World War I as their sons and daughters would again do in World War II. Do you think it was easy for Terry Fox's cancer-ravaged body to run across our land, pounding his one and only leg again and again on lonely highways with chip bones and blistered limbs to fight the disease that would later take his life. No, none of this was easy. Making Canada was hard. Those are the people who built and defended our country through sacrifice and struggle, but they did not go that far and travel that long so that we could take the easy way out and give up. Like them, we are part of something bigger than ourselves. We are in this together. We are at this place in this time because we have a job to do, to pass on intact what we inherited from those who came before us to those who come after us. Parce que le Canada vaut la peine.
She's like, no, I'm missing it. I'm missing the end.
Pour le Canada, because our country is worth fighting for our people, for our land, for our home, for Canada first, always and forever. Let's bring it home. Thank you.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's a perfect note to end the stream. Yes. What I think about the speech. It was a good speech. I still question whether or not Pierre's like, you know, in bed with the elites, but probably. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. He didn't really mention anything about illegals in the country. He mentioned the border, but like nothing about like the people like kind of making a ruckus. But anyway, I have to go. I am so tired. Thank you all so much for hanging out as usual. I really appreciate it. Sassy64, thank you for the follow. I'm not sure why I didn't see it. Maybe I was on a break. Critical Rad Theory, thank you so much for the follow as well. I'm not sure if I saw that one either. I don't know if my alerts stopped working at some point or what's going on there. Anyways, let's raid Gustex 8. And I will see you guys tomorrow. They have to. Okay, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Hope you all have a great night. Send over lots of hype, lots of love to Gust. And I'll see you tomorrow. Oh yeah, and also thank you, Cheetown, for the biddies. I really appreciate it. And also, Right Wing Jesus, thank you for the follow as well. Goldie Earth, thank you for the follow. Stuffies too, thank you for the follow. Zwicknick, thank you for the follow. And Sweden Official, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Alright guys, we're gonna raid and thanks again. Bye.